Brother, they freaking found me. What is that? What is that? They found me, and also, what is that? Brother! I'm doing my frick. I'm doing my mobile games. I'm doing my mobile games, alright? Shut up. Shut up. They found me. They freaking found me. I was okay, where is it? Oh, motherfucker. Okay, hold up. I can do this. Let me cook. YouTube Studio. They freaking found me. I went into okay, so I went back and it did play the music through, and I was like, whatever. And then it copyrighted me so long afterwards, and I was like, no. The song that I played. I don't know if YouTube does this as like a thing, because okay, so on Twitch, right, all you have to do is like tick this little like number, and then you're good, and then it's like it's not like a problem, right? And then you don't hear it. They found me. They found me. What do I do? Replace song? Erase the song. Erase it. Erase it. Erase me. Mute all sound and claim segments. Okay, remove the claim song and all detected segments while keeping other sounds such as speech. Like did I speak during it? Yes, save. Okay, the process might take a while. Oh, while updating any viewing or monitors. Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, me and my 1,000 view video. I'm gonna lose so much money off of this. Is so many. Erase it. Whatever. I should just left it. I should just left it. All right, whatever. Okay. So there's something. I do want to leave this up because I like what it recommends me now because I think that's funny. But I need to. Where am I going? Where am I? Who am I? Who am I? Okay, YouTube, OBS, copyright, music. YouTube OBS, how to play music on Twitch without copyright OBS. Not Twitch! No more muted streams. Play any song on Twitch stream without copyright strikes. Okay, see, this is Twitch, though. This is Twitch. Does YouTube not have, like, their own thing?
Do you want to play copyrighted music on your Twitch stream,
Yes.
but you don't want to get in trouble or have your Twitch VOD muted
Yes.
after you end the stream? In
Yes.
today's video, I'll be teaching you how you can separate your copyrighted music
That's
from
what I
your
did,
Twitch
though.
stream VOD. So that way you can play whatever.
I did that, though. I did that, though. Is my chat... Hold on. I have a lot of tabs open. Hello. Hello. I might have to do the pop out thing and then re-add it into the thing. Hello! It's right there! Sick, brother, sick! Okay. Okay, my cat's sleeping in his little bed. To start off, let me just, okay. I'm playing my mobile game. I'm gonna be honest. I play, I'm a broke bitch! I use one of those apps that's like, we'll give you money if you play those games. And then I use it to then get gift cards to then use to purchase. So I use it to get Google Play gift cards, and then I spend that money on the mobile game that I want. Because I'm just that sick with it. Alright, we're gonna push the keyboard all the way over here. I got my paints. Okay, I got my mushrooms. But we're just gonna chill while I drink my coffee, and I have my breakfast, which is a thing of strawberries, a pure protein lemon cake flavor bar, and this also the rest of this one that's been there since yesterday morning, which is galaxy brownie. I don't know, I just didn't want to this happens, like I don't finish them. I don't finish them. Okay. I do have my paintbrushes. So yeah, we're gonna chill while I do my stuff. We are gonna paint the rest of the mushrooms. I did hit them with, and they have like this matte texture. Ooh, and they're a little bit like greasy. A little bit greasy, which is strange that like, so it feels kind of like greasy on my handsies. I did hit it with the varnish, which is kind of like sticky icky. Not sure why. But this one, you know, officially done. We can set this girl aside. She's living, and I'm living for her. She's living, and I'm living for her. Ooh, also, I do want to add another thing to my nail. I'm feeling pom-pom-puddin today. I'm feeling pom-pom-puddin, but there's two pom-pom-puddins. There's two. There's one who's going up, and there's one who's going up. Can you see that? There's that one that has his handsies there, and then there's... Frick. Focus. Oh, it almost focused. Focus on him. He's everything. Focus on him. He has his little handsies in, like, a different position. Okay, you can see that one. Come on. Come on. Focus on that one. I can do this. I'm scared. I'm there he is. Yeah, that one's kind of zesty. I'm feeling the one who's like, he's kind of zesty. My other one stayed. But sadly the sticker, she started peeling off. And then I set her someplace in the bathroom, the little twin stars. Set her someplace. And now she's gone in the bathroom in the abyss. Yeah. Pom-pom put in. I got this. It's early. I just woke up. Did I say that, or did I just get into it? Get into it? Yeah. I have my pellets on the floor. I got my water. I got whatever, you know. I woke up and I was like, I need now. I need now. All right, let's see. Is this gonna help me with YouTube, brother?
Music you want without having your Twitch streams muted.
Brother
if that
Twit?
sounds good to you,
For
then
brother
drop a quick
Twit?
like on
YouTube.
this video so other streamers can find this video. Then we'll take a quick second to appreciate the little Pikachu shirt, and let's jump into it. This will work for both
he's got
OBS Studio
he rizzed me. Yeah, I'll give it to him.
and Streamlabs, but it's pretty much the exact same setup process. If you're wondering where I got this really cool overlay from, I actually got it for free, and you guys can too from today's sponsor. You can get it from Own Pro, which
Watch
I'll
me
leave
skip
linked in
the
the description
sponsor.
down below. Overlays that
I
you
know
can
how to
on
do this.
Twitch
I just
without
want to know
actually
if I
getting
did it
our VODs
wrong.
muted. Labs or OBS Studio, and we
Okay.
go to the audio tab.
Yes.
Typically, you're going to have it set up like this. You'll have your
did
desktop
that.
audio, which is going to be pretty much all of your audio coming out of your computer, and then you'll have
Yes,
your
sir.
microphone/auxiliary audio, which
Yes,
is
sir.
essentially just your microphone. So we're starting with two different audio tracks. We have the desktop audio, which is all of your computer audio, including game, music, whatever you're playing out of your computer.
Okay, that's
and
different.
then you have your mic audio. So
That's
obviously, if we want to play music to Twitch, but not have it in the actual video after we end the stream, we're going to
Yes.
have to separate our desktop audio into different audio sources, so that way we can individually mute them and have more control. So I'm going to bring
That's a
this
good
up a little
strawberry.
bit so we can see the audio mixer at the bottom.
I just want to say, I ran out of sugar today, and my coffee tastes kind of. I ran out of sugar, and I had to tip my Hello Kitty jar all the way over to dump all the rest of the sugar in the.
Because right now you see that when I'm talking,
Yeah.
I have my microphone, and then we have our desktop audio, which is all of our computer audio. So what we need to do to get started is simply go to the Stream tab. We want to make sure that our service is set to Twitch, and we have our account connected. Because
Yes.
if we're not having Twitch as our main platform, we're not going to get the Twitch VOD audio track right here. And if you're still not seeing it, you need to make sure that your output mode up here is set to advanced. So want to make sure stream is set to Twitch.
Oh,
account is
brother.
connected.
File, settings, audio. Where is he? He's in. Where did he go? Fudge, go back, sir. He hit output. Output. Oh, they fricked me. Okay, one. It's all going into one. Okay, wait, what?
If you're still not seeing it, you
Hold
need to
up.
make sure that your output mode up here is set to advanced. So want to make sure stream is set to Twitch, account is connected,
Yeah.
and then output is set to streaming, and then output mode advanced, and you'll see this Twitch VOD track. Now, if you're curious to do this for multi-streaming to YouTube or Kick, comment down below that you are interested in that, and if I get enough requests, I'll make a video covering how to do this for multi-streaming.
When'd
to
you
Kick
do
and YouTube
that?
as well. But for right now, we're going to stick with Twitch to
Sir!
keep things easy. So when we're looking at the streaming settings, any audio that is set to audio track 1 is going to be sent to our Twitch stream, and that's going to be live. So essentially,
No, you can't. You can't do it. It's over. Like, I'm hearing the music. Oh my god, it's over for me. It hurts. I'm empty. I'm literally empty. shakes my desk chair in aggression. My cat is like, what are you doing? What's your beef, girl? It's getting cold in here. It's starting to get cold in here. Okay. It's daytime. It's daytime. Ignore the ad on my phone. I'm cooking here. Okay, so no music. No music. No, there has to be a way to do this. There has to be a way. Put the other. Drop the track. Cut the cameras. Dead ass. Cut the cameras. Dead ass, dude. Don't even tell me I can't do this. Don't even tell me I can't live my life the way I want to live my life. Sign in to chat? Ew. Why do I have to sign in? Sign in? All messages you send will appear publicly? What is up with the chat over there? Hold on. Can I say hello over here as well? Hello? Sign in to chat. Oh no, I don't. Get wrecked. Hello? Will it pop up? Is that just a different chat? Like I have two chats. I have two chats. Hello? Hello? It didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. I'm gonna have to pop out this chat. Pop out chat. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. You do it? Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, sick. Okay. Now we can start. We know what's happening, and it's devastating. Really, it's devastating. Something right there. There's not enough sugar in my coffee. Not enough beans. Not enough sugar in my coffee. All right, we're gonna watch some videos. At some point, I need to know my game dailies, and everybody gets to see me awkwardly try to fit it into the box that I've created where my top down is. So I can do my game dailies. But for now, I kept this up because this is what it's recommending me, and I thought this was hilarious. That now I have an entirely new recommendation. In the first three are Turkey Tom. This is a sponsored thing. Oh, she got sponsored. That's sick. Sick of her. Foodie beauty. Dude, the amount of stuff that I've seen. I have no clue who this man is. Who are you? Internet historian? Who is that? What is that? Who is that? Destiny Silent. What is... It's all Tom. Well, it's not all Tom. Come on. Brother. Okay. Okay, dreading though? Dreading? I'm here for dreading. I'm here for dreading. And they recommended me Izzy. Let's freaking go. They recommended me from yesterday. Dog, no. The future of me, is he okay? The man is not okay. Coffeezilla. Brother. Okay, we need to start off with Joon the King. Okay. Alright, we got a lot. That's Voidzilla. Alright, I want to get to Coffeezilla. No. Get out of here. The right opinion. I forgot to mention the right opinion yesterday. I was so big into the right opinion. Okay, here we go. I gotta start. Okay, hold up. Let me get my peoples. Let me get my peoples. Alright, open. I want to get Coffeezilla. We're gonna get Joon the King. Let's get the right opinion. Now it's too warm. And now I'm upset by that. I set the temperature and now I'm upset. Dude, the internet anarchist. Dude, I used to watch so many videos. Oh my god. Nothing's I hate about you. He doesn't like you. Not even a little bit. I mean at all. Oh my gosh. Brother. It's just more Turkey Tom videos. Some ordinary gamers. That's Buddha. I'm gonna have to break down. I'm gonna have to break. So Penguin, like, no. I can't. I believe his name is Charlie. I tried to get into his. I was gonna sit in my car and I've been holding it this whole time. Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna do it and then I just like didn't, you know? Dude, I kind of want to watch this. I kind of want to watch this one. I kind of want to watch that one today. All right, 6. Subscribe. Is there anything that I'm feeling today? I watched. What have I watched recently? I've watched a lot of the Sims videos, dude. A lot of the Sims videos. Okay, let me use this tab. Where are you? Hey, hey! Where's your what? Where's your main channel, brother? Is that? Hey! Coffee. Coffeezilla. Where's my coffee?
Crypto.
Damn. Alright, I want to watch something from like a hot minute ago though. Because I know about all this new stuff, brother. I want to watch something from a hot minute ago. Hot minute ago. What's hot? That's hot. What's something that was crazy a while ago? I'm cooking. What's cooking? Ending Logan Paul's, but dude, the freaking that just went hard, brother. Where's the money? Where's the money? Let's see. It's all about Logan Paul. I'm kind of feeling Logan Paul. I just want to watch like YouTubers get sued. Logan Paul. I can't help but be like Logan Paul and be like, you want to click on it, you know? There we go. Let's do this one. Podcast scam. Wait, I take it back. I want to do this one. All right, Joon the King. Absolute goat. Absolutely goated with the sauce. Old. I'm going straight to oldest, dude. I know when it hits. I know what it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Oh my brother, dude, brother. Okay, okay. Sometimes you just have to have like an entirely Onision like day. Dude, let's watch Leafy. Let's do Leafy. This picture of Creepshow art is insane because it's like everybody was using the same photo and then it's like boom, it's like who the F is that? I love that so much. The Virgin. Oh my gosh, Rooster Teeth. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling Rooster Teeth. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. Okay.
Calvin Lee.
Pause.
$4 million.
Pause. Okay, I'm gonna X out Coffeezilla. That was I didn't even pick anything that it recommended me. I'm sorry. I was already planning Creator Clash 3. Seriously? Wait, wait, that was 2 months ago? Wait, no, that was a while ago. I was like, wait, right now? Right here, right now. They put Balls of Fury! I was just thinking about this movie the other day. Because what was I singing? I don't even remember. I was singing one of the songs and I was like, this is lit. I love that. And then he just shoots that guy. I need to... How do I pause it? I gotta pause it. I'm watching this later. Don't even trip. I have to watch this later. This is of utmost importance. This movie goes hard. I'm so glad they recommended me. They know me. I just made this channel and they already know me. Why do they know me? Yay! Why is this happening? Why is this happening to me? To me. Alright, okay. They have like this little live thing on here now, which I feel like they didn't have. Depraved stars. They put Natural. Stop. Okay, I'm not gonna open up Natural Libre. Okay, I watched it too recently. I say too recently. It was probably like years ago, but that's still too recently. Funniest Discord mod? Why do I feel like... Oh, dude. Yeah. There it is. We got our recommended video. Okay, what am I cooking with? On the verge of collapse. Okay, The Right Opinion. Hell yeah. I'm cooking up all this. I haven't watched The Right Opinion in such a long time. Reputation for a sponsor. Who the F is this? I haven't even seen that. I didn't watch the James... I think the last one I watched was the Try Guys. Because that was so emptying. That was so emptying, and everybody was talking. It was such like a weird thing of like why people were talking about it. But yeah, it felt it was kind of emptying. Notch? Did I watch this? I don't even remember. I don't remember. Oh my god, dude, Mini Lad. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna set this up. Why am I pulling up 2-hour videos? Like, I'm gonna watch that. I don't run out of, like, what am I gonna do? What am I doing? I just want to live my life. Well, because the Joon the King, I anticipate I'm gonna be, like, hitting it up. Subscribe. That I'm gonna be, like...
We need to fucking talk.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother, please do not. Please do not. Alright, we're gonna start off with this. With some of these, with The Right Opinion, and I believe, Joon the King. Which videos did I do? With Joon the King and The Right Opinion, I like to do, like, 1.5 speed, 1.25 speed. It really depends on what the vibes of the videos are. You know? I gotta get my information fast and quick, and I gotta get out of there. So, let's do this. Let's do this, and I'll finish eating my, whatever I'm touching right now.
Talk about something, man. You've gone too far.
This video is kind of loud,
too fucking far. It's one thing.
I will say I did check the audio levels. It did seem okay. The videos were kind of quiet, but I like them in kind of that green. I like peeking my mic.
It's one thing to troll me.
I like
it's
to
one
peek
thing
my
to
mic.
make a haha joke, very funny. Oh, we had to share blah blah funny shit. This isn't a game, Marty. You're fucking with people's lives here, you sick fuck.
Some people get the short end of the stick when it comes to genetics, and not all of them deal with it gracefully.
Oh
sure,
my God.
Congenital issues can account for some shortcomings, but how many? When does someone cross the line, and despite their defects, when can they be held accountable for their actions? A case study of this gray area is Ohio's very own Cyrax, often referred to
Evan, Ohio! Ohio!
is the dollar store Chris-chan, or Asmongold's long-lost twin. Over the course of a decade, Cyrax has gone from an aspiring musician to trying to stay out of jail for things like abusing his grandmother and sending some very unfortunate messages to people who definitely shouldn't have received them. So in today's video, I aim to answer the question, who the hell is Cyrax?
I mean, yeah, who the hell is this?
I don't know what that means. All right, go.
I need to dance while he's always getting it.
Like many other lolcows, Cyrax didn't just come about in a vacuum. If anything, he is the closest we've ever come to a purebred lolcow. Born Patrick Smith on September 20th, 1990, Cyrax claims...
I'm way too concerned about lolcows. I don't know why it's so fascinating to me. Because it's more like, I'm shocked that they get to the distance that they're at. I want to be like, what? How did you get this far? It's crazy. Like, how did you get this far? It's just mesmerizing, just the turn some people take. I was joking around on this on my main channel because there were a couple of like days where I had just like the absolute most terrible day, and I was joking like it takes one bad day. It takes one bad day, and I had just like a weird streak of like a series of unfortunate events. I think this was the year of like 2023. Just a series of unfortunate events. It was insane. And I'm like, dude, why am I not a villain? I should have just been a villain. It takes one bad day and it's like one bad month after one bad week after one bad year, one bad days. So I'm like, what?
He was born at just 26 weeks.
I should have been a
weighing
villain.
only
I should have been a
1 pound
lolcow,
and 12
dude.
ounces, with only 1 kidney and 1.5 lungs, and with 1 blind, lazy eye. At least in part, this is because his mother, Connie Lobdell, was herself challenged to some extent. Cyrex's grandmother, Sally, claimed she was fully disabled, although it's unclear what that means, while his father described her as someone with ADHD and another unnamed condition. He specified that it took him 3 years to teach her how to drive a car, which suggests some degree of intellectual limitation. Many speculate he suffers from fetal alcohol syndrome, though due to Connie's potentially impaired condition, there's hardly any way to hold her accountable for that. His father, on the other hand, is a very different story. In 1994, Rupel Mark Smith, the original legal name of Cyrex Sr., was arrested. While accounts on this vary, with Cyrex himself saying his father went to jail the day he was born, the records available put his arrest at when Cyrex would have been 3 or 4 years old. On July 26, a 14-year-old girl was raped by an unknown man who chased her off a bike path for around 50 feet. According to a person who identified as the unnamed victim, he'd already been stalking her prior to the assault, which meant it was premeditated and suggestive that he'd probably done something like this before. She gave a detailed description of her attacker and his blue 10-speed bike to the police, who prepared a composite sketch. When presented with photo lineups, the victim picked Rupel out of both of them. The sketch was then published in the local newspaper and ended up being seen by Rupel himself just 2 days after the attack. Fortunately, the intellectual acumen of the Smith lineage was already being exhibited, as Rupel decided to call the police himself and identify himself as extremely similar to the man depicted, only to say he wasn't responsible and had an alibi. Regardless, this was enough for the person taking his call to report him to their supervisor, leading an officer to be sent.
What? I'm gonna call them and tell them I look like the dude that they're looking for? What?
To where Rupel was residing. Upon arriving at the residence, the blue 10-speed bike was seen, an exact match for the one that was at the crime scene. Once the officer became more accusatory toward Rupel, his responses were incriminating. Apparently, while he didn't outright confess to the assault, he said something tantamount to an admission of kidnapping, dragging the victim across the road against her will. After that, Rupel asked for an attorney, but what he said at that point was enough for an arrest and trial, during which a jury convicted him of kidnapping, sexual assault, and sexual abuse of a minor. He attempted to appeal his convictions, but ultimately failed and had to serve a total of 20 years in prison. This is relevant because it meant that, with Rupel out of the picture due to his arrest, and Connie being unfit to care for a child due to her disability, someone else would have to raise Cyrex. That someone ended up being his grandmother, Sally, who moved Patrick out of Alaska.
Wow. I have food in my mouth. Hold on.
And into her humble home in Akron, Ohio. Oddly enough, Sally had been in a strangely similar situation to that of Rupel's, only
I just wanted to say, this is why I'm in love with Turkey Tom. This is why I love his videos. He just hits it. We're 4 minutes in and it's like, boom, 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 boom. Information. Efficiency. Absolute efficiency. So much information. It's just coming at me. There's no waiting. There's no like, yeah, nah, you know. Like, he's relaying the information so well.
on the receiving end. As we can learn from an article in a local Alaskan newspaper, Rupel's father, and Sally's first husband, is a man named William Bill Smith, born in 1941. According to public records, Sally was born in 1952, and Rupel was born in 1969, meaning she was 17 when she had him, and just 14 when she got married to Bill, who was 25 years old, the exact same age Rupel had been when he committed his crime. What's worse is that Rupel had older siblings. No records on how many are difficult to find. We know that at least one of them was also named Bill, who ended up simultaneously suffering from AIDS and cancer until he passed away in 2015. Just so you know, when I say Cyrex is a purebred lolcow, I mean generations of extremely unfortunate circumstances have coalesced to bring him forth. Via newspaper clippings of one of Sally's brother's obituary, we can determine her maiden name is Arnson, but when she took Cyrex in to raise him, she was married to another man named Gordon Wilkins and took his last name, so she decided to rename Cyrex accordingly, calling him by the name he went on to use for the entirety of his life.
This is Chance Finley Wilkins talking to
Chance.
What you fail to realize, Nick, is that I made you.
From Patrick Smith to Chance Wilkins, from Alaska to Ohio, Cyrex wasn't even 5 and was already undergoing some radical transformations. In his recollection, he had a very rough time at school, with people bullying him and giving him swirlies due to his appearance.
I was supposed to die the day that I was born. And when I was born with 1 kidney and 1.5 lungs. And, you know, growing up through school,
The
you know,
archive? Oh my
I
god.
got bullied way more than most. I got judged, you know, I got beat up every day. I was that kid that was an outcast in high school.
The level people go through to archive locales. Like, I think, okay. It's insane how, like, let's take, like, my YouTube or my whatever I do, for an example, of, like, how much I've skirted under the radar, you know? Like, nothingness, right? Nothingness. But yet the level, like, these people will post just their stuff and it's archived. It's art after everything. Like, all of their accounts will get deleted, and yet it's still, like, people find them. I'm mesmerized. The amount of effort people go through to archive these people's lives. Not just, like, these people posting their lives online and being like, yeah, look at all this stuff and all these embarrassing moments, but the level a collective group of people go through to save the information.
But as we will learn in full detail, Chance isn't an entirely reliable narrator, since contrary to his claims, it seems he did indeed have friends during his school years. In an interview with Elspeth, a friend of Cyrax's from high school, she said,
"We met quite literally in high school. We had a mutual friend in common, and that's how we met."
According to Elspeth, Chance and his group of friends bonded over their interest in dancing, so much so that she herself is a trained ballet dancer. She recalls an instance where they both performed a piece called The Dueling Dancers at the school's talent show, but unfortunately there's no footage of this event. When they weren't in school, they usually met up and hung out at the house with
Unfortunately, like, yeah, like, oh man, they archived all this other stuff, but, like, the dancing, oh, they didn't archive the dancing. Shit, I need to see that.
with their aforementioned friend, Billy Seiler. Billy was a short, legally blind African-American student, and Cyrax described him as a closer friend than the rest of the group. After all, Billy was the one who introduced him to Linkin Park, one of Cyrax's favorite bands. Months before any of his followers investigated Cyrax's story with Billy, Cyrax spontaneously brought it up, saying,
"Unfortunately, when I was 16 to 17 years old, around that time period, I was actually by one of my best friends from high school. Now, at the time, I didn't know that he was gay. I had actually met this kid.
Oh my
his
God.
name was Billy Seiler. We had gone to the same high school together. And me and him grew really, really close. We were super cool with each other."
This is quite a claim to make, especially to bring it up as lightly as Cyrax did. This was enough to arouse suspicion, but as time went on, the situation only worsened. In another retelling, Cyrax mentioned that his family spoke to the school about what Billy supposedly did to him, and the school responded by kicking Cyrax out so it wouldn't happen again.
"They know what Billy did. That's why they removed me from that school, so it didn't happen to me again."
Though this isn't impossible, it sounds unlikely that the victim of such a circumstance would be the one getting kicked out of the school. Worse yet was the fact that Cyrax originally claimed to have been 16 or 17 when this took place, but he only changed high schools after 2009, when he would have been 19, meaning the time frame doesn't really add up. This discrepancy was confirmed by Cyrax himself, who later changed it and said that, while Billy was underage, he himself was not.
Cyrax, how are you not so pissed though at that school? Like, I think it's insane. You should have never been.
What does that mean?
We tried, and that's the thing. That's the thing. We tried to fight it, but due to the fact that he was underage and I was overage.
Oh my God, dude. I don't understand that. That's fucking bullshit.
People became suspicious, and since Cyrax had already given this person's name out,
that's an insane story. How? I can't even believe that. I can't even
decided to look further into it. The information was enough to find Billy's Facebook and contact him, informing him of what Cyrax claimed happened during high school. Once
they found him.
Was established, what Cyrax allegedly did to Billy became a matter of public knowledge.
They found him.
We were up in my room, you know, it was late at night, probably 1 o'clock on a weekday. When it gets hot, you know, guys tend to take off their shirts and everything. I was either on my belly on the floor, or I think I was searching for something, and...
Is this a thing men do? They take off their shirt when they're hot? Is this a thing? Is this a thing that men do? I don't know men who do this. I didn't know men do this. Now I'm scared. I'm very upset. Oh, I am so threatened by that one comment. Yeah, they tend to take out their shit. And I'm like, what? What? As if, like, I've been around men. As if I've been around men. Keep your clothes on.
And the next thing I already know is and at this point, I had never given any type of consent whatsoever.
No.
This all but confirmed in the eyes of many that at the ripe age of either 18 or 19 years old, Cyrax had assaulted a disabled minor. What a great way to start the story. We have little to no information on what else Chance was up to during the 2000s, but we do know what his family was up to. His mother, Connie, remarried in 2002 and was living with a man named Michael. But just a few years later, in 2007, she tragically passed away while using a wood stove that didn't have proper piping, and because of this, it resulted in a house fire. Perhaps adding to the tragedy was the fact that she passed away on Cyrax's 17th birthday. A little over a year later, the house Sally was living in with Chance was broken into, though there's
Oh my god. It's hit after hit, brother. It's hit after hit of so much that happened to this dude. I can't believe it. I can't, on his birthday. Oh my god, no.
There's no way to know if the perpetrator was ever found. In late 2009 to early 2010, Cyrax created his first ever YouTube channel, but it was nothing to write home about besides a few AMVs he made with freeware, and definitely stole from other people's content while doing so. The years of 2010 and 2011 were mostly uneventful, but Cyrax made a few Facebook posts that contributed to the notion that he wasn't as bullied as he said he was, since he had multiple girlfriends during this period. He also shows his funnier side with jokes such as, Santa, ho ho ho, me. Damn, Santa has 3 hoes? What a man whore. One at a time, and they better get paid extra. You so fat and old, nasty. It's only in 2012 that things get intense with Cyrax abusing his grandmother, Sally, in a document retrieved via the Freedom of Information Act, because, yes, his followers are that dedicated. We have information on every time the police have been called in relation to Cyrax's house, and on the 14th of February, a domestic fight was reported by Sally's brother, William Arnson. Chance is described as out of control and fighting with his mom before leaving the house and walking toward the freeway. It appears he attempted to choke or strangle his grandmother, but fortunately, the report cites no injuries and no weapons. To this day, we don't know what exactly this was about or what happened, but we do have this mugshot to make up for it. In 2012, we have the first significant bouts of online activity from Cyrax, who at this time went under the name of DJ Shadowblade, which he misspelled a variety of ways. One of these early manifestations was his war cry.
Okay.
Supposedly, this was him beating Chester Bennington's record of longest scream, though what Chance did here hardly qualifies as a scream, more of, I don't know. Sounds like me when the drive-thru takes longer than 3 minutes. A year later, despite being a whopping 23 years old and still in high school, we have a couple of videos from this time period, wherein he's doing basic parkour moves like handstands and wall jumps. Cyrax claimed he had a GPA that was just a couple of points short of 4.0 and was at the top of his class, but they didn't allow him to graduate because he didn't have a perfect 4.0 GPA and was too ugly to graduate, so he eventually got kicked out of the school altogether. Another claim of
I don't think it works like that. I don't think it works like that. Yeah, you're not the smartest kid in school, but also you're ugly. Leave. You're ugly. That doesn't work like that. It's just, I don't know what's happening. What? How do you go about telling people that that's that I can't form words. You're ugly. Leave. You're ugly and you're never gonna graduate. Oh my, I can't breathe. Why? I can't. Who would do this? Who would do? What happened? What? I want to know what happened so badly because I want to know what was said. I want to know the perspective of, like, how did you get to the point where you were like, yeah, they said I was ugly. I'm in tears. I'm in tears just thinking about it. I'm thinking about how when I was in school, like, if somebody said that to me, I would probably be like, understandable, I'm sorry. I would have to leave the vicinity.
Of his was that in this school, he was also severely bullied to the point where a bunch of students pushed him from a balcony. This, too, appears to be a lie, as explained by his aunt, who gave an interview explaining what had happened.
It was lunchtime, and these kids dared him.
I'm done eating this. I don't want to eat this. It's gonna go into the pile of energy bar.
Okay, hold on. I had a question about this. After certain head injuries,
I want the rest of my strawberries,
though. You have dramatic personality changes at times. Do you feel like after the fucking head injury, like...
What head injury? He didn't hit his head.
He smacked his head off he was like on the second floor when he did the backflip. It was like off the second floor.
What? He didn't hit his head. He
Brother did a backflip.
And broke his arm.
You see, in order to cover up from having taken a dare and stupidly jumping off of a balcony, he made up a fake story about the other kids having pushed him off of it. He went as far as lying to the police and actually accusing the other students of having done it. But when it turned out that he was lying, he was promptly expelled from the school, and his GPA being below 1 probably didn't help. In his later videos, he enjoyed telling this.
Okay. Man's lying. So funny what his lie was.
Story is the source of his inexplicable talent, as if hitting his head on the concrete, which he didn't do since he landed on his side, made him into a musician. As is proven by his very own early uploads, this is a lie since he was already in the music grind, and particularly in the Juggalo scene as early as 2012. One of his earliest uploads still up on the internet has him long-windedly complaining
lying about a whole bunch of stuff.
The community was. This is most likely due to the fact that Cyrax only feigned to be a Juggalo in order to be a part of the community and find friends, but had no idea what being a Juggalo was about, didn't listen to ICP or any artists related to them, and this was eventually proven by Juggalos who decided to quiz him on his ICP knowledge.
Okay,
so
damn.
Just curious, what album what was your first album that you got into the clowns?
Believe it or not, dude, it was probably, I'm trying to think. I want to say either Jekyll Brothers or Riddle Box. I can't remember which one it was that got me in.
So what did the cover look like?
Really, dude? Do you know how many years it's been since I've looked
Dude, if somebody asked me...
Still, it didn't prevent him
If somebody asked me... Okay. I was thinking about this yesterday. I am obsessed with goth emo men. Obviously, I'm obsessed with Tom. But I'm obsessed with, like Toji, this other dude that I saw, a couple people's OCs. And obviously, Gerard, with My Chemical Romance. If somebody asked me what the cover of a My Chemical Romance album looked like, guaranteed I would only the one album, and you know the one with the two people looking like they're kissing. Everything else, like I would know. I have CDs in my room. I have actual CDs. I have My Chemical Romance, All American Rejects. I have Paramore. I have Neon Trees. I could not tell you any other cover of any other album. Maybe, not, like, I can tell you what it looked like. I can't tell you what's even written on the front of the album. Yeah, like...
He was in the family
in his defense, but like,
how dysfunctional do you have to be?
You know, he's just being a liar.
The criteria for a Juggalo. The only community with lower standards than theirs is probably furries. No offense, just saying. While very little has been archived from this era due to how frequently Cyrax deletes everything he has online, only to make a new account with a different name the following day, judging from his very old and empty LinkedIn page, he claims to be a part of a Juggalo record label called Killa Clown Sounds ever since May of 2009. As we can learn from his Facebook, his only prior occupations were abstract artist and painter at C. Wilkins Art, and soldier's son. Given RuPaul's state of affairs, it's clear this is talking about Sally's husband at the time, Gordon Wilkins, who gave Chance his last name. Once again, deferring to his Facebook posts, he claimed to have dropped his first album, Blood on My Hands, in 2010 under the name of Kid Darkness. It looks like his sister was responsible for getting him into contact with the owner of the label, Eric Scrubolo, who signed Cyrax out of pity. A little later on, it seems Chance also did a brief stint as a Christian rock artist, and if this poster is was anything resembling genuine, he performed somewhere. I really wish we had footage of this stuff, but in compensation, we have Cyrax expressing his religious fervor in his very unique fashion. I swear, man, I wish I could give that no-good Satan and his demons a piece of my fist and foot in their mouths and shut them up for good. In a comment he left under this post, he also seems to believe that God killed the devil at some point. I'm not sure if that's in the Bible.
I don't I don't think. Okay. I'm not sure that okay. Brother, if God give the devil, we would not be where we are right now. I mean, come on. Come that on. Come on, dude. Holy fudge. Okay. I finished my breakfast. Kinda. I didn't finish it, okay? I didn't finish it. Whatever. I didn't finish it. Whatever. I didn't finish it. Hold on. I got some Discord stuff. There we go. Yeah, so we're gonna get into our painting now. Also, I did find the fairy lights. Dog, I found the fairy lights for the inside of this. I found the little fairy lights, and I'm excited. I'm excited. Why is it so dark? It's like 4 p.m. It's so dark out here. I gotta turn the light on already. It's daytime, brother. I need like a top. Nah, that's bright enough, brother. That's hella bright enough. But you know what I'm gonna do? Living my life. My cat's really upset that I closed the blinds. Alright, so yeah, I found the fairy lights. And we might do some of the moss today. Who knows? We're just messing around with mushrooms, you know? Just like yesterday. We're just gonna keep on messing around with some mushrooms, yeah.
Bible, or if it's in his headcanon, but for a man as devoted to Cyrax, I won't be the one to cast doubt on his theological knowledge. In another post from this time, he lamented his lack of success in the music industry, saying, "My name is Chance Wilkins, I'm 21 years old, with my mom working 2 days a week waiting tables in a little restaurant, and it's still not being enough to fully get by on bills, and me going through many hardships in life, I decided to do something to help all that. So I decided to get into music, and many people have judged me because I auto-tune my real voice to make it sound better, but I don't care, I still keep going, and I always will. I don't ask for much, I just ask for my dream to come true so I can help my family." Kind of a sweet message, actually. It must have been really stressful to carry his family on his back, since it's during this period that he begins developing his infamous skullet. He was convinced he was going to get paid up to $5 grand and that he'd be in every music magazine, but unfortunately this never happened. Even before people were actively trolling him with fake promises of fame and fortune for his music, Cyrax proves to truly be one of a kind, as he tricks himself into these delusions for no reason without any outside interference. Another of his uploads from 2012 is a video called Inside the Shadows, which has Cyrax giving an unrequested tour of his house to his non-existent audience. It's very aptly named since the lighting is horrid and you can barely make out what he's trying to show you. While the majority of content this early is completely lost and most likely rotting in the cursed confines of Cyrax's hard drive, we do have an archive song he worked on. Given his slurring drawl is nowhere to be heard during the track, and the beat sounds like if you converted a brain hemorrhage into an MP3, we can presume he was the producer. Check it out for yourself.
Party, party,
party, oh, get it! Get it! Get it! Yes, get it!
In August, he claimed he was working on an album with fellow Juggalo rapper Spitfire the Twisted Killer, who doesn't seem to actually exist. In early 2012, it appears he either was or wanted to be involved with a girl named Hannah, as we can see in a post of his where he apologizes to her for some unspecified wrongdoings of his, and performatively says she's the reason he didn't do something drastic the night prior. This appeal wouldn't stick though, and a while later, he not only starts dating, but
these are the fairy lights. And I'm gonna see if I can shove them inside of the thing, and then we just kind of like light them up. I'm not sure if they'll stick to where I want them to stick. It'll probably just look like a jumbled up ball of nothingness inside of the inside of it. I need scissors. I need scissors. I think it's just gonna look like a jumbled up ball. Mans was really getting into that. Top speed. Oh my god, I don't want this on there. That little whatever this is. I don't want that on there. Get that out. Get it out of here.
supposedly gets engaged to a new girl named Heather, who appears to also be very into Juggalo culture and works on music with Cyrax under the name of Shadowcat Hashlet. The names are so fire. In another music-related post, Cyrax posted what he calls lyrics, but given it was decently formatted and didn't have a typo in every other word, it's obviously a ripped poem from a guy called Mark Slaughter, which we know because he forgot to take out the copyright notice at the bottom. It's clear he was very invested in his Juggalo phase, but didn't know exactly how to express it. For example, in one post where he shared a picture of a little girl with progeria, his way of being nice to her was saying he considers her a juggalette. But music wasn't the only artistic venue of Cyrax, as in late 2012, he announced he was working on a manga series called Spectorbs, which was going to release in early to mid 2013, which did not happen. As time progresses, Chance becomes increasingly erratic. Perhaps because he learned the absolute basics of how to make music, it gave him an unrequited ego boost he had no idea how to handle. But early signs of the behavior he eventually became very well known for also started to show. We have this early 2013 clip of him addressing someone who apparently insulted one of his friends.
Talking all this crap and shit. This guy seems
I do have another one of these fairy lights. It really depends on how this one goes, dude.
I'm not hiding behind anything, little man. You want a little man? Look at you. You're nothing but a punk ass baby. Hiding behind his own damn words, just too afraid to stand up to me like a real man.
Anyone with decent online experience knows there's no greater waste of time than engaging in keyboard warriorism, not to mention the fact that people who are belligerent online tend to be trolls that you stand nothing to gain from interacting with. But obviously this is hard to explain to Cyrax. However, where a typical person sees a waste of time, Chance sees an opportunity to act like he's a WWE wrestler whose gimmick is talking like he just came out of a sludge puddle in the middle of a trailer park. From the get-go, it's very clear he gets a kick out of making threats of violence and pretending he can beat up people or kill them. Still, no matter how unlikable he gets, he keeps finding his way into new girlfriends.
Alright, this looks kind of lit.
We finally get to see the face of Heather. Her first appearance is in a video he published on the very first day of 2013, where he announces he's abandoning the Juggalo lifestyle, but emphasizes he's still
I can't get a boyfriend, but some of these lol cows be getting like long-term partners. So, like, you gotta be, you're joking.
If you guys still want to be friends, that's cool.
You're effing with me right now.
You just drop the lifestyle.
Exactly. We didn't drop the family itself. It's the lifestyle itself that we drop.
Chance is very keen on giving himself an air of sophistication and seems to very consciously imitate the kind of statements and manner of speech that actual artists exhibit during interviews, as if mimicking the way they talk is an effective way to become famous himself. Anthropologically speaking, it's fascinating to see a guy act out what is tantamount to a cargo cult of these celebrities he follows in real time. A little while later, Chance publishes another video, this time apologizing for having thrown the dog tags from his record label, Kill a Clown Sounds, into a lake.
When we did the whole thing with the dog tags, it's because we were pissed off. We didn't know what the hell to do. We were only doing like
but like tell me this isn't everything. This is so cute. Oh my god, it came out so nice.
And honestly, we regret it.
All I did was put fairy lights in this thing.
Special attention to the cinematography.
Okay, that's
First off, if you pay close attention, the sad song from the ending of early Naruto episodes is playing in the background to accentuate the emotion of Cyrax's apology. Secondly, he also has Heather ominously hovering around in the background to back him up, probably because he thinks having his girlfriend present makes him look cooler and legitimizes the things he says. He also subtly blames Sally for giving him the idea of throwing the dog tags into the lake, as if he had no choice but to follow her advice. Not only does he neglect to mention why exactly they threw it in the first place, but he claims he's family with Eric and that he's the only reason they made it this far, despite the fact that Cyrax has not made it anywhere, let alone somewhere far from his starting point of literally living in his grandmother's basement. Chance nonchalantly moved on from the situation and resumed his typical posting, with gems such as his live stream wherein he schizophrenically plays the piano and calls it classical composition.
We're gonna see if we can finish off this one today. But before we start it, we're just gonna paint the next layers of this. And hopefully I don't peel the paint off. So I'll be pissed. I'll be freaking pissed. If I peel the effing paint off, I'm gonna be pissed. Alright? I'm gonna.
Position. Mwah. Beautiful. However, much later down the timeline, people decided to look further into Cyrax's departure from Scrubbalo's label, only to discover what he was actually dropped for.
I've known him for close to maybe 10 years. And to be honest with you, in the beginning I felt bad for the guy. And he was trying to be a DJ, and I'm like, okay man, well, I mean, I kind of feel bad for you. If you listen to my songs, you hear me shout out to Blade.
Yeah, he goes by Cyrax now.
Yeah, that was stolen from me. I was gonna release an album called The Cyrax Complex. He used to go by Virus, which was also stolen from me. I don't know, man. He stole like 10 of my songs.
Jesus
Whoa!
Christ. He just
10 songs?
right?
That's not cool,
Besides
dude.
these events, 2013 was a remarkably
It's
vacant
not
year
cool,
for
dude.
Cyrax, especially in regard to his social media activity. His Facebook has just a couple of posts. Apparently, after his departure from Killa Clown Sounds, he was then a member of another music group called Redcon 1. The last honorable mention of 2013 is another police report of a fight which Sally called in, though it took place much later in the year and we have no way of discovering what it was about. In 2014, we have relatively few actual posts on his Facebook, but plenty of changes to his profile and background pictures, with doozies such as this Second Life character, with some kind of lyrics to the side, and what seems to be a superhero character created by chance called Red Phoenix. He also uses one of those free Yu-Gi-Oh card making websites to make cards for a bunch of new metal and emo bands, and while he continued to be associated with Redcon, he now titled himself as an anime illustrator and author for a series called Rinmaru High Clander, which doesn't exist. In one of his few archive posts from this time period, he claims to be an American soldier, which is something he adopted on account of his adoptive father, Gordon, as he was retired from being in the military. In May of that year, he began a new video series called Gamer Madness Monthly, which he never continues. In his first episode, he announces he will be working on a horror game called Possessions that will somehow simultaneously play like Resident Evil, Call of Duty, and Halo. In the same time frame, he posts another video complaining about the zero tolerance laws on fighting. I'm actually not sure what he's talking about here, but the gist of it is he's lecturing the then President Barack Obama on why the law needs to be changed so that people can defend themselves. I think this is a case of Cyrax trying to chime in on a political topic, but misinterpreting what he was trying to talk about. This is very rich, since were it not for the fact that he was so visibly challenged, Sally could have charged him with assault for trying to choke her out a couple of years prior. A few months of silence go by, and finally, we get to hear what Cyrax sounds like when he's rapping. As you can see from the cover, this was a song done in collaboration with an unnamed third party in a group called Underground Assassins. And I'm guessing this other guy is responsible for the new metal screaming that shows up for a few seconds in the middle of the track. What's also noticeable is the creative liberties Cyrax takes, such as saying the gamer word every other line, sometimes more than once in a single line.
Come on.
Cyrax is from the hood, and he does represent. His vocals seem sped up to fit in the track, which is strange because they still aren't anywhere in the vicinity of being on time. And it should also be noted that once again, this is all done over a Linkin Park beat. On the same day the track went up, Cyrax also uploaded the first episode of a new series called Underground Show. And surprising absolutely no one, it's the same as all of his other shows where he just kind of films himself with a handheld camera in a dark basement. Besides showing the art pieces he had made out of what looks like plastic beads, he explains that his intention with this series in particular is to review things from the 90s or even before, from TV shows to video games. A few days later,
it is a
he
lot
dropped the cover
easier to
of the
paint.
Linkin Park song Burn.
I will say it's a lot smoother to paint now that I did the varnish spray paint. Nothing seems to be peeling so far. I am trying to be gentle, nice and gentle, but it is a lot smoother. So we're getting somewhere with this.
Burn it down, except he does grindcore type vocals instead of actually singing it. A Juggalo song was uploaded as well, but the vocals don't sound like Chance and the beat sounds too normal to be one of his, but it is mysteriously pitched up, so maybe that's his contribution to the track. 2015 rolls around, and the first half of the year is pretty much silent on his end, perhaps because in April of that year, Chance got involved in a physical altercation that resulted in him being slammed against a stop sign and allegedly hurting his back so bad he required emergency services to pick him up. It's unknown whether he ended up spending time in a hospital due to his injuries, but getting beat up definitely deflated his ego, as during this period, there are no talks about beating people up coming from Chance. In a Facebook post made months after, he resented the police for not catching and arresting the man who beat him, as well as claiming the incident misaligned his spine and caused him to live in a continuous state of pain, despite the doctors who checked him out saying nothing was broken. By October, he had once again taken up the mantle of professional music producer, selling beats he had made for $1 a pop. Quite the steal. However, probably because none of the beats sold, he became quite upset and considered giving up on music altogether, saying, "I hate to say this, but my work as a music artist is done. I know I'm gonna upset and piss a lot of you off, but the music world is not where I belong anymore. I don't have the talent I used to have, and I'm sorry for those of you who I'm going to upset with this post, but my future lies in doing my artwork. As of this moment, I am done with music for good. Again, I'm truly sorry for those of you I'm going to make mad and upset, but please try to understand my point." His grandmother chimed in to say that the reason he was upset was that he got judged for his music, but a much more likely explanation is that Chance has a very low attention span and doesn't seem capable of committing himself to something over a super long period of time. Proof of this is that he doesn't even commit to giving up, as just a few months later, later, he was publicly considering remaking a previous album of his, which, by the way, doesn't seem like it was ever properly made in the first place. In November, he attempted to play League of Legends, only to discover that going AFK during a match gets you suspended. Fortunately for him, his interest in League of Legends was still not enough to prevent him from somehow getting yet another girlfriend, a girl named May. Now, judging from her Facebook URL, that was
how does this... Okay. I literally have dudes like DMing me and they're like, what's your Snapchat? And they like want nudes and stuff like that, and that's so messed up. And this guy can get multiple girlfriends. How is it that this guy has more riz than I do? So upset. How do I have less riz than this man? What have I done in my life? I've obviously lived my life wrong to have less riz. I have less riz than this dude. This is BS. This is BS, dog. This isn't okay. I'm very upset. This is effed up. I should have more riz.
Probably just an avatar name. Onlookers are continually amazed by the fact that Cyrax is able to pull these girls. And honestly, I don't really know how he does it. I guess he just has riz like that. After all, to acknowledge his home state...
Yup.
Never mind. In November, Sally made 2 calls to the police to report a suspicious black vehicle parked outside their home, but there's no way of knowing what this was about.
Yes,
Meanwhile, Chance is up to his usual shenanigans as a little while later, a tragedy takes place in the city of Akron. A man named Zach Hussein is shot in a pizza parlor, prompting Chance to make a plethora of posts calling the man his brother and good friend, although there's no evidence he even knew this guy. Most likely, Cyrax was trying to ride the coattails of the news, so much so that his way of mourning Mr. Hussein was to start making custom car designs in what looks like Second Life, with the guy's face and name plastered all over them, no less. He went as far as to open a Facebook page called ZNC Customs, with the ZNC standing for Zach and Chance, and it's very likely there was no approval whatsoever for this to be done.
It's starting to look real yummy. It's starting to look real yummy,
2015
dude.
off as the calm before the storm. In January of 2016, he announced the creation of an anime-style punk metal band, and just a day later, he said he would be developing a video game for mobile devices. On the exact same day, he took it back in another post, saying, I have some saddening news. I know many of you were looking forward to me bringing back a few games, but due to the stress level of the programs, I am making them into a manga, which will be released within the next few months. I am deeply and terribly sorry for the upset this may cause for some of you, but I feel as if making them into mangas will be much easier for me to do and less stressful. It's becoming needless to say, but neither the mobile games nor the mangas were ever made. Also on the same day, he puts up a post for the sale of a thumb drive for $50 via PayPal, containing 40 custom art pieces, 10 custom 3D car designs, and 10 unreleased instrumentals of his. And if you want an idea of what these art pieces are, when they aren't stolen from other people, they are the product of presets and automated designs, such as these lovely vases he was showcasing a little while later. Likewise, the instrumentals he makes are all using software that automatically structures a beat. A few days later, he began selling custom anime art for $5. Presumably, when this manic period of hyperproductivity died down, Cyrax settled back into a melancholic, depressive state, as on February 7th, he mourns his absence of a girlfriend. A lolcow classic. Why can't I be happy with a wonderful girl who loves me for me and won't hurt me or use me, then throw me away? All I want is to be happy. Is that too much to ask for? To be happy with a girl who doesn't drink, smoke, or do any drugs, and will stand by my side no matter what? Is that really too much to ask for? The no drinking, no drugs caveat is truly reminiscent of the GOAT, Chris Chan's attraction side, but the comments reveal that Cyrax is indeed a fake cell, as a girl named Michelle Nicole Kingsbury says, you are not single. I'm yours, ain't I? I thought I've been yours since like October. Cyrax thought it wise not to respond to these fake cell allegations, though. Seriously now, it's almost as if he has a child's idea of what having a girlfriend means, and is sufficiently pleased by just calling someone that and being done with it, so much so that he's even forgotten someone had actually agreed to be his girlfriend already. His businessman persona takes the wheel again, this time advertising his pottery pieces with what looks to be poorly rendered 3D Celtic rune patterns. Once again, he didn't sell a single one, and I doubt that he could actually even get one of these vases made if someone was goofy enough to buy one from him. His mania dies down, and after complaining about not making any money with his art, blaming it on companies not giving giving him a chance, he decides to go after the people who are stealing his art and claiming it as their own. Well, this is ironic, considering that he's done this hundreds of times at this point. There's no evidence that anyone's stolen any of Cyrax's original artwork at all. If I were to guess, he saw someone complaining about being stolen from and decided to just do the same thing. Obviously, if this was a real concern about a real piece of artwork, he could just get it copyrighted. If Chris-chan managed to copyright Sonichu, there's no way Cyrax couldn't do the same thing with his art. In April, he opened a new record label called Metal Militia, which hosted his band Blackfire Lighthouse. The only problem is his band was just a screen capture from the Flash game Punk-O-Matic. Didn't stop him from advertising for it using IMVU models though, and unfortunately, we are unable to hear any.
Oh, I'm gonna do this correctly this time, okay? We're coming up with a new base color. I need mostly white. It's mostly white. Then a bit of yellow. That's too much yellow. And then a bit of this. Alright, but it's mostly white. It's mostly white. Alright, we're getting ready to paint the other things. I got my greens out in case I'm feeling kind of green. I got both of the pinks out that I need. Because I was like, oh damn, maybe I should paint the other thing. Because this is just like the white, you know? I need these pinks. I got my setup. That's for the glass. That's for the moss. That's for the... Okay. And I am focusing on doing one of these and one of these with the new pinks as well as the glass. Move that stuff over. Front and center, my mobile game. Should probably put this not front and center.
Lost media. A couple of weeks later, he once again starts talking about making a video game, but it turns out he just learned how to use Mugen, a fighting game template that allows you to easily add playable characters by downloading pre-made files and placing them in a folder in the program's directory. On his Facebook, he showed a computer-generated fight between the protagonist of Fatal Fury, Joe Higashi, and movie star Bruce Lee. Unfortunately,
hopefully this isn't as much paint as I used last time, but it's looking like it's gonna
sharing
be
his
because
negative
I picked it
experience with
again.
relationships. Everyone wonders why people like me have trust issues when in a relationship. It's because when you're hurt, abused, and lied to so much, you don't know what to do, and half the time
There wasn't
you want
enough
to end
white.
it, but don't want to be the bad guy in the end. It's not as simple as most think, especially when you truly love someone and they treat you really bad, yet you still give them everything in the hopes of them changing. Those who have hurt me may be the way I am today in relationships, and that is in no way my fault. And if you have trust issues in a relationship and are getting treated badly, you are in no way at fault, and nor are you alone. A peer of Cyrax has commented, saying, "Same, I have 3 dads." It's unknown if Chance is referring to a specific ex-girlfriend in this post, but as we'll learn later on, if anyone's abusive in his relationships, it's probably him. After getting over this slump, he's back to using online software meant for kids to make what he calls artwork. This time, he generates cards for other artists, but also one for his fans, so that they can get early access to all of his music and art. In May, he claims he lost a friendship with a girl due to the machinations of an online hacker.
But he's getting girls.
Someone who he alleges has been
He's
harassing
getting women
for
though.
years.
Is
In a way,
insane
was
to me.
Cyrax's first troll and first A-log.
I was literally compared to this dude who I allegedly, I don't know. I wasn't looking directly when I was listening to this. Assaulted a disabled child. Or, you know, R-worded a disabled child. Has more riz than me? Has more riz than me? Has more game than I do. I'm a woman. Possible. How is this possible? Has more game to the point where like having publicly like I was your girl.
Later on, it's good to get his introduction out of the way. For those who don't know, an A-log is a troll who is ultimately more ridiculous than the person they're going after. But how can someone be more ridiculous than Cyrax, you may ask? Well, how about a self-proclaimed vampire who says things like this and claims to be a conservative Christian while publicly cross-dressing online?
Alright,
and if that's insufficient, he's also the author of the cult classic Goth Drinking Off While Crying. His relationship with Cyrax began in 2013 when, according to the archivist, they, along with a third friend called Billy Thayer, tried their hand at being a band, but it instantly fell apart, as all of Cyrax's creative endeavors do. We know this not because of Chance's troll following, because at the time he was unknown. It was Chuck's troll following, which preceded Cyrax's by a very long time, that preserved these pieces of info. While they were much smaller in comparison to what Cyrax eventually amassed, they were enough to, through the word of mouth, tell the tale of how Chuck Chuck tried to set Cyrax up with another girl while he was engaged to Heather to try and break them up. When this failed, Chuck sent Heather nude photos of himself to try and seduce her, and when Cyrax found out, they had a falling out, and Chuck continued to harass Cyrax by hacking into his accounts. This retelling, which happens to be the earliest one online, places the breakdown of their friendship at 2013. A later retelling, which Chuck himself corroborates, places it at 2015 and claims that Chuck decided to cut ties with Chance after discovering that he'd been exchanging inappropriate messages with a 16-year-old. The thing is, how could this be possible if Chuck hadn't already been hacking into Cyrax's accounts? Chuck is from Florida, while Cyrax is from Ohio, so there's no chance Chuck was using one of Chance's devices and randomly stumbled on the messages. The most likely story, especially since hindsight is 2020, and we later discover that Chance does indeed have proclivities toward inappropriate interactions, is that discovering Cyrax's messages just gave Chuck pretext for what he was already doing. Before we get back into the main story, it's noteworthy to point out that their aforementioned mutual friend, Billy Thayer, met Chuck in a residential mental health program before they left to live on the streets. Eventually, Chuck managed to pay for a room in a boarding house, which they shared. Upon discovering his existence and immediately noticing he was an odd fellow who bore somewhat of a resemblance to Daniel Larson, the trolls took an interest. At the point this happened, Billy had fallen out with Chuck due to the latter having accused him of possessing CP, so the method of getting Billy to talk was creating a Discord server and pretending to be a secret government agency created with the sole purpose of investigating Chuck Stiegel. This yielded a lot of results, certainly much more than initially expected, the most significant of which are archived in one of the main hubs for Cyrax trolling, Masshole Mafia. It seems that Billy not only believed he was a Crip, a martial artist, and an experienced military man who went on multiple tours in the Middle East in the early 2000s, being decorated with a Purple Heart, among other medals. Though it's unknown if any of Billy's spiel has any truth to it, what is known for a fact is that his social media is full of posts like this one. As the trolls discovered that Chuck's accusations had some weight to them, they decided to catfish Billy, pretending to be a single mom with a 4-year-old daughter. By doing this, they successfully convinced Billy to concede remote access to his accounts, and what was found was shocking. The extent of what I can show from their findings is very limited, but rest assured you're not missing out on anything worth seeing. Let's just say Billy Thayer should move to Florida. The FBI and LAPD were informed of Billy's online dealings, and the trolls had a field day by having Billy do things like dunk his head into a toilet and flush. While he seemed intent on killing Chuck for having exposed him, he eventually defaulted into just trying to get a single mom to move into the boarding house he was living in.
This video is for my little
I mean, that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid, dog.
Just so you know, Daddy loves you.
Eventually, this sting operation culminated in a phone call with Billy
fun.
in which he incriminated himself.
The truth is,
I shouldn't be making fun.
We found you
I shouldn't be
because
making
of your
fun.
association with Chuck. And we checked your Facebook page, and we saw a picture of a woman and a young girl kissing, and you said that it turned you on. And it was a very young girl, Billy, very, very young. So we hypothesized that you were probably a pedophile, which you are, because I posed as a single mother with a 4-year-old daughter that is not real, and you messaged me telling me that you wanted to stay home with this made-up child to molest her all day. So I got your personal information. I called Kissimmee Police. I turned you in, and I'm going to make a video and put it on YouTube exposing you for the 41-year-old creep that you are that wants to fuck 4-year-olds.
I'm not what you think I am. I was testing.
Holy fudge!
You were testing me. You were testing me to see if I'm okay with pedophiles like you or not, because I'm not.
I'm not like that. I was testing.
Oh my god.
Because I even looked into it in the notes.
Oh damn.
Right,
Oh
it
damn.
was actually a 40-year-old woman pretending to be a child to bait you, and you tried to have sex with what you thought was a child. And then, even worse,
oh, disgusting.
you tried
Disgusting.
to have a single mom move down to Florida, buy you a house, because you're unemployable, Billy. You can't hold a job or support yourself.
I'm not employed. I work at SeaWorld.
No, you said that you left SeaWorld, and you're not going to work at SeaWorld for very much longer, because we called them too and let them know that you're a pedophile and you shouldn't be around children because you have fantasies.
Yeah, brother should not work at SeaWorld.
4-year-old girls.
Well, I got news for you. I go in to work tomorrow.
Alright, well, I'm sure your manager is going to have a lot to say to you tomorrow.
The fact Billy was working at SeaWorld is horrifying to say the least.
That's
All
upsetting.
this goes to show what
SeaWorld,
kind of
brother?
company Cyrax was attracting. Honestly, with this in mind, dating juggalettes isn't half bad. Unfortunately, both Chuck and Cyrax were eventually faced with similar accusations with differing degrees of severity, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Back to the man of the hour, Chance Wilkins. He apparently dropped a book called Soul Census, but unfortunately we don't have access to its
too much
contents.
going on.
After designing a few more cars,
I got
Cyrax
too much
decided to
white.
move on to bigger and better,
It's
high-powered
overgoing
war
it.
mechs. It's interesting how he goes into detail about the kind of weapons and defense mechanisms it has, as if it were
just
or
gonna
possibly
bring
could
the
be
white
real,
over
much
to
like
the
a
other
kid would.
circles,
He then
'cause I got
designs
too
some
much
of the
white
most
going on in the
revolutionary
other
looking
ones.
footwear of all time. That being said,
Like over
critics found
here,
his
it's just
revolutionary
kind of
design
fooling.
somewhat controversial, to which he said, "To all my haters, sticks and stones could never shake my tone, so I'm thinking your words haven't got a hope." Based. He announces his new music project,
Whoa.
Urban Warfare, but quickly devolves back
Killed
into his
it,
lonely
brother. You
persona
killed
as he
it.
makes a post featuring an image of Rurouni Kenshin hugging his girl with the caption, "This is what I want, a beautiful girl who treats me right and won't
I lost
abuse
it
or
when I
hurt
was
me.
working
Is
on
that too much to ask
fudge.
for? Is it too much for me to ask to be happy for once in my life? So what if I don't look the best? That shouldn't matter.
Dude,
what should
you-
matter is how the
oh.
other one is treated." He then specifies 25
Dude, I'm literally
CD
single,
pre-orders
sad, and
will
alone,
constitute
and this man
Urban
is like,
Warfare's
"Is it too much
rollout."
for
And
me
I'm
to
not
get
sure
a
why that's the
get
number
get a
he picks,
baddie?
but
Like, what
that
the
is it.
f?
After showing his brand spanking new IMDU
Yes,
avatar
that's
for
too
Shadow
much.
Blade, he drops a rant on how the music industry and record labels are exploitative and unfair, despite never having actually been signed to a record label. He then reposted said rant 3 times, I guess because he was unhappy with the little traction the first post got. Overall, 2016 was a positive year for Cyrax, perhaps the last one of them. Apparently, not only did he once again enter a relationship, he started a job at a new place called Miracle
joking.
Riders, though this might be just yet another iteration of his fake Second Life car business. Most importantly,
That's-
2016 was a year
How?
with no
How
police
can you do
reports from the
this?
Cyrax household. The same cannot be said for 2017. January is kicked off with a plethora of new live stream VODs going up on his Facebook account,
Oh,
most
damn.
of which contain the usual we've come to expect from Cyrax. At this point, he's also convinced himself he knows how to play the guitar.
All right. Okay. I mean, these are coming in pretty
And his
opaque.
superb production
Pretty
skills
opaque.
also
I
make
think
a
we're
reappearance.
nailing this.
Oh, yo, let me make sure I can add people to this.
Coming in pretty opaque, brother. I think
After
we're
thinking
nailing
about
this.
life, Chance begins to work on a music documentary and enters another relationship, while his live streams are forced to go on a
I'm
brief
gonna
hiatus
freak
due to
out.
someone
I'm
reporting
gonna
him.
freak out. Another relationship. Another relationship. You can't be serious. Another freaking relationship, brother. Brother, how, dude? Reminds me when I was back in freaking high school. Scaring everybody. Scaring everybody. I was never even asked out. I've never been asked out before. I've never, and not even like, okay, yeah, like I've been asked out before online, but not even like the whole, you know, like I've never been asked out in person. Like, hey, you want to go out on a date? It's more like, you want to fuck? And I'm like, oh. Don't be gross.
His banning and subsequent return are the primers that kick off what his trolls
Okay,
have
this
come
is
to call
coming out
the living
pretty
room
mint,
saga,
dude.
where he was
This
frequently
is coming out
recording
pretty
himself
mint.
doing his routine, not in his bedroom,
I might
but
stop
in the
for
middle
a
of Sally's
second.
living room. On the first day of February,
After I
he
do
released a
one
new
more.
dubstep track.
And then we'll stop, and then I'll paint something. That way these can dry for a little bit before I mess around with the other circles.
That's why I said throw your shades on there. This is fucking fire, dude.
Yeah.
It's really a
Fire.
testament to his intellect and awareness that he's dropping dubstep tracks in 2017. Or maybe he's just got swag. For some unexplainable reason, in a lot of these live streams, he wears these motorcycle glasses on his head. I guess because he thinks it's cool and cybergoth. Which, make no mistake, it is. He then made a new band with his friend called Hallow
my
Injection, with some
God.
wonderful cover art to go with it. He drops another song, this one with a feature from a friend of his, though it appears he misplaced his friend's verse on the beat, then moves on to working on his
Oh,
new
no.
EP called Nut House. Since his music
Nut
endeavors weren't
House.
working out, he offered his services as a dog sitter or babysitter before going back to selling beats, this time for 50
There we
cents
go.
each. He also started a radio show and
Oh,
even
that was
hosted a
nice.
concert to fight racism, all while working on a video game style movie and his first ever all rap album. Unlike many of his other albums and songs,
That
this
looks
album
nice.
is
Yeah,
still
we're gonna
up
set
and
that
very
over there.
accessible. This is the cover
We're
for
gonna
it,
let it dry
and
for a
this
little
is how
bit
it sounds.
while we faff around with these two for now.
Best friend start and pretend just to protect my life, yeah, you.
But Cyrax's disappointments with the music industry resurfaced. First, he alleged that someone stole a car design from him and submitted it to the Power Rangers film from
Okay, I'm
2017.
gonna
It got
need
accepted,
both of these
and they took
pinks.
credit for it. It doesn't seem like he ever
Also,
names
this
the
pink,
person who
actually.
supposedly did this, so we can probably chalk it up as just another instance of Chance completely hallucinating life events that didn't happen. Next, he claimed a record label wouldn't sign him because he was too ugly and pretended
Okay.
to be crying for
You're
hours
not
about
beating
it
the
before
ugly
dropping a song
allegations.
called F the Industry, targeted at said record label, which he does not name at any point in time. There's also in February that he drops possibly one of the best pieces of avant-garde comedy ever witnessed by
Oh,
man.
here we go.
Oh.
good, brother?
Hey, what the hell?
Okay.
Wait, what? Dude, who are you?
Who are you?
Who am I? Who are you? I asked you first. Oh, let's fight. Come on.
In March, he
Let's
comes up on
fight!
releasing one of his albums because doing so officially would cost $20.
I remember those are really funny. I like when people start freaking out. That's the best one. So when people start screaming because it that's where people are freaking out, screaming, just absolutely bugging about what's happening. Those are definitely the best to me. I live for those. I love those so much, dude. So much.
He then opens a store for Shadowblade merch and fakes a newsletter from the mobile game Vainglory, where he's described as one of the top 2 players in North America. In a video posted to his Facebook, he claims he made it and announces he'll be doing a concert in Chicago, and then 2 days later he goes on a hiatus. It seems he joined another label in the meantime, Outcast Records, to release his long-awaited return to the rap game, Rebirth, after a couple of weeks or so of not posting any tracks and just busying himself with online drifting games. Oh, and he got another girlfriend named Tiny, who is obviously a catfish. Eventually, he did do a concert, if we can call it that, which consisted of him performing his songs in his usual living room setting. His next creative pivot is to make a series for YouTube about zombies called Dead Adventures, and after many instances of Chance comparing his relationship with Miss Tiny to Naruto and Hinata, they break up, supposedly because of Tiffany, which is Tiny's real name, saying something to her special needs aunt that Cyrax wasn't okay with.
But what she said to her aunt is beyond fucked up. She told her aunt to shut the fuck up, stop asking questions, and to quit playing with the curtains before she smacks the living shit out of her.
Due to his history of twisting the truth to make himself look better, there's no telling if there's any truth to the statement here. It didn't seem like the breakup shook him too badly, considering just a while later,
something
he was
I've in my
dropping more
mobile
banger
game is
Facebook
very
posts
important.
such as, "My team knows about this. When you're a boss,
It's
and grab that
insane.
last can of NOS that the store has in stock." Soon after, he got together with yet another girl, who according to Cyrax
You're
was
gonna-
his high school sweetheart. Moving in
No. Another girl. How? How does this man have more riz than me? How does he have more game than me? I've never in my freaking life. I've never in my life, dude. Never. I was once trying to riz up this dude online, and he seemed interested right up until I told him what my height was, and he was like, "You're too tall for me." And he disappeared. I was like, okay. But yet this man, it was my height. It was only my height. Knew my appearance. And then when I said what my height was, immediately that was the deal breaker. But yet this guy, with everything that he has going on, has obtained multiple partners. Wow, what? I'm coping. I'm seething. I'm absolutely seething. I'm never gonna recover from this knowledge,
he returned
brother.
to his knack for game programming, apparently to make a
This is
game
fricked
called
up.
Fantasia Order of the Moon, and I can only assume he's going to use RPG Maker to do so. Later on, he
Fricked
announces
up.
he'll be taking a voice acting role in a game, as opposed to taking on the role of the programmer, but neither of these things ever materialize. He returns to music instead to tease his new album, OCR Princess Farewell Tink Tank, which is probably the most deranged title
That's what
so
I thought
far.
about in
At
my
some
head,
point,
dude.
he either broke up with his high school sweetheart, or she has more than one name, as on June 6th, he claims that unnamed people are trying to break him up with his girlfriend, Betty. He seems to become increasingly upset and frustrated in general, which leads to his efforts towards music noticeably decreasing. After re-releasing his old album, Darkness to Light, he considers quitting music altogether, saying, "To be honest, these last
just
couple
need
of
to
days,
stop,
I've been
brother.
contemplating
Brother,
quitting
stop,
music
please.
because record labels don't know how to shut their
Brother.
mouths about me, and
Brother,
refuse to stop
please
bashing on me
stop.
all because of my physical appearances.
Better
Do I want to
run
quit?
away.
No, but how can I make a living if they won't
Brother,
stop bashing on
stop.
me and give me a fair chance to show them what I can do?" Many others believe I should be signed, but it's hard to get signed when record labels constantly tear you down and bash on you. He makes yet another live stream
Brother,
complaining about how
stop.
the only reason he doesn't get signed and make it in the music industry is because of his looks, and follows it up by retiring the name Shadowblade so that he
Why
can
not
start
just
anew.
like
Right
pull
around this
a
time,
who is it,
Linkin Park
Marshmallow?
vocalist Chester Bennington
Pull a Daft
tragically
Punk,
passes
just
away, and
cover
despite knowing
it
very
up.
little about what actually
Just
happened,
cover
he
it
didn't
up,
hesitate
start
to chime
over.
in and act
Cover
as
it,
if his death
start
had
over.
something to do with bullying. His way of paying tribute to Chester was to release a Linkin Park mashup dubstep album. It doesn't seem like this project ever came to fruition, and his frustration
Cover it
and
up,
rage
start
kept
on
building
over,
up
girl.
until it hit a fever pitch. On the 24th of July, he made another rant on
cover
labels,
that-
and an
cover
ego-driven
that up.
psychosis
It's
was
just start
replacing the usual
over.
self-victimizing tone in his rants. It read, "To every label out there talking shit, I want you to know, yes, I may lose these battles, but in the end, this war I will win, and I won't stop or back down. You guys think you can touch me? Well, guess what? You were wrong. There's a reason they call me demigod. I can't be touched by your negativity or your bullshit. So just know this, in the end, I will win this war and make it in the music industry and shut you all up for good." What's shocking is that this was actually prior to him being discovered by trolls whatsoever. Even without any opposition, Cyrax was deadlocked in a war with no one but himself, and it somehow looked like he was losing. A day later, he publicly pondered retiring from music altogether, but he proceeded to
Is he
delve
gonna
into his
though?
lonely
Is he gonna
state
finally
after breaking
retire?
up once again.
Please.
In his post about it, he complains that no girl is cool with him living in his mom's house to take care of her. After disappointment, after
Okay. Alright. Okay. No girl is cool with me living with my mom. I can't even emphasize the amount of men that I've spoken to that live with their parents. And I'm like, that's fine. You know? Like, I live with my parents. It's like, dude, to be like, that's an excuse. Brother, go get a job. If that's a problem, just go get a job, dude. I've never been bothered by people living with their mom. Like, I don't know, you're living your life. You know, you do you. You broke, bitch? I mean, I'm broke too. Like, what am I? I'm gonna dog on you? I live with my parents. Like, what? I'm not gonna, like, shit on somebody for that. But that's insane to be like, no girl. That's a freaking lie. That's such a lie. I've seen so many women settle for so little. For so much. But it's insane how so many women have settled for this man. I'm never gonna recover from this. How? How do you get multiple women and then be like, no women lose? Dude, you got more game than some men. Mans has more game than me, but like, it's insane how much game he has more than other men. This dude has no clue how much riz that he actually has compared to men who have jobs, who have a car, who have their own place, and yet they can't like get anybody. Yet they can't get anybody, but this dude has had multiple people. F off. F right off.
After disappointment in his music career,
F off.
his new dream is to be a professional drift racer, and the only thing stopping him from doing so is his lack of a driver's license. You see, this is how life kept things fair. Chris Chan couldn't get a girlfriend, but had a driver's license, while Cyrax was the exact opposite. The reason he gave for losing his passion for making music was Chester's passing, and his new interests were making art books and calendars. August starts out in an interesting way, with Cyrax telling a story about how his good friend Jason David Frank, the Green Power Ranger, was almost killed by someone who went to Comic-Con with 4 pistols intending to assassinate him. There are many far-fetched stories in Cyrax's history, but this one is possibly the most difficult to understand. There's no telling if he ever met Jason David Frank in his life, nor is there an apparent reason for him to lie about this. Of all the people to claim you're friends with, why the Green Power Ranger? While the story about the guy with 4 guns at Comic-Con is verifiably true, since many third parties have reported it, I can't make out why Cyrax is particularly interested. Chance's behavior patterns were becoming increasingly explicit with every mood swing and episode. He repeatedly told his life story to make people feel sorry for him, while cyclically announcing new albums and new retirements to try and get people to ask him not to retire. Another recurring theme is him accusing people of hacking him whenever he was caught doing something unseemly. For example, on August 16th, he accuses Tiffany of hacking him and making it look like he was cheating on his then girlfriend, Abby, even making a video to bring the point home. All of this while starting livestream after livestream, wherein he rubbed his head and picked things off of his lips. On the 20th of August, a strange police report is made when one of Chance's neighbors decides to call for a welfare check after Chance's ex-boyfriend apparently threatened Sally over the phone. I'm not sure what to make of this or what it's supposed to mean, but it sure looks like what I said. Besides his extensive use of what appears to be a rap battle app, which he claims is where he now releases his songs through, not much happens during the following period. Besides complaining about the lookism of record labels, he now lumps in promoters as being to blame for his lack of success. While not mentioning having broken up with Abby, he starts posting things as if he was now single and looking for someone. What might have been happening is that on Facebook, there's this feature that allows you to select people whom you don't want seeing your posts, and Chance was using this as a way to cheat in plain sight, I guess. He then holds a meet and greet in Akron for his fan base to congregate and meet up with him so he can give them autographs. Funnily enough, it looks like he didn't show up for his own event. After looking for metal bands in Akron to be the vocalist of and failing, he tries his hand at selling digitally traced and filtered stock images as if they were original artwork. More and more, I'm thinking that his incessant complaints about people stealing his art are as a result of people pointing out that his art is identical to all of these already existing stock images. So he resorts to claiming they're the ones copying his stuff. He grew increasingly shameless about what kind of art he claimed was his own. For example, this one.
The lengths he's willing to go to.
Fan art. Meanwhile, this is just a famous picture of Audrey Hepburn he was convinced he could pawn off for $40. He even made up some lore to go with his lies, talking about how rich brats were removing his watermarks in Photoshop and making money off of it. Not even once does he actually even name anyone that's supposedly doing this. On September 12th, he decided to hold a memorial for not 9/11, but 9/11, which I guess is September 1st, 2001. Never forget. The Facebook post he made about it.
How, brother? Brother, how? How do you get to this point? Never forget. He couldn't help himself but say it. He couldn't help himself but say it. I'm never gonna get over the women thing. And the ex-boyfriend. I'm not. Oh. I don't get how this happens. I don't get how this happens. And yet, how do you not know about this? How do you not know about, like, his online behavior? Like, do they find out? And then it's like, what? Have you been stealing art online? And it's like, yeah. Like, how do you find out about this? And how do you not know? Facebook hiding other people's it's insane. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, that happened to me. I'm so embarrassed to say that happened to me. That I was conversing with this dude only through one platform. And then when we started conversing on Facebook Messenger, it wasn't like a thing. Like, I wasn't like, it was more like this, like, oh, you don't have to check my profile. I never post anything, right? Come to find out that he did post stuff and that his girlfriend at the time was commenting on those posts while he was in the DMs with me. And I'm like, hey, what's going on here? In my DMs, while somebody else, and yet some people were confirming this. So I was like, I messaged one of his friends and I was like, what's going on? He's like, he keeps fucking doing this bullshit. And I'm like, oh, seems so pissed about it. Like, what? And I'm like, what do you mean? This is a running thing. And dude, what's wrong with me?
It had attached to it images of the car he designed in his drifting game and
Where am I?
with an American flag
Where am I
and
in life?
911 on the
I'm
hood.
gonna be honest.
I'm pretty
I don't
sure
know
the
what I'm doing in
911
life.
logo in-game is supposed to designate a police car, but what matters is the intent. A day later, he drops a heavier cover of Evanescence's song Going Under. From the middle to the end of the month, he begins to tease potentially retiring again due to his computer being broken, rendering him unable to produce any artwork. As October starts, we can assume he's been kicked off one of the hundreds of bands he's joined, despite having no discernible skills as a music artist, because he makes a post complaining about people not being serious about their music and wanting to be like other bands instead of being original. I personally take this to mean that his offbeat Benadryl flows weren't his bandmate's cup of tea. In order to give himself an air of importance, he follows it up with another post blatantly lying. Sitting here in tears, and I'm on the verge of quitting music for good because I just got told in an email by the head A&R for Warner Brothers Records that if I were a pro in music, no one would want to remember me or my music because I don't look like all the others who are successful.
Then cover your face!
Because I don't follow trends or anything like the huge successful ones do. This is what I face
Cover
every
your face,
day
then.
of my life is like this. A day
Cover
later,
your
in
face,
order to get some
brother.
engagement his way, he dedicates another car design to the LGBTQ community in the wake of then President Trump's ban on transgenders being in the military. For some odd reason, Cyrax thought that a Roman Empire-looking flag on the hood matched the rainbow flag design that it had on its side. In a stunning turn of events, he found himself a new girlfriend, Maria, before he even broke up with Abby, which seems to have taken place 2 days later. In his post about the breakup, he mentioned
I just need a moment of silence. Oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I need a moment of silence. I need a moment of whisper time, please. I need a moment of whisper time, please. There are so many people in Tom's live stream chat that talk about like how they like don't have any riz and stuff. Like there was a period of time where Tom was like, y'all should be hitting the gym, y'all should be exercising. And they were like, and yet this dude got another girlfriend. Another one. And that is so astonishing to me. How do you get another one? How do you get another girlfriend? I have spoken to dudes who literally outed this, and they're like, you're the first woman I've spoken to for this long. I'm like, are you serious? Are you serious? And yet this guy, somehow he's like, I didn't have any friends, or I didn't have any this, or they think I'm too ugly. But yet you can get a girlfriend. You can get a girlfriend. The lies do not add up. They don't add up. The lies. They don't effing add up. I'm pissed off. This is such an emptying feeling. I feel for men. Like, yeah, I'm upset about me, but now I'm like, I just feel for men in general who are like, yeah, I found out that like girls, I was watching Smosh Reddit, and they were talking about how this dude lied about being a doctor, right? And he was like, no girl wanted to like meet up with me because I worked at freaking Taco Bell. This dude, as far as I know, at this point in time, doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a job. She doesn't have a job. And yet there are women who are like, him. How? And the thing is, like, when you see lolcows and you find out that like they've never been with a girl, and you get kind of, it's like that sad feeling of like, man, like maybe that would have changed the course of what they did in life if they just had somebody like there, a shoulder to cry on. And this dude is hiding partner from other people, multiple people, hiding them from his Facebook. And it's not changing anything. It's not changing anything. Like, his fate was sealed from the very beginning. Like, you could go back and think maybe if this person had gotten a girlfriend. Like, sometimes I think about that about Christian. Especially with that freaking mall video. Before we knew what happened, okay? The mall video is really upsetting because it's like, damn, that like changed the course of this person's life. Sometimes I think about these lolcows of like, maybe if they had like a partner who was there for them, like who's actually keeping them on point, not somebody who's like fueling the fire of whatever they're doing with their lives and just freaking everything up. Oh my god. Oh no. See the drip? Oh frick. The drip though? Oh no. Oh no, the drip. Oh frick, that drip. That drip goes down kind of far. Okay, I knew I did too much, dude. I knew I did too much. Can I wipe it? Okay. A little bit of spit, maybe. Just a little bit of spit, dude. Holy fudge, that drip. Fricked me up. Okay, we got the bottom. We can recover that, but this middle part. Oh yeah, she's freaking dry. She's dry. Ugh. She's dry as a motherfucker. Come on, girl. Oh yeah, hold up. I got her. I got her. If I can just get you to kind of exit the universe that I've created. Oh, the drip. Damn. Damn, that drip. I'm putting the tissue into my paint water right now. Paint water's warm. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm just gonna grab you. You're fine. You're fine. If I can just get the line. The line. That line right there. If I can just get that one. I can't get rid of the line, dog. Damn. I've lost everything I've ever loved in life. This is coming out really yellow. And I'm kind of disappointed how yellow this is coming out. Coming out just a little bit too yellow for my taste. Okay. Let's do a little bit of a cleanup. Damn, was this the side I wanted to look at? I wanted to look at... It was a nice side too. I fricked up the whole side of it. Okay. Alright, she's still drying. Hold on. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's just a little bit smudged. If I can just take my nail. Can I chip it off with my fingernail? I cannot chip it off with my fingernail. Okay. Yep. Absolutely fricked. All right.
That he has no idea why her parents disapproved of him as a boyfriend for her daughter, though I think it may have been him publicly posting about his relationship with other girls, assuming this girl is even real to begin with. In a post in which he asked for help related to Social Security, it's revealed in the comments that a female acquaintance of his, potentially Abby, since we know her to be disabled to some extent, is under threat of having her supplemental security income taken away, and is a possibility that she might get kicked out of her home and have all of her contact with the outside world cut off. Because of his experience with Abby, Chance grew more comfortable with the concept of being special needs himself. As we can see, near the end of October, he started to call himself a special needs artist and was considering making a YouTube docuseries about what it's like. Ultimately, this didn't pan out, and he gave up on music to pursue a career as a digital artist and painter. A little while after, on Halloween, he posts a poem about PTSD, which seems to be written by him since there's a lot of odd syntax going on, and the rhymes are something straight out of Dr. Seuss. But it seems this time, Chance made the effort of putting the thing through a basic grammar check. Somehow, after retiring from music to pursue a career as a visual artist, he became successful as an author, as a post of his laments the lack of someone to celebrate his success with. Despite no longer being a musician, he dedicates a song of his to the military.
You guys have my full respect, not only as an army brat,
He then publishes more poems about samurais and other things
Just
that
retire
look a lot like
forever.
what is, and proceeds to become a professional photographer. As he grows stir-crazy and mad from not having a computer to play around on all day, quietly returns to making pottery, though I should specify that it is micro-pottery. That's right, vases that are just 5 to 10 centimeters tall. I don't really know what led to this development, but I think he must have found some vase designing app on his phone that allowed him to simulate how much it would cost to make them. He claims to have sculpted and painted them by hand when they are visibly in a 3D program. He then makes a post complaining about how other people have it easy and he doesn't, despite being unemployed and living for free, making 216.mp3 tier music all day. Poetically, his next post is about how good he is at playing GameCube.
Too hard.
Finally,
it's hard
his
out there
fury
for us,
scabs
you know?
over, and he decides to quit his artistic aspirations to become an assassin. One man by the name of Hunter makes the terrible mistake of commenting under Cyrex's post, saying this: "I don't mean to be the asshole here in this situation, but your whole argument could be used against you. Besides that, I could be a bigger asshole and say you're bitching about others bitching. My point here is listen to yourself and people you care about and block out the annoyances, otherwise they'll drag you down and make you one of them." Little did Hunter know, Chance was not the one to take constructive criticism lying down, and his immediate response was to express himself via his music.
I seen your little comment, dude. And you know what? I got something for your ass. Yo. I see you looking like a little mother.
Eventually, he came around to
Yeah,
address what
you
Hunter,
tell him.
along with many
You
other
tell
people,
him,
told him,
bruh.
which was that he should just let
You
go
get
of being
him.
mad and move on. This was Cyrex's brilliant response.
See,
Jesus.
I get what you're saying, that I don't need to listen to people. And I'll admit, you're right about that to a certain extent. But what you fail to realize is what I deal with every day. You see, I'm not like, I can't just up and walk away from it all whenever the I feel like. I can't do that.
Why-
It's not that I don't
why
want
can't you
to,
do
it's
that?
I can't. Because unlike you, I'll go through a lot more than you could ever imagine, boy. Unlike you, I was born with one kidney, 1.5 functioning lungs. I was born 1 pound 12 ounces and was not supposed to live. Every fucking day I face death in the face and say, you.
Initially, you could almost feel sorry for a guy being this screwed up from the get-go, but seeing how much he uses this for an excuse for his poor behavior and to self-aggrandize, the pity wears off pretty quickly. If that minute or so was enough to be slightly annoying, let me tell you that the original live stream that clip came from is 40 minutes long, and Cyrax just repeats himself for the entirety of it. To make things worse, he releases multiple nearly hour-long streams
I painted
right after
another
about
cat
the same
hair.
guy. This just shows how easily trollable Chance
Painted
was.
another cat
All it
hair
took
in
was
my
a few
thing.
meager comments and he was bent out of shape and responding for days on end. After finally getting over Hunter, he goes back to blatantly lying for no reason. I am officially pissed at myself. I was playing World Series Poker Tournament on my Kindle for real cash, and I fucked up on the last round on my last move and lost a shot at the prize of $125 million. I'd be officially pissed at myself too. Nearing the end of November, he finally gets a new computer to do his streams on and changes his name to Virus. Very cool. His comeback to making music included becoming the co-founder of a record label called Bloodshot Records, of which he was one of the main artists. Years after it happened, he revisits the old drama regarding Eric Scrubolo and Kill a Clown Sounds, only to claim that people were stealing from him and that Scrubolo was underpaying him and mismanaging all of his artists. According to Cyrax, Eric was stuck in the past, unlike himself, who was always ahead of the curve. He also says that he thinks he's owed money due to the Kill a Clown Sounds Facebook page having 1,000 fans, all the while conveniently glossing over the fact that he was kicked out of the label from stealing from Eric. But failing to understand how business works is not a talent that Cyrax reserves for the music industry. He also raves at book publishing companies for asking $1,000 from him to publish this garbage, as if publishers should promote his work for free. The man of the hour closes the year off with a picture of him next to a gigantic Reese's cup. Very tasteful. While he spent the beginning of the next year trying to grow his label and add as many artists to it as possible, because he thought that's what it meant to run a label, he apparently was reacquainted with a man named Tanner, who'd approached him 2 years prior, claiming he worked for Tech Nine's label Strange Music, and offered him a $1.1 million contract for his beats. After warning everyone not to fall for his tricks, he made this endearing post. When you're awake at 4 a.m. and can't sleep, so you hop onto Adventure Quest 3D with your best friends, who you've known since 08, shit gets real. Awkward and funny in seconds. Lol. As much as he does extremely unlikable things, I'm almost beginning to empathize with him in the same way one would empathize with a screwed up rescue dog. Except this rescue dog is like kind of a heinous, horrible human being. Not satisfied with every
Hello? Was that in the video? Or was that in the world? I just heard a noise. I feel like it was in the world. In the world that I'm in. Hello? That freaked me out. I feel like that was in the real...
scale he's already mastered. Cyrax
Is this
enters
the
the
real
website
world?
game and claims he's now working on a social network like Facebook and MySpace combined. It's inspiring to me how courageous he is for posting this on Mark Zuckerberg's platform with no fear of having his cutting-edge code stolen from him, especially given Mark's track record. He quickly grows tired of the web dev hustle and gets into professional gaming, saying he should be getting paid for being as good as he is on Call of Duty Black Ops. Almost as if divine punishment for his misdeeds, Cyrax goes to the doctor and discovers he has shrunken an inch from 5'3" to 5'2". Soon after, a similar situation to that of Hunter happens, with someone making the following criticism of Cyrax's music in a comment section. People are going nuts for no explainable reason. I'm afraid it's just not decent. The rhythm of the lyrics is dreadful. The auto-tune actually hurts to hear, and the vocal mixing is terrible. Can barely hear you. And there's been no decent mixing done on the vocals at all. It's flat and dry other than the auto-tune, which, as I said, is terrible. Too many people lie to you to make you feel good. I refuse to do so. Upset that someone was honest with him as opposed to just complimenting his stuff, Cyrax decided to make a live stream responding,
we
but
should
not
do the
before he
glass
wiped
one.
his dirty teeth with his tank top
that is
right at the
not
beginning of it.
pause.
For
I'm
one,
on
it seems
Discord.
Cyrax is actually
That's
upset.
not pause. Not pause. I need to go back to the glass one. I just realized it's been a hot minute since I went to the glass one because I fricked up the other one. I fricked it up and now I need to fix it. I need to adjust it, but I do gotta mix up another look at that beautiful line. That's a beautiful line. But I do gotta mix up these two so I can start doing this part of that. And then we can eventually start doing the blue, which is gonna take so many layers. But I would love to use that white Sharpie marker. because that would look pretty sick. Ooh, I should do, no, light on the bottom, dark on the top. If it'll come out. There we go. Why? There we go. All right, mix those two together, and we got our color. I can't believe I'm still playing my mobile game. I thought I would have been done by now. Okay, I can put those back in to the thing. All right, you know. All right, let's mix these two colors. And then we got our glass.
Instead of miming what he thinks a rapper or WWE wrestler would say when challenged. Once he begins his routine of belittling those who
doubt
criticize
it'll be
him
the same
by saying
color,
he's
though.
gone through more, his critic says that he works full-time to support a family, and on top of that, as part of a metal band that has more fans than Cyrax, which he visibly struggles to respond to meaningfully. For once, our champion is shaken, taken aback by the words of his naysayers. But like all things, Cyrax forgot about it soon after.
Like that's I feel like that's darker than what I had before. Where's the lighter one? Ooh, I know you see me standing here. Is this the lighter one? Called linen. Dude, this paint is like really thick. I thought it would be better. Premium acrylic, like it's supposed to be for everything. Like this was like, yeah, for even like pottery. What was it called? Ceramic. I can't believe it was peeling yesterday. It hasn't been peeling now, so that's really nice. I think maybe my spray paint expired because everything felt kind of sticky afterwards, so I might have to look. Does spray paint expire? I feel like it shouldn't, right? It's in the can. It does. It shouldn't expire, right? It's spray paint. Come on, this shouldn't expire, right? Right? Yeah.
Due to his goldfish-like attention span and returned to playing his racing game while
things of
pretending on
rags.
Facebook that he was an actual racer in real life. Once again, trying his hand at selling the custom cars he made in-game, he tried contacting an actual art publishing company over email and got immediately dismissed for how ridiculous and worthless his customs were. While there was never and continues to be no chance for Chance to become famous for his music, his incessant Facebook posting, along with his responses to anyone who dared to criticize him, were seeing an increase in engagement. His fame as a lol cow was taking his baby steps. He proceeded to join DeviantArt to sell his art pieces for $1 each and posted these nice images to showcase his ability to use photo filters. On the 23rd, he dropped another album called Blackout with a hue-shifted picture of Master Chief from Halo as the cover. Eventually, his ability to stream on Facebook was taken away.
The amount of interest this
supposedly
dude
due
has.
to a cover he made of a Linkin Park song on the harmonica.
Yeah, it is. Hell yeah, it is dry.
That record labels and studios from the 50s used to help artists for no pay, and it's unfair that the current ones won't do the same for him. He applies the same logic to book publishers and announces a search for a company that will publish his works for free. Works, which apparently now include a high school manga based around his life, with yet another step being taken towards becoming Chris-chan.
That's me.
March was void of any
Me and my
interesting activity
self-insert.
besides the fact that, judging from Cyrax's
I wanted
posts
to do
and
that
Eric's
so
comments on-
bad. I have so many random ideas for things, but it's all like self-insert stuff. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to become a lol cow. I can't do any self-insert stuff. It's only self-insert stuff. And I'm scared. I'm scared of... I'm scared. I'm scared of going too far. I have just like comic ideas or like fan art ideas, and like it's my OC of myself. But like, dude, at a certain point, that's just gonna become cringe. People are gonna be like, it's all self-insert. Like, it reminds me of what was it? It was that Starfire comic of the person who was drawing the Starfire comic. That got to me. Because I was like, I didn't really mind it. It kind of threw me off just based off of like, I don't know. It really did throw me off. I didn't mind that she was goth. Okay, I didn't mind that she was goth. It's just the way that she was drawn looked kind of ugly. She looked kind of ugly, dude. I mean, let's be for real. She looked kind of ugly. So that's the thing is, like, I don't want to self-insert too hard, but when it comes to the stuff that I want to make, of course I want it to be self-insert. Like, that's me. I want to make that of me, dude. Me is like a fairy princess in the lands. I must be the bestest of fairy princesses in the lands. I want to be the prettiest of fairies. I want to be a fairy. I want to be a magical girl. I want to be me somebody. Somebody. Where's my Light Yagami? I'm obsessed with Light Yagami, dude. I'm in love with Light Yagami. Oh my god, Misa. I'd totally be Misa. Where's my self-insert character of me and Light Yagami being in a relationship and Misa Amane dies on accident, but I am Misa. I replaced Misa. She never existed. I am Misa Amane. I'm Misa. It's always been me. It's been me all along, dude. Oh my goodness. Alright. I will be right back. I'm gonna go check on my cat. He's been napping for a while. He's like 11, dude. I like to check on my cat. I just want to finish this like little bit. So I'm gonna move my coffee out of the way, and I am also gonna replace my water. So I'm gonna replace my water, and then we'll continue on with the video and the painting. So I shall be right back. Let me just, how do you, just stop it. Stop moving. Stop. You know what? I'll just flip you all the way around. All right, I'll be back. Okay, I am back. My coffee cup has been removed from the universe. I'm gonna try to turn on this, like, Sailor Moon light I have. See if that... Oh my god. Did that change anything? That's kind of bright as... That's as bright as it goes. That's actually pretty bright. What happens if I turn it back off? Ooh, it does help. Yep, we're gonna keep that on. I like to live in the darkness. I like to live in the darkness. Oh, where am I? Where'd she go? Okay. I got my phone cord. We're back. It does have like a weird little tint to it though, because it's colored, but it does make things a bit brighter around here. Which is nice, a bit brighter. Alright, let's get back into watching this chance. I don't understand. I don't understand why this man still has more riz than me. This is still upsetting me. I'm still genuinely upset about this. Also, I lost one of the markers. Hello? Okay, I got up and I put the markers between my legs because I'm sitting with one of my legs up in the chair, and somehow oh, I found it. I got it. Okay. I got both the markers. I'll put them back in my little cup for now while we continue to paint the glass. Bada bing, bada boom.
On them, the two were back on good terms with each other. His ability to live stream was reinstated,
Ba-bing,
much to the
ba-boom.
displeasure of his haters and the extreme pleasure of his trolls. Being the man he is, he makes a post complaining about having lost an ex-girlfriend of his to a supposed friend. By the way, said ex-girlfriend has a cat that appears to have Cyrax syndrome in the eyes. His account is once again placed under threat of suspension or ban due to his continued covering of songs, and I'm pretty sure it's because he plays the actual songs during his streams, and you can intermittently hear them unedited in the stream's audio. Cyrax claims his videos were getting almost 4,000 views, which is an absolute lie. Due to him reconnecting with Eric Scrubbelow, he's given the opportunity to perform at a live venue on the 21st of June, though it would be free admission. Still, that's better than performing metal Evanescence covers for 5 viewers on a Facebook Live. However, just a month later, it starts looking like his relationship with Eric is once again on the fast track to self-destruction, since Cyrax continues not to understand that his music needs to profit anything in order for Eric to pay him. In the middle of May, it looks like Cyrax got the hang of using cheap online publishers to release his music digitally. Meanwhile, we see one of the first signs of what would eventually come to be Cyrax's downfall.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna be muted for a hot second. My mom's coming to bring some stuff over for Thanksgiving, so I was just painting. I will be continuing on with the video. How long have I been streaming? This video is 2 hours and I've been streaming for 2 days. It's only an hour through the video. How many videos? How many 2-hour videos did I load up? 1, 2, 3, 4. So many videos, brother. Alright, I'm still here though, okay? I'm just muted and painting. Sorry about that. I have returned. I have returned. Bruce is officially awake. He's at my feet right now. He's just being a tiny little sassy boy. Who's a sassy man? It's you. He's the sassiest of boys. And I just want to make sure my mom was okay getting back. She's bringing over the Thanksgiving stuff. That's him. That's what. That's him. You can see his head poking through. What's going on, baby? Oh no. He shifted around. He wants to sit on my lap. Dude, I haven't done any of my game dailies. We're gonna paint this, and then I clean my brush, and then I can get my game dailies done, dude.
It appears he had been catfished by someone by the name of Lewis, who accomplished the probably not extremely difficult task of tricking Cyrax into showing his member to him by pretending to be a girl who was fallen for his irresistible riz. Then Lewis proceeded to use the intimate image of Cyrax to blackmail him into doing something that we're unaware of. However, when Cyrax took to Facebook to warn people of this, he pretended he was hacked, and that's how Lewis got those pictures of him in the first place. And it would happen many other times in the future, but we'll get to that eventually. June starts out on the wrong foot, or rather, the infected foot, as Cyrax
when you have to trick. Why trick somebody? Because then they think that you want that. Like, yeah, oh yeah, you trick somebody into sending. Why are you trying to get pictures of somebody's penis? Why are you trying to trick somebody into why? Like, the trolls are insane. The trolls are funny, and it's like, yeah, I got him. Look, he's sending pictures of his D. But what's crazy is people are tricking people into sending promiscuous pictures. So it's like, why are you asking for that? That just makes you a little freak. That makes you a little weirdo. Why are you asking for that? What? What the? Why is there a chat thing over there? What is that? Who are you? It didn't come up in my other one. Who are you? Where are you? Why didn't it come up in my other chat? I did a pop-out chat, right? But there's another chat. And for some reason, that chat isn't on my chat. Hello? She be schmoovin' and grooving. He picked up my somebody said something. Where's my channel? Where are you? That's Balls of Fury. And I'm so sorry. No dream tonight. I need somebody and always. Strange darkness comes creeping up and haunting every time. All messages you send will appear publicly, but why is it that this chat is different from this chat, dog? It doesn't appear. Like, what do you mean? Participants. That's me. But when I go, when I go to here and I look up participants, it's just me. What? Who is that? Who was that? I can't even prove it. Somebody typed in the chat. I can't even prove it. Who are you? And I'm so sorry. Where was I?
His life against an infection on his toe. It doesn't break his stride, however, as on the very next day he makes a post humble bragging about how a bunch of girls want to be with him now just because he's rich and famous, despite the fact that he's neither of those things. A few days later, we hear the bad news that Cyrax's live concert has been canceled, supposedly due to people not getting the dates right. That's a very weird reason for him not to do the concert, so I'm presuming he's leaving out some part of the story here. Or the concert was never going to happen in the first place. He channels this anger into making a diss track on Donald Trump and creating a new YouTube channel channel called GamerZone, for which at least one of the logos was stolen directly from a rap battle channel called GZ Battles. Somehow, despite having his concert canceled and making rigorously no money from his music, he makes a post to his Facebook saying the following: "Producers and companies might hate me, but later today I will be revealing and exposing live on Facebook how to avoid producers who want $50+ for one beat, and how to become self-successful in music on your own with no label backing whatsoever, and showing you how most artists these days can make it with zero money."
Brother doesn't have $50. Homie doesn't have $50. I mean, what? They want $50 to be able to produce the beat. So he's like, they're charging him, from what I assume, to be able to produce the mix, right? So they're like, yeah, $50, and he's like, fuck this. They're trying to get money out of me, and they're trying to, yeah, dog. That's what they're. Is it for them to like promote the mix? What does this mean? I'm so confuzzled. How are you here? Sign into chat. What does that mean? Sign into chat? What is the... I'm already in the chat, dog. I have to sign in with my email? I don't know my email. I don't know my email. Hold on. The chat GPT. The chat is not showing up. Copy. Who are you? Paste. Next. Password, brother. What's my effing password? My typing. Types my password. Watch me type my password. Type my password straight up on the live. On main, type in my password. Hold up. I don't know if I did that correctly. Oh, that's not my password. That's not my password either? What's my password? How is that not my password? Hold up. Oh my gosh, I'm not using caps. Ugh. Watch me type it in wrong every single time, dog. There it is. We got a password. Okay. Phone or tablet for security. Wait. Ugh. Let me in. Let me in. Recovery phone. What? Where did it send it to? Where did it send the code to, brother? Hello? Something's not right, brother. I got the code. I've got the code to get into the account. Can't read though. Alright, there it is. Okay, next. What the F? Here in the chat, it's a mystery, truly, password 1. No, okay. Alright, so the thing is, right? You exist in time and space right there. But I've got the receipts. I have a chat, right? And the chat exists right here in time and space, right where I am right now. I'm right here right now, right? I'm right here right now. See, look, you don't exist there. Who are you? Chosen Gaming. It's a mystery. She's a mystery. She's too much for me. And I keep coming back for more. She's just the girl I'm looking for. Yeah, you don't exist, brother. Brother, you don't exist. You're not real. Like, for reals, you're for realsies not real. No one will believe me. Wow, there's a chatter in my chat, and this it's not like I don't understand. Where did it go? Is the like where you don't exist in time and space? Enter a message. What happens if I X out this chat box here? No, because I'm scared. It's only me. That's only me. You don't exist when I look up her. And then you exist in the other one. You don't exist. You don't exist, dog. Okay, hold on. Let me X this out. Oh no! You just closed the dockable window. Use the docs menu. Okay, okay. Docs. Chat. I opened up the chat. You don't exist. Top chat. Live chat. Okay, hold up. This changes things. She's a mystery. She's too much for me. And I keep coming back for more. She's just the girl I'm looking for. Alright, let's test this. I am Enigma. You are Enigma. You are an Enigma. I typed in looking for. You don't exist. I set up the chat, brother. I set the chat up, and I guess I didn't do it right. Sorry. Welcome, welcome, though. How are you? I'm painting mushrooms. This is my silly little stream where I paint silly little mushrooms. And I'm currently watching drama video. No one's gonna believe me. Dude, no one's gonna believe me. That there's another person here other than me. I'm talking to nobody. I'm talking to nobody, nothing. They're the nothings. The nobody and the nothing. I am Enigma. You are an Enigma. There's 2 ways to enter a message. Why doesn't this display though? Timestamps, reactions, moderation, activity, community moderation, feedback. Okay, this is a bug. Where's my mans? Dude, where's my mans? What? How to enable live chat and stream full guide. Fix YouTube comments, not YouTube comments, dog. Who's my goat? Is this my goat right now?
You'll learn how to enable live chat on a YouTube live stream.
Yep.
If you find this guide useful, consider subscribing and liking the video. And let's get into this. The live chat is a super useful feature for chatting to viewers on your live streams. So let me show you how you can go and enable it.
Tell me how it's done.
All you need to do is from YouTube is just go to the top right and go and tap on the create button. And then go and tap on go live like this.
Where are you?
Once you go live, you'll be taken to the live streaming page.
Yes.
And we've got a few different options here.
I'm there.
So I'm just going to go and tap on start. We've got right now.
And
then you've got the option
so
for
sorry.
built-in webcam and streaming software. I'm just going to go and use streaming software for now.
That's what I did.
So I'll then go and tap on go. So once you're on this screen here, then all you need to do is go up to the top right. And where it says edit, just go and click edit. And it's going to take a moment to load. And then all you need to do is go over to the left here and go and click on customization. And under customization, what you can then do is make sure you scroll right to the top and you've got live chat. And then what you need to do is make sure live chat is enabled like this. You can then choose if you want live chat replay. And this is where if somebody watches the recording of your live stream, they can then go and see it. So that's up to you.
My goat. My absolute goat. I'm going to full screen this, brother. Edit. It's probably already enabled. It's already enabled. Who can send messages? Anybody. Live react. Click it again. Slow mode. Anyone. Subs. Alright, anyone. Live commentary approved users? What does that mean? Why can't I save it? Let me hit save. Let's F with it again. And then hit save. Okay. Where are you? Wow, the first chatter to come in and it's just, you don't exist. I'm so sorry. You're just like, you're a part of my universe, but you're not a part of the universe in the future. You're a part of my universe right now in this time and space, you know? You know? I can't even prove that you exist, brother. I can't even prove that you, wait, no, I could. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up, dog. Wait. Stop. Hold up. Okay. Display capture, bada bing, bada boom, display capture, second life, and I just painted my ant. Whoa! Hey, that's my whole screen. That's great. Cancel that. That's not what I wanted. Well then, window capture. Here we go. Second life. Window capture. All right. That name is already in use. Second life is already in use? What do you mean? It isn't. That name doesn't exist, you heathen. The only things that exist are Google, Switch, and window capture. Name it bruh. Oh, bruh works. VC face. No. What am I trying to capture? For all you know, I don't exist. I'm just a figment of your imagination. I am not. Don't even stop. Don't even stop right now, brother. No! It won't let me capture the window! No! Cancel! Cancel this! It won't let me capture it! You don't exist, brother! Brother, you don't exist! You are a figment of my imagination. I'm really like, just, I'm taken aback, is the thing. I'm taken aback. You don't exist. You're not here. You're not here right now. Not here right now. No, you're not. Like, and I have no, when I pull it up, it what? Mans did show me how to do, I'm gonna have to watch another person. My goat. My goat. He's not my goat anymore. He didn't explain it to me.
You, and then you've also got some participant modes as well. So personally, I like it.
No, brother, tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. Why can't people see my comments in live chat? All right, no, here we go. This is a big deal. Tell me why. Don't do that. Don't even with the loading screen, emo, brother. Don't.
Have you ever been watching a live stream on YouTube and it seems like no one can see the comments that you're typing?
Yeah.
Well, in this video, I'm going to explain why that might be. Let's go. Recently,
Why is
I got
that?
this comment from a viewer. Can you make a video of why no one sees your messages when you type in the chat?
This is a big
it's
deal.
Annoying. Yes, it is annoying, and I'm going to explain what's probably going on. YouTube
Tell
has a
me
bunch
why.
of moderation tools that channel owners and their moderators can use to make sure that everyone is behaving the way they should in the live chat. If, for instance, there's a comment that the live streamer or their moderators want to remove, they can simply tap on the comment. I'm going to tap this one here from Thomas Christ, and they get these options. Now, Thomas Christ is a moderator on this channel, so I wouldn't
No,
actually
don't tell
remove
me
this,
that people
but
are cussing,
we've got a
because
few
nobody's
options here.
cussing.
We can report or we can remove. Now, removing will remove that comment immediately. Reporting will report it to YouTube as an inappropriate comment. But you'll also notice this next one down here, hide user on this channel. So if I was to hide user on this channel, it means that any comments that Thomas makes, he'll be able to see, but I won't, and no one else will be able to see those in this live stream. Now, is this a good option? Yes.
No, brother, this doesn't answer. You are not my goat.
Spammy comments.
You are not my
and
queen. You're
they're
not
really
answering my
relevant to the
question.
stream. You don't want to create drama or a hassle or give that person any more ammunition, so you can just gently and quietly hide their comments. Does everyone going to agree with that? Probably not. So
Apparently the first person that came into my chat, I'm hiding them as a person. I need to hide user from the channel, add as moderator, put user in a timeout, pin message, channel activity, engage with audience, start a poll. I'm not trying to start a poll. Tell me.
From a channel, well, you'll need to reach out to the actual live streamer themselves, because sometimes this happens inadvertently. You can see there that when I tap, it's actually quite easy to hit the wrong button. If I wanted to make someone a moderator...
You're not my goat. You're not my goat, brother. How? What happened, brother? Message is not appearing YouTube, read description. Okay, hold up. Is that from a year ago? Read description. Okay, what's going on here, brother? My messages are unable to be seen in the live chat, nor am I able to send messages in super chat. If you look closely, you'll see that what I type and send into the chat does not appear in the chat in the video. I'm unable to click on my sent messages or delete them either. This happens a few months ago during... Okay, wait. However, it's so rare that there's almost no info on... Oh my god. Yeah, this is on brand for me. This is on brand for me. And it's literally... It's happening in real time. I swear. Okay, so... I swear. So, I have a secret... I'm gonna be keeping my main YouTube and my main Twitch like a secret, and I constantly run into tech issues. This is a reoccurring thing for me, that I constantly run into tech issues that are pretty much basically unsolvable. I do everything in the order that it tells me correctly as it happens, and for some reason I run into the most rarest tech issue that's ever existed in time and space. And the thing is, I keep thinking it's me. I keep thinking like, yeah, this is my bad. I'm just bad at tech, which I am. But yeah, like, Tell me why. Why? Why does this just keeps happening to me? This just keeps happening to me. It's unfixable. It's unfixable. Okay, maybe it is fixable. Let me keep reading. Okay, for people using never figured out how to fix it. No one else knew how to fix it either. It said it's a glitch and not that you were banned, because according to said message boards, the individual are fairly certain they weren't banned by any moderators personally. The other weird thing is the issue only happens with this one person's channel for me. For every other YouTube channel's live ain't nothing but tell me why. Yeah, okay. Alright, Chosen Gaming. Well, just know that I see you. Just know I see you. Just know that I see you, and that I know that you exist. And you know, nobody else will know that you exist, and that's just your life now. And it is my life's mission now to prove to other people that you exist. Because I can see you. I can see, but nobody who is watching the stream, nobody else who will ever watch the stream, who will watch the stream back, will ever see your messages. But for some reason, OBS has picked you out from the universe and is like, yeah, you exist. You exist in my time and space right now, you know? And I love you. Just know that I love you, okay? That's all you gotta know. So, I'm your imaginary viewer. Ah! You're my little imaginary viewer, my silly little guy. my little imaginary viewer. Yeah, I'm gonna tell people that I have an imaginary viewer that just comes in that nobody can see, but that I react to. I look like a crazy person, brother. I look like a crazy person. People are gonna be yeah. When I make it in this industry, people are gonna look back and be like, yeah, she was always a freaking... I was literally talking earlier about how I'm afraid of being a lolcow. I'm afraid of becoming a lolcow. We are not beating the autism allegations of anything. Why? Like, every time, it's like, yeah, autistic. Dude, I'm so afraid of being a freaking lolcow. That just makes it worse. It just makes it worse. Alright. Okay, no, we can do this. I have no clue how long you'll be with me, but I will cherish the time that we spend together. You know? So, just to give you a little update, we're an hour in on Cyric's horrifying history, full documentary from Turkey Tom. We love Turkey Tom, we stay loving Turkey Tom. Always. Don't you dare say anything bad. This man, I'm not gonna recover from this. This man has had multiple partners, and I still cannot believe this. I cannot believe how do you get multiple women? How does this happen with the person that you are? And the thing is, I swear, Turkey Tom, if Manda's like, and he got another girlfriend,
his great tips
I'd
are a
freak
list
out.
of free music
I'm
making
gonna have a freak
apps,
out.
and he never gets to the point about how exactly to make money out of using them. On the
How is
22nd,
he
due to
making
whatever
money?
caused the concert to fall apart, Eric
How
and
is he
Cyrax
buying
were back
stuff?
at odds as the latter dropped a video attacking him.
And you might think I suck.
How is he
Well,
buying
dude, if
stuff?
I suck so bad, why is my music up on Spotify? Why have I been Reverb Nation's #1 artist from 2010 up to
Dude,
this
isn't
year?
it okay? So this dude is like, I don't know, at this stage in the game, he should be younger than me. He is already balding. Like, yeah, he doesn't have like what he's missing half of his lung and a kidney, and he's balding. He's bald, so he was going bald before, and he was still getting women.
So I guess that ends that relationship. But you know what? At least I'm out here making money. That's the issue with you. You're not fucking business smart.
Apparently, Chance has
That's
been
the
rated the
issue
best
with you,
musician
brother.
in the entire nation for the entire decade and is making money. Again, anything is sufficient to make Cyrax's ego inflate, and learning how to simply publish his music on platforms has got him convinced that there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people buying his music. During the video, there's a moment in which he acts like he's going to show his money before giving up on it.
You know
Why?
what?
Let me see your money.
Nah. I ain't gonna waste that on you.
Very
No,
obviously, he
let me
relented
see
because
it.
There's probably not any money to speak of. A
Let me
couple
see
of
the
days later,
money.
he shows his chiseled abs and pecs underneath what looks to be a discount Sonichu necklace. I think these things must be like voodoo totems and invoke the same demon that possesses these guys to do the stuff they do. Despite now being a successful superstar in
your
music,
fate is
Cyrax once
sealed.
again started pursuing another.
Okay, so I was watching, I don't know what, I was watching another Turkey Tom video where this dude was like, I got this package sent into the mail, it has no return address, it has my, and it was a Sonichu medallion. If I ever, on my life, if that ever happens to me where I literally get this sent in the mail to me, no one would ever see me again. No one would ever, I would throw away my computer. Because I do not want that to be my fate. How would you want that to be? And I know enough to be like, I have to just leave the internet. There's nothing that I can do. My fate is sealed. I don't want my fate to be sealed. I have to change my fate at that point. Don't pick me. Don't pick me. That's so scary. That's so scary. How did he get that?
Filmmaking. On the 26th of June,
I'm
he posted
yelling,
an
I'm
unofficial
sorry.
trailer for a movie called Lady in White. Another wonderful film production from Mr. Rax is this monstrosity.
What's the matter?
Oh, I don't like that.
You scared?
I don't like that. Whatever you do, don't take your meds. You wouldn't want me to disappear, right? No! I have to take my meds. I'm taking meds
After this,
right
he
now.
posted
I
an image
have
of
to
a
take
Google
my
Hangouts
meds.
Chester Bennington had participated in, and
Don't even trip, dude. Don't even trip. Don't even. I only have so few people. Okay, Turkey Tom. We established that Turkey Tom is my friend. He said so in one of his videos, as well as, I mean, there was what, like, how many views were that? That means he's friends with like 100,000 people. 1 million people he is. I have no clue how many views that video got. Still though, what if you disappear? What if you disappear? This would be you have to show up eventually. You have to show up eventually. I don't know you. I don't know you. I do know you. I actually do know you. I assume you'll be back, actually. I know you. I've known you. I've known you. I do know you. Take some meds. Alright, I'm gonna head out. No! Should I tell people who you are? Should I keep that a secret as well? Actually, I should probably keep that a secret since we're keeping everything else a secret. We're just gonna be little secrets. 'Cause she's a mystery. She's too much for me. And I keep coming back for more. I need to watch, John Tucker Must Die, because that's what I'm doing right now. That's the reference I'm making. Not the song itself. The song being played in the movie John Tucker Must Die. That's what I'm referencing. As only true movie lovers would know. I think her name is freaking Brittany Snow in the movie. I'll keep my dirty little secret. I'll keep you my dirty little secret. We both have very different songs of mine. Just another regret. You can keep it my dirty little secret. Who has to know the way she feels inside? Those thoughts I can't deny. I don't know if I got the lyrics. I'm getting the lyrics pretty close. I have that CD from All American Rejects. I love All American Rejects. You're the GOAT. Who are you? We're just killing it out here. We're killing it out here. I think this is coming out really nicely. This one mushroom in particular is coming out pretty nice. I am gonna have to get the smaller brush to get into the little crevices, but I mean, come on.
Edited his own face in the corner in a hilariously bad fashion to make it look like they were like hanging out. Come July 4th, and Cyrax celebrates it by getting into another relationship, and right after.
I'm gonna freak out. Chosen Gaming, this man has more Riz than you. Just know, this man has more Riz than all of us. Has gotten into multiple relationships, steals art, has a freaking fake music career. He put himself in the... steals art! He steals art! He's balding! Doesn't have a job, I don't think. I don't know how he makes money. Even if it was said, I do not remember. And yet, this man has gotten into multiple relationships with women and a man. I'm shocked that my neighbor hasn't come over and been like, please stop yelling. Please stop yelling. Please stop. I'm like, I can't, dude. I freaking can't. It reminds me of what we were watching yesterday. Me when my neighbor comes over. I'm autistic, bruv. Oh my god, no. How? This shouldn't be a thing. And the thing is, it's like, yeah, he's like, why does he have more Riz? Why does he have more Riz than me? I'm taking personal offense to this. I'm taking personal offense that this dude has more Riz than I do. How? That can't be possible. I feel like I have to step my game up, and I feel like a disappointment in life. I'm disappointed. I've disappointed everybody in life for the fact that this man has had multiple girlfriends. Multiple girlfriends. And he's like, they won't hire me because I'm ugly. Bro, you got a girl. Shut up. Shut your face, dude. Shut your face. You can't I can't believe he said it again. Tom, please, how much left is in this video? Please do not tell me in the next hour he's gonna get another girl. How many has he had so far? 7? 7? I'm thinking 7 is a good number.
Track called Please Notice Me that somehow manages to be a #1 hit before it was even published. It's not enough to lie about his success in one venue. He has to do it in all of them. He claims he's in tears because he had to turn down a deal with Hoonigan, a well-known racing channel, because he didn't have 100,000 subs on YouTube, and that Hoonigan was willing to send him a full setup. Later on, he admits that he has no license and thus wouldn't be allowed to drive anything, let alone a race car. After a while of not getting anything done, Cyrax decides to attention seek by trying to get people to pity him, and telling a fake story about how the doctors told him he'd have to stop making music or he was going to lose his voice. His pity baiting posts intensify as he retells his life story for the umpteenth time, this time subtracting 2 ounces from his birth weight to make it even more extreme. In order to stick to his I'm going to lose my voice story, he pivots to being a photographer again, until on the 17th, he announces again that he's entered a relationship. On the same day, he reveals he's gotten
No! Again! And that's... These women. These people. How does he keep doing it? Oh my gosh. He's literally... That dude, that little kid that I watched in a different trick, he's the Rizzler. This dude is the Rizzler. I don't know where that kid got his... Based off of his facial reactions, he's not the Rizzler. This man... This man right here, he is the Rizzler. He is the Rizzler. How do you get into multiple? And I want to be like, some of these are fake. Some of these are fake, but yet a couple of them are definitely confirmed real. Are definitely confirmed real relationships. Like, let's say we did like about like a 50-50. That's still 50% of the are real. That's still a lot of women that like are photos. Them hanging out places.
Back together with Abby, but the good times only lasted so
Oh,
long.
okay. Same
The
woman.
song, Please
Same
Notice
woman.
Me was attracting
Same
some
woman.
attention on
How do you go
YouTube,
back?
and consequently,
How the same women? You go back? You went back to him? You... I literally feel sick to my stomach. In what world are you living your life? You're living your life the way that you're living it, and you think, I need to go back with this man. I need to be back with this man. How does that happen? How does that go through your mind where you think, I have to be back with this man? This is what I'm missing in my life. Is this dude loving me and me loving him?
negative attention as well. People were pointing out how horrible it sounded, and Cyrax was responding in a very Cyrax fashion. August is a relatively quiet month, with him mourning his bandmates from high school who allegedly overdosed on heroin and meth at the same time. A little while later, he starts flipping out on people who steal art right before his own artwork suffers copyright takedown. Due to the fact that a lot of it is just downloaded from Google Images and re-uploaded as his own. Eventually, the 6 weeks waiting period that he claims he has to undergo in order to claim royalties for his music is up, and now he gets to lay his hands on the total lump sum of $14, though he struggles to do so and starts berating the platform that supposedly owes him money on Facebook. Later on, early signs of troll activity begin, with people doing the old CWC routine of taking his name and pretending to be the real him online, and immediately this tactic shows some success at getting a reaction out of Cyrax. The lack of music in September is justified by the other things Cyrax is up to during the month. Namely, he drops a trailer for his first short horror movie, The Darkness. As you can see, all characters are played by him in an Eddie Murphy Norbit type of vibe.
What is it? The Family Guy. Like, this is just like an inside out my like dark and twisted mind. Me, The Darkness, with all of the edgy emo boys that I'm in love with.
It's also in September that he drops one of his most absolute classic videos, the dance battle response to an old rival. I really don't know how to put into words how I feel about this, other than amazing, excellent, divine, beautiful. Later on in the month, he does a rehash of his tutorial on how to become a successful artist without spending any money, this time under the moniker of Dark Star Films, his fantasy production company.
Okay, I love how there's like, you have to become a successful artist without spending any money. Okay, first of all, you need the supply. I bought these supplies, brother. I bought these. So of course, like, yeah, you literally, with no money, I mean, if you want to like find a pencil out in the streets and then draw on like trash, I guess you could do that. But like, where are you gonna store it? Like, if you're outside, out in the streets, it brings up you need the supplies.
Darkness. In early October, which is fittingly the spooky month, The Darkness is dropped in its entirety and is absolutely incomprehensible. It begins with a sped up shot of Cyrax walking into his own house before a hard cut to a flashback wherein you can see him with a PewDiePie face cam looking dumbfounded as he frantically switches between some kind of virtual radio stations, but all you can hear is static. Cut to the present, he wakes up on the couch and starts mumbling nonsense to himself for a few minutes. He walks around his house until he randomly starts hearing voice acting lines from the baby character at a Five Nights at Freddy's sister location, which I believe are copyrighted, by the way, so we're not going to play that. He ignores this and continues to wander aimlessly until he leaves his house to look for his friends. In doing so, he becomes hypnotized by how beautiful the forest looks and finds himself compelled to walk into it like an ancient Greek tale. He hears more lines from the baby character, and this time it freaks him out, prompting him to start running around. Eventually, he identifies whatever is haunting him as the force of darkness before going home and calling his friends again. He hears more baby lines and goes back to wigging out, but eventually just goes back to sleep. Once he falls asleep, the movie cuts to Cyrax in the darkness with a blinking light illuminating his face as a nightmare sequence. He wakes up again and starts talking to himself until the baby lines start up again, and I guess he starts choking to death. After that, he just plays someone else's creepy horror video, and then there's a few minutes of darkness. Quite conceptual. Due to how unintentionally funny The Darkness was, it garnered more views than Cyrax as usual, and eventually, it piques the attention of the man who would make Cyrax famous, but not for the reasons you would expect. The official Cyrax timeline, because yes, he has an official timeline, marks October the 19th is the day Cyrax's nemesis, Music Biz Marty, discovered his
Oh, here we
existence
go.
due to someone called the Boy Blue introducing him to Chance's
Oh
content
wow,
while he
2 coats
harassed
and
one of
this
his
is like pretty much
ex-girlfriends,
done. I'm
Candle.
pretty sure
There's
the
no
other one
linked
needed
source
3
to back
coats.
this particular time
This is
frame, but by
good.
closely studying his Facebook activity, we can deduce that Cyrax entered into a relationship with Candle on the 11th of October, and they, I guess, continue to stay together until the end of November, when Cyrax posts about his prospects of marrying her, even picking out who would be the godparents of the children he was planning to have with her.
Aw.
Thankfully, it never got that far, though, considering we're soon to discover Cyrax's proclivity toward frequently whipping out his private parts whenever given the opportunity.
no!
Or not given the opportunity. We
Stop
can assume
it.
that having a girlfriend kept Rax nicely wrangled up for the month of November
Stop
because
it.
no occurrences took place
See,
whatsoever.
okay, here's
However,
the thing.
month of
See, that's what
December
I
kicks
think
off.
about. That's what I think about. Like, when I think about some of these lolcows, like, if they had partners, it, like, wrangling them in. Not giving them more fuel to the fire and being like, yeah, you should do, to wrangle them and to be like, brother, you could be a better person. Just, like, maybe don't do this. Maybe don't do this, brother. We can go back. We can recover from this if you just stop. Hey now. Maybe just stop it. Stop it. Stop it like a squirt bottle. Like, no, Cyrus, no. No music. Get out while he's trying to like steal art, just like hit him with a spray bottle. Be like, no art theft.
On an
Don't do
already
it.
very strange note, Cyrax makes a live stream asking for people to financially help him move Candle in with him all the
No.
way from Mississippi to Akron. According to
Okay.
Chance, this is
Oh, no.
necessary because her parents are allegedly abusive and have kicked her out, rendering her homeless. He further establishes that she's disabled and half blind, much like himself, and that her parents have been stealing her disability
half
money away from her, going as
I am
far as
not
shredding
keeping up very
Candle's
well.
debit card when it came in the mail to prevent her from making her own purchases and taking her car keys away from her to keep her from taking it with her. What is particularly strange about this whole ordeal is that just a day later, Candle herself makes a comment saying, "Why would I come to you after the way you did me?" This makes it sound a lot like they were no longer together by the time Chance made this stream.
Did her
despite
effing
him referring to her as his
dirty. They
girlfriend
were gonna get
multiple times in it.
married
He proceeds
too.
to
Oh, they were gonna get married. They were gonna get married. What am I gonna do now? My OTP, dog. What am I gonna do? Oh, this is sad. This is sad. Alright, I need to refresh my water. I gotta refresh my water, dog. My cat's sleeping. I gotta refresh my water. And this is looking really nice. I'm thinking this is nice. I probably shouldn't have, wet my paintbrush because I kind of want to do a little bit more. I take it back. Not refreshing my water just yet. Kind of want to do just a tad bit more before I like walk away and refresh the water. Just a little more around those edges. Yeah, get it. Just a tad more around the lines. Because then once this dries, we're gonna do our little cutesy little dots. This came out really nice. The other one I feel like I fumbled on because I did a lot of I don't know, why is it that the dark layers seem like it took a lot longer than the lighter layer? The lighter layer is looking a lot nicer. Just want to get those nice little under parts right here that kind of came out a little too not so opaque. And then we'll take a little bit of a breather to mess around with the glass again. There we go. Okay, now I can set that over to dry. We're gonna set this over to dry for a little bit, and ooh, I'm gonna do, okay, so I did hack it. Nothing seemed to have dripped. I have to tilt it down, so I have to do the ones that are tilted on this side. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do the bean in that one next, and then we'll touch the glass. All right, gotta get some fresh water. I need my water fresh. Oh, too much water.
No, Mimi. Why?
Bruce is just living his life. Okay. There we go. Dry the brush. Took me how long? 4 hours to get through this, and I keep pausing and doing other things. You know how we do.
To block her and make a post about her.
You know how we
saying,
do.
How the fuck do I always end up with all these girls who are not right in the head? Is it too much to ask for a normal, healthy relationship? Not to reaffirm the idea that there's something wrong with Candle, but it's hardly a mystery why Cyrax can't get into a normal, healthy relationship. In any event, while we don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes with Candle,
she's a mystery.
And him,
She's too much for me, and I keep coming back for more.
Month, telling the usual lies.
She's just
about
the girl
having
I'm
fans
looking
and being
for.
a professional drift racer in real life. Ultimately, his strategy of just letting the Candle situation burn itself out didn't work because she made some kind of video about him called Chance Wilkins is Insane, which is unfortunately private and there's no way of accessing it. We only know of his existence because Cyrax made a post about it on Facebook saying, I'm sitting here in tears because of this girl. She has done nothing but harass me, bully me, and spread rumors about me that are not true and refuses to stop, and the police refuse to help.
I
well,
say
no,
no
as if
said.
like a comment left on the post by Eric Scrubbelow
as if like Cyrax hasn't done horrible things
and recommended people harass him in some fashion. The year 2019 starts out with an immediate welfare check as reported by the police.
I wasn't looking to see whether or not it was confirmed about the whole like school thing, about what happened with that other dude, like the minor. So that's like insane. I say no as if like some of this stuff is so undeserved. Like, oh no, while he's stealing art, it's just as its own. I'm like, oof.
Details have been redacted, and we don't know what's in them. However, they might be, and probably are, related to the havoc that was recently wreaked in Cyrax's life by Candle. On his Facebook, he initially expresses some relief, saying, I want to say thank you to everyone. Because of all of you, Candle has been stopped, and her posts and videos removed. Unbeknownst to his Facebook friends at the time, what was actually responsible for taking Candle's videos down about him was a deal he struck with her, in which neither would mention each other's name anymore online. Chance, thinking himself clever, did his usual routine of posting about a person while setting it up so that they wouldn't be able to see it. However, Candle had an alternate Facebook account she used specifically to check up on Cyrax's, and upon discovering he was still mentioning her and hadn't taken his post down about her, she nonchalantly said, haha, still here, not all the posts are taken down, he broke the deal. The same day, he makes another post about her, attaching a video she had just made accusing him of being obsessed with her, saying, I give everyone full permission to go all out on this bitch. I held my end of our deal up and removed all videos and posts about her, and she pulls this crap? The comment section in this post is riddled with Candle making fun of Cyrax and offering to show anyone interested the threatening voicemail he left for her. We actually have a recording of Candle listening to the voicemails.
So you want to keep playing that game? I will have you arrested for harassment. So guess what? I ain't the
You have the freaking voicemail, brother. Okay, it actually looks really yummy. It looks so yummy. Turning it on, I will say, turning it on, I'm pretty sure it's still gonna look hideous. Yup, it looks horrifying, and it's probably because I painted something that already had a color on it. That's my bad. You can see the color coming through, which was green, which I forgot to mention yesterday, even though I painted it and it was very obvious. Still, though, it looks so yummy right now. It looks so yummy. I'm thinking one more coat on here, and I'm thinking we're so mint with this. I'm thinking we're so mint. And then I'm thinking 2 more coats of the pink, and we'll be officially done, and then we can start doing the blue and the white. Oh, it's gonna look so yummy. Yummy.
7th, he makes yet another post about her, claiming she mentally and verbally abused him and traumatized him worse than any of his other exes.
Ooh,
on the 9th, he posts about her again, which prompts her to make a video addressing him a day later. This time, we do have access to the video, which is still up on YouTube.
Yo, this is your girl, Rebecca. This is a video to prove how bad of a stalker Chance is. He sat there and found out where I live. Not creepy at all. Not a stalker vibe at all. You're so stupid, kid. Leave me alone. I don't like you. Never liked you. I was nice to you because I felt bad for you, and then I found out you're a liar. You just butthurt because I won't date you. Stop fucking harassing me, you nutcase.
Her speech patterns are odd and sometimes even similar
How
to that
is
of
it that
Chance's,
you can
which
get
has
that
led some
many
to
women
speculate
and
she
yet you're
herself
like
is and always has
so
been this role.
focused
However,
on the
judging
girl
from the
that you
nature of her
can't
online
get?
activity during this period,
You
it
have
seems
so
she's
many other
quite
women
serious
that
about
you've
what she's
gotten.
saying. On the 11th,
Get
she makes
out of
another
here.
video deriding Chance and all his
Leave
threats,
some
with the added
bitches for the
bonus that she
rest
gets
of
from a
us,
friend to
brother.
say,
Come
I want you
on.
to leave my girl alone. You are not a player. You was a dirty stalker.
Oh, hell
You
yeah,
is not
get him.
Gangster just over here running your mouth and saying all kind of crazy ass.
Yeah.
You just leave her alone and give her up. You ain't gonna have that or nothing.
Yeah.
His response was to make a post explaining how to block her and that none of his friends should answer whatever she sends them. Regardless, she keeps on making uploads, claiming that Cyrax has tried to blackmail her and that he's on psychiatric medications for various different issues.
Okay.
Though these claims have not been verified, but it wouldn't be surprising. Breaking his own promise to no longer talk about her, he answers again, saying, "Y'all want to know why I've been making such a big deal about Candle and her BS? It's because she could end up costing me a very real shot with the major non-profit label Reborn Records, who has been liking my work for some time now.
Who
and
are
that's
these
why I've been
records
telling
you're
people to
speaking of,
report her
brother?
channel and her videos.
Nobody's
This label
reaching
could change
out to
everything
you.
for me that I've
I'm
worked
so
harder than anyone to
certain.
get. So yeah, this isn't just a little issue. This is huge, and she needs to be stopped ASAP.
She needs to
Given
be
how
stopped.
obsessively Cyrax
She's
has
hurting his
answered to every
bag.
single person
She's hurting
who's
his
ever gone
bag.
after him, this was just
She's
a
gotta be
convenient
stopped.
excuse for him to do what he would have done anyway. Case in point, one of the people in the music business he'd emailed with his garbage decided to take the time out of their day and explain to him why his music was unlistenable
here we
to any
go.
sort of record label. The issue is that your demos all use loops. I know you don't have a full setup right now, but I know loads of producers who can use all the music making software, and even if they don't have one, they use a Casio keyboard or a phone. You can create custom music on anything. But the problem with loops is it's not your music, it's just choosing music. We need to see you grab a MIDI keyboard and put in those notes, make those beats on an MPC, or even just a cheap MIDI
calling him
keyboard. We're a
out
record
on his
label.
music.
We're not in the business of
Get him.
training people or recruiting people with potential. I
Get
wish
his
we
ass.
were, but that would make our clients very unhappy. You need to understand it's my job to find the best of the best out there. Think of it like a sports team. Let's say you're recruiting for the top baseball team in the state. If I pick a guy that hasn't played in a while or isn't a pro level yet, he's going to be rusty and he's not going to be ready. We are not an education group, a school, or a charity. We are a record label that pays people up front for quality
Get
beats.
his
We want
ass.
top
Get
quality
him.
musicians who make their own
Get
stuff.
him.
Not rip it, not loop it, just create. Now, dude, don't take me the wrong way. I'm just trying to get you to understand that if you want to make it as a producer in this world, you're going to have to make your own beats. And maybe you can if it's
Get
true
him.
like you say, but I don't see that. All you've shown me is some loops and then some songs you've downloaded from other producers. Most labels would not give you the
Damn.
time I've
Get
given you
him.
to explain all of this. They would simply just shun you aside and tell you not to go. But no, I think you're a good dude. Whatever kind soul wrote this
Damn.
happened to be wrong on 2 counts. First off, he claimed not to be a charity, but this is probably the most charitable action anyone has ever bestowed to Cyrax so far. And secondly, he says Cyrax is a good dude. Well, Cyrax attached a picture of this email to a post he made on
charitable
Facebook, which
action was
read, "This is
dating
the
him,
kind of
dog."
that pisses me off. They act all interested, then once I explain my situation, they pull this shit and kindly tell me to f off." Oddly enough, while the
At least
sheer
it's
effort in
kindly.
communicating the truth to Cyrax in the nicest way possible wasn't enough to pierce the concrete wall between chance and reality, it was sufficient enough to get other people who saw the post to side with the person who sent the email. People pointed out that his answer was well put together, and that he went out of his way to inform Cyrax, but even when all of his friends saw the man's point, Cyrax outright refused to. In a comment, he linked to some rant video he did that explained why what the guy said was unfair, and while the video has since been taken down and we can't watch it anymore, we can presume he did his usual rigmarole of saying that due to being born all kinds of quirked up, copyright laws shouldn't apply to him. One of his friends was particularly poignant when he said, "He's nicely trying to tell you that you are stealing music. If you make any money from that, you can be sued for copyright infringement, plagiarism, etc. Why would a record label pay you to do that? This very nice person is 100% right. No, I'm not watching your rant video." In another post a few days later, it turns out that the guy with whom Cyrax had been exchanging emails, who happens to be a representative for a record label called Reborn Records, eventually caught wind of Cyrax's little post and video
Oh,
complaining about the
no.
reply he
Here we
got. Being
go.
rightfully upset that the kindness
Here
he
we
extended
go.
was met with mockery, he decided to send him another email addressing it. By the way, bitching about it on Facebook won't get you anywhere. Seriously, man, I was trying to help you, but instead of facing up to a
Damn.
challenge, you just think everyone is against you.
He's got
Rethink your
caught.
process. Has this way of working really been working for you, or has it not? I suspect the latter. Stay humble, learn the tools, and maybe you'll get a shot. Going
Ooh.
around thinking we owe you something for nothing? Dude, we're a record label, not a charity. Your situation is that you don't have anything to show me that is original work. How can I hire you? Would you write in your CV that you worked at a big company, then in the interview say, "Oh, by the way, I didn't actually work at that company, but if you just give me a chance," nah, dude. Cyrax reacted by making another post with the email attached, captioned, "This just proves even more how messed up record labels can be these days. SMH, what happened to the days where labels used to actually care about the artist and not the money?" He speaks as if sharing their communications highlighted anything beyond his inability to be cooperative on even
But
the most
you're
basic
not
level
a real
and his profound
artist.
stupidity. Oh, and he also forgot to close the X videos tab he had opened while they took a screenshot of the email and couldn't be bothered to crop it so it wouldn't be visible. In the comments, people began pointing out that Reborn's representative said nothing incorrect once again, and it seemed like it was finally getting to Cyrax. And I say seemed because it only seemed that way, and he made it very clear that he understood nothing of what that guy had said. In a reply to one of the comments, Chance said the
I don't
following. Point is, they
understand.
approached me wanting to sign me. I didn't approach them at all. And to be fair, I explained my situation fully, and yet what do? They slap me in the face like I'm some sort of joke. I don't own a computer, I own a Chromebook, which is like a PC, but can only run mobile-based apps and such. His excuse for not making original work being that he doesn't doesn't own a computer is not only a lie because he does have a computer, but it also makes no sense. As the representative pointed out, there are plenty of mobile apps that allow you to make custom music on your phone. Cyrax actually even uses some of them. He just chooses to use the demo loops instead of making new patterns. When argued into a corner by his Facebook friends, he drops a new video on his page saying that Reborn Records is fake because they checked out his personal page. He also claims that unlike Reborn, his very own record label, Bloodshot, helps artists make money for
Dropped
themselves.
it for a second.
A tall
Oh my
order,
god.
Considering he's one of the artists in Bloodshot and has no money whatsoever. This video was particularly difficult to watch because he's noticeably thirsty, but he refuses to drink a glass of water, which results in him gulping saliva amidst his speech.
No!
Build it from the ground up, like on FL Studios.
It seems that near the end, the dehydration and general lack of mental faculties start getting to him, as he briefly forgets he's already on his own label, and thus has no need to be signed to any, despite his incessant begging to be signed by one, and he seemingly on accident drops the hard R. Seeing that this strategy of trying to say things related to the actual topic is failing terribly, he returns to his usual tactic of claiming he's being—
You can't be dropping the gamer word, no! No! I've seen so many people where they get like lol cows like in a call and they try to get them to say the gamer word. Why, dude? Just leave these people alone. But like for brother to be like, yeah, I'm gonna drop the gamer word. Why? It's so sad when you see like lol cows being coerced into saying horrible things, especially when they like clip it out of context because they're like, look at this. But then like to me. Dude, and he's on his own label, and he's like, these people will be shut out of the label. You're on your own label, why would it matter?
Discriminated against due to people finding him hideous beyond comprehension. Then he threatens Reborn with diss tracks and claims he sleeps 5 hours a week,
the hideous
which,
thing.
though an obvious lie, would explain a lot of his behavior, since it's that degree of sleep deprivation that makes people hallucinate.
Dude, okay,
also,
if this guy has gotten multiple women, right? This guy has gotten multiple girlfriends, alright? And he's like, I'm hideous. Dude, if this guy is hideous, I must be the most disgusting human being that has ever been. This guy is like, I'm hideous, and he's got more riz than me. It's over for me. It's over for everybody. Everybody. If you're on a dating app right now and you don't look like this dude, it's over for you. You're never gonna make it in this industry. You're never gonna make it.
For the first time in a very long time, he acknowledges that he went back to jail in 2012, only to use it as an excuse for why he's unemployed, while neglecting to mention he choked out his elderly adoptive mother. His heyday with Reborn Records is cut short by the resurgence of Candle, who was threatening to show the label company the video she saved of Cyrax attempting to blackmail her. We have no proof that Candle's words are backed up by anything, but it seems Cyrax was pretty terrified of potentially being arrested, so maybe there's something to her claims. However, he ended up not being arrested because, according to him, he hid until the police left and proceeded to call for Sally. Without missing a beat, he converts the situation into another excuse as to why he isn't signed to a record label or doing songs with big artists. A day later, though, he's back to his grind. This time as a professional YouTube channel intro maker. Again, he's using freeware that an 8-year-old can operate that automatically makes these intros and tries to sell them off. As you can see, the name of the channel in the intro he made here is Nuclear Reactor. That also happens to be the name of the reaction channel he'd made at the time. Soon after, people began taking issue with his use of the N-word, which prompted Cyrax to claim he was being victimized. He makes a post trying to defend himself, but none of his friends side with him. Noticing that the tides had shifted radically against him, his reaction—
You can't use the N-word. Well, I'm the victim, so I need to use the N-word. Oh my god. Oh my god, this dude cracks me up. It's getting even more, like, insane of I need to be using the N-word because I'm the victim. The victim in what situation? In what situation is this applying to? What situation does this apply to? I have to use the N-word. You don't understand. I'm a victim. Oh my god. Me calling the police because I can't use the N-word. That's what it was. Calling the police on that dude. Oh my god, me calling the police because I'm too ugly and the record label won't sign me. Me calling the police because they won't let me use the N-word. I can't believe this, dude. They're ganging up on me. They're coming for me. They're praying for my downfall. You just don't get it. You just don't get what I'm doing. You just don't get the life that I've lived.
Was to simply begin blocking anyone who expressed they disagreed with him under the guise that it was to clear his account from any of Candle's minions. Cyrax has a rough start to the month of February, with Sally calling the police over threats to Cyrax from a female online, whom we can only presume is Candle. On the 6th, he makes a post calling out those who aren't willing to pay for his beats, saying, "You know what confuses me? All these artists say they want beats from me, and they're all willing to pay $10 for 10 solid beats to own flat out. Then when the time comes, they turn tail back out and run off. Like WTF. And
Well,
y'all
maybe
wonder
they
why
heard
I
the
can't make
beat,
it as a
sis.
producer. That's
Maybe
the
they heard
reason.
the beat
'Cause
and they
too
were
many
like,
mofos
ew.
want to play games and try and take advantage of me. They don't respect music
Made an F
anymore,
with it.
and how simple but dope loop style beats like I do evolved into what they are now. Sorry to say, but half you mainstream guys need to learn and do your music history and take a look at where music started with guys like Bach, Beethoven. Do your history, take the time to hone your craft the right way, and stop or don't do it at all. Plain and simple. It seems that after the pressure created by Reborn Records' response, Cyrax started admitting that everything he does relies on pre-made loops. However, in the comments, he can be seen still claiming that they're original and made from the ground up. Later on in the month,
Yeah,
he claims to
brother,
be retiring from
sure.
music due to a few people who have been consistently trolling him on his
Sure,
YouTube
dog.
videos comment sections. In a Donnie Darko-esque turn of events, on the night of the 25th of February, a tree in the neighboring area decides to troll Cyrax's house by falling very close to it.
yeah.
Without hesitation, he uses this to start talking about
Very
how the tree could have
yummy,
easily killed him.
right?
After
So
this close call,
yummy.
there's a period of irrelevant developments
yummy.
and 2 mostly redacted police reports coming from Cyrax's house until mid to late March when Candle comes back with new, even more scathing
there we go.
accusations.
Alright, this is a live video on Facebook. I got something to address to all those mothers out there. All you mothers out there that have young children, be warned of this guy named Chance Wilkins. He'll
Oh, no.
off on your children. Not only that, he'll sit there
Oh.
and off on video chat with them. He'll sit there and threaten to
Oh,
children. If they
no.
don't sleep with him, they will do whatever they can. He would literally hurt you. This man is psychotic, dangerous.
Oh, God.
Women, be warned. His name is Chance Wilkins. If you want his link,
Holy
it's
fuck.
right there on the description, whatever you want to call it.
Again, while we have no concrete confirmation
Holy
as to
moly.
what Candle's allegations pertain to, it seems that they, along with whatever she was sharing directly through Facebook messages, were sufficient enough to persuade 2 women who were particularly close to Cyrax, being Becky, who once called in a welfare check on him, and Abby, who, as we
Oh,
learned
no.
from a video Cyrax
No,
posted
no.
in June
No.
2019, reunited with him in April, only to break up with him again over whatever the information was that Candle shared with her. While many have disputed
No.
Candle due to her strange mannerisms,
no,
it seems that she was one of the first people to be aware of Cyrax's darker side and truly invested in keeping it at bay. So much so that she called 2 welfare checks on Cyrax's house, presumably to intimidate him with police presence. We even have audio of at least one of her welfare check calls she made.
Hi, I'm calling about a welfare check that needs to be done.
Okay. And who are we checking on?
Chance Wilkins. He was just on YouTube a few moments ago threatening to me and a few other of my friends, and I think he's going off his rocker, and I think he might be a danger to himself and others.
Within a month of the last welfare check she called in, based on what we can see on Chance's profile, it seems that word spread that Candle had taken her own life, and according to Cyrax, unnamed people began blaming him for her passing. Later on, we discovered that she hadn't died at all, but regardless, the rumor was enough to stress Cyrax out. The information about Candle having supposedly passed hit the Juggalo-adjacent communities that Cyrax has spent the better part of a decade sharing his music to, and that flipped a major switch. What kicked it off was when Cyrax was invited to appear on a show called the Juggalo Drama Alert, where he was asked by the host, Fred the Boy Blue, to explain his situation with Candle. Noticing how much of an absolute character Cyrax was, Fred had him appear in multiple episodes right after, and this grew Chance's popularity exponentially. Whereas he had 1 or 2 trolls who intermittently impersonated him before, he was now attracting a group of troll followers who were dedicated. While still in their developmental stages, they would
There it
eventually become the
is.
co-stars
No,
of the
no.
reality show Cyrax's life is about to be. Around the same time, though we don't have the exact date, he began dating Heather, but not the same Heather as before. With new Heather, at some point during 2019, he made a video about how cyberbullying and other kinds of abuse may lead to doing something drastic. While we don't know the date this video went up, if it came out before Candle began role-playing as if she had passed away, there's a very good chance her faking her death was to make it seem like Cyrax had done exactly the thing he denounced and cyberbullied someone to the grave. For a while, the trolls did little besides sending outlandish threats of all sorts to Cyrax, even going as far as calling his home phone to inform him that they had planted a bomb in Sally's car, which Cyrax reported to the police, and once the car was checked out and no device was found in it, he made a video on his Facebook page mocking his trolls. Eventually, they evolved and realized that if they were going to get any quality lolcow content out of him, they would have to be working on the inside. One of the
Come on, no. Come on, that's cute, right? I'm thinking one more over here. Like over Over here, maybe? Come on, that's cute. That's cute. This is everything. Oh, she's done. She's done. We've got another mushroom. That's done, ladies and gentlemen. We've effing done it. Alright, I'll set her aside. I need to set her someplace. Ma'am. Ma'am, I don't know where to set you. She's done. And she's got little stars. And I'm going to add little stars to this one. It's going to look so cute, right? So cute.
The first to do it was by the name of Boogeyman, who began interacting directly with Cyrax and even received a voice message from him explaining the candle situation.
Just a couple in the more emptier
act
spaces.
called the Bender Boys also got involved in trolling Cyrax in some unknown fashion, earning the ire of the Madman of Akron. While it gets increasingly difficult to find the exact dates and details for things from around this time, the closest I found was that a channel very tightly associated with the Bender Boys, called Brooklyn Menace, posted a video edit of Cyrax playing around with a samurai sword under the title Cyrax Shaolin. After a month or so of gratuitously terrorizing him, the more sophisticated trolls took a page out of the Daniel Larson textbook, deciding to pose as a record label interested in signing Cyrax. In late October, he posted a video about how we finally made it.
See, a lot of people don't realize it, but thanks to the haters over on YouTube on my
it'll be
channel, I got some exposure.
It'll be okay. We'll be fine.
Got hooked up with a major underground artist who just happens to be working with some big.
It's gonna be fine.
Industry.
After years of struggling as an independent musician, he finally succeeds. And to follow this poetic note, it appears that the new Heather is spending some time at the Cyrax household,
yellow.
as we have footage of her from around this time.
I'm bothered by the
Cyrax
yellowness, but I've already like committed.
It is shocking to see that Heather physically chokes and coughs upon kissing what has been dubbed by the trolls the trench mouth. However, good times don't always last. I believe that October of 2019 is the most accurate time frame for the rise of Cyrax's arch nemesis and primary troll, the King of Akron, Music Biz Marty. From what is available online, we can deduce that Music Biz Marty approached Cyrax as someone interested in managing his merch shop, only to proceed to claim control over the merch store and play the role of a cartoonishly greedy corporate record label executive who tricked Cyrax into signing away the rights of all of his merchandise to the evil Ram Ranch Records. In a video from this period, Cyrax can be seen begging for Marty to stop what he's doing and pretending to cry while asking to be left alone.
You are degrading me.
What?
You're ruining my image as an artist, as a person.
Ruining my image as an artist. You're ruining my image as an artist. Okay? I know that that girl came out and said that I was a pedo, you know? And I was caught being lured into sending pics of my junk to people, you know, the stealing art. That's what, but you're ruining my reputation as an artist.
Play Cyrax for a fool more effectively, he creates a false dichotomy between Ram Ranch Records and Bender Boy Records, which he was also indirectly in control of. It becomes very difficult to verify whether this manifestation of the Bender Boys has any direct relation to the previous one, and how exactly Cyrax's relationship with the Juggernaut ended, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much. This period was rife with Cyrax's participations on the Juggalo show, including one where he appears to be freestyling a diss track on Marty, who is also in the call, while a Juggalette and member of IP2 named Gucci's twerks to his bars. You could not make this up if you tried to. In early November, the setup concocted by Marty and the Bender Boys comes into play, as Cyrax is convinced he has successfully escaped the talons of Ram Ranch Records by joining the Bender Boys label. Despite this taking place only a couple of weeks after his supposed signing to Juggernaut, after believing he joined the Bender Boys, he delivered one of, if not the funniest moment during the entirety of the Cyrax story. To celebrate it, he posts a video wearing what looks to be an oversized pleather jacket and sunglasses, all of which is juxtaposed against the regular scenario of his insane asylum white wall containment zone he calls a bedroom. He begins the video by drinking some kind of clearly non-alcoholic beige fluid,
who is he living with
champagne,
now?
Before proceeding to give shout-outs to any and every person he's ever interacted with, like he was receiving a Grammy. Another noticeable thing is the change in his affectation. He puts on a slightly New York accent with Ebonics to go with it.
You won the Grammy, dog.
Come in, celebrate, kick it, chill. Got a brand new dope track drop with some.
Oh, hell yeah.
Cyrax can also be seen visibly calculating the best moments for him to take off his sunglasses dramatically, and he does it when he decides to talk about how the deal with BBR will help him take care of his kids. He obviously does not have, and I'm not even sure he's physiologically capable of having, kids, and what he's referring to here are new Heather's kids, but we'll explain that part in a little bit. Eventually, he's joined on a stream by someone with whom he's planning to drop a song,
Heathers,
and we later learn that dropping a song and music
frickin'
video
arms.
was a part of his contract with BBR. The song comes out, and it sounds like you'd expect it to.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And now, the other shoe drops. Alleging that his single
My
underperformed
new favorite
terribly,
song.
Bender Boys Records called Cyrax up to deliver some bad news.
Yo, Cyrax, I got an announcement to make. The video's not doing as well as we thought it was going to. Speaking with the team here at Bender Boys Records,
shame.
they deemed you unmanageable.
How?
Oh, damn.
Sell your contract, man.
Wait, what the fuck? Are you serious right now?
We sold
You're
it this
not
morning.
Are you fucking serious? I put in all that hard work for nothing? Are you serious right now? Bro, you're fucking stupid. I put in all that hard work for you and the crew for what?
Do you want to know who we sold it to?
I already know. Music, you already fucking come back.
As of that day onward, Cyrax and his music were the intellectual property of none other than Music Biz Marty, and things can only get worse from there. Due to Heather's very close involvement with Cyrax's online presence, she was often seen alongside him during his live streams, which was Cyrax's main vehicle of communication at this point. While it didn't look like she was very interested in Chance as a romantic partner, perhaps the attention he got online, even if negative, was her motive. And if it was attention she was after, she definitely got it. On November 22nd, one of Cyrax's anonymous trolls makes a phone call reporting that Chance was being mean and violent to Heather, taking her phone by force and refusing to give it back. The results of this call have been archived since the police showed up at the house during another one of the Juggalo congregations, prompting Cyrax to immediately tell Heather to follow him upstairs, also known as the Goblin Hideout, for whenever someone visits his house. The police were told that they were sleeping and that the call was a prank. However, 3 days later, that call prophetically came true, as on the 25th, another police report was filed, this time by someone named Mike. In it, Chance is described as hitting his girlfriend during a live stream on YouTube, but I haven't managed to find any video to match that specific date. When the police arrived at the location, the two were spoken with and claimed there was no occurrence.
There's cat hair in
Given
the
the lack
paint,
of
too.
hard evidence, we can presume that Chance did no such thing. I mean, just months before posting, he was posting videos to his Facebook about how a man that lays his hands on a woman is a coward. There's no way he was projecting, right? Well, a day after, during a live stream Heather was a part of where she was talking to one of the people following the Cyrax story, Cyrax himself eventually intervenes and is seen attempting to yank the phone out of Heather's hand violently, which some saw as an overly aggressive action. The same day, a troll once again made a call to Akron PD to report what had happened, and they conducted a welfare check. Not only do we have what was on the police report, which claimed Heather was acknowledging Chance's abuse to the person she was live streaming with, we also have the phone call made by the troll.
Chance J. Wilkins, he's a 28 or 29-year-old man. He had struck his girlfriend, Heather Porter, who is currently pregnant.
Just 2 days later, the same person Heather was talking to on the live stream was investigating further into her lore and ended up interviewing Jessica, Heather's former wife. Man, things just get more and more complicated, don't they? It turns out that Heather left her wife with their 2 kids in order to link up with DJ Shadowblade. As 2020 approached, it became clear that any semblance of
Why would you
humanity
leave your
to Taylor
wife?
Cyrax.
Why would you leave your wife for this man? Why would you leave your wife for this man? This is why I can't get through the video, dude. I was like, man, I'm probably gonna be able to, I'm thinking in my head, right? I'm thinking in my head, I'm gonna watch all these videos. Dude, I can't even get through this one video because how can you leave your wife for this dude? How do you leave your wife? Your wife! For this man! And you take your 2 kids with you? It's, oh. What does he say? What does he say in the DMs? It's just, how do you believe it? How do you get to a point where you believe it? How does this occur? How does this happen in the universe? This is not a thing that should happen in the universe. Will you leave your wife? I'd never leave my wife. If I had a wife, but because this guy's wife.
ever possessed was doomed to be extinguished by the relentless activity of malicious trolls and Cyrax himself, of course. All of his hobbies took the backseat as he began doing nothing but participating in live streams and endlessly interacting with people, either pretending to be fans or explicitly insulting and mocking him to his face. In late December 2019, he can be seen boxing through Google Hangouts with someone named Suplex City Vlog, and it's exactly what it sounds like. January 2020 begins with Cyrax claiming he's becoming a gamer once and for all, and considering his extensive use of the N-word, I think he's always been one. On the 4th, he loses a bet he made with fellow troll Schmecklecat that he could keep his cool against the trolls and not flip out for a week. Supposedly, losing this bet cost him $100, but I'm pretty sure Cyrax has never even seen a $100 bill. In a video of his where he derides Jamie Nicole for her inquiries towards Cyrax's abusive nature and Heather's past life, he can be heard calling Juggernauty Records Jugganazis, meaning he probably had a bad falling out with them, which is unsurprising since that name was closely associated with the Bender Boys. On the 12th, pictures of Cyrax's dick leak via Discord. Initially, many thought they were fake, including CGC, who's responsible for some of the best archiving and documenting of Cyrax's story. However, upon their reporting on Jamie Nicole's channel, a commenter, presumably Heather, started saying he'd been hacked.
And you're like, yeah, I need to document this. Why would you choose to do that? Like, I was just talking about this earlier when I was like, yeah, it's crazy the amount of people that go through great lengths to archive lolcows. I'm still astonished. I'm still astonished by that. Why it's just fueling them. It's just fueling them even more to be insane.
Was asleep when it happened. What was noteworthy about this is that it was neither a defense nor a denial, and given how often Cyrax and his cohorts have used being hacked as an excuse for their behavior, it's most likely a lie as well. Not only was the picture his, it was probably acquired by a catfish who persuaded Cyrax into cheating on Heather. After all, Heather and Cyrax were living together at this time. I'm not sure what use a picture of his willy would have been to her, especially since it was clear that they were already not on very good terms.
Why coerce him?
Hit me and knock your lights out.
In the wake of the leak, Cyrax says that he'll be taking a step back from being online, but in a video from just a couple of days later, he qualifies it by saying he'll only take a step back from the streams, but will continue to be as online as ever on other fronts, because according to him, he comes from a family of artists and has art deep in his blood. This is cause for concern since there's only one thing he has a family history of, and it's not art. Later on in the month, Heather and Cyrax are back to streaming, and Heather has completely hijacked the transmission, standing in the foreground while Cyrax hovers around in the back, taking her commands. The two begin attacking Jamie Nicole for her coverage of the couple's mishaps, including but not limited to Cyrax's pictures. And once Cyrax calls her retarded, Heather starts telling him not to use that word and tells him to go take some stuff out so she can deal with it on her own. Then, while Heather starts accusing Jamie of not being a real juggalo, which is as scathing of an insult as they could come up with, Cyrax comes in unsolicited and starts insulting Jamie for being a lesbian. This visibly irritates Heather since she was at one point in a relationship with a woman, as Jamie had revealed. Being unfazed by their milquetoast attacks, Jamie proceeds to report on and lambast the GoFundMe Cyrax and Heather had set up with the intent of raising money to take back Heather's kids from Jessica. Now, I'm not sure in what situation Jessica was in or if she was capable of taking care of 2 kids, but there's no way they would be better off in Cyrax's house. Full stop. Either way, they would have just pocketed the GoFundMe money, since legally I'm pretty sure they couldn't get the kids, and a fundraiser page could do nothing about that. When Heather wasn't around to monopolize the camera, Cyrax made his own diss video against Jamie where he threatened to physically beat her. What an absolute class act, guys. After complaining about his private parts being posted online, having ruined his chances of ever getting a job or being signed to a label, 2 things that, keep in mind, had never happened up until this point, he's challenged to a fist fight.
How is that going to keep him from? That's going to keep him from. The story goes that John did indeed go to Cyrax's house, but Cyrax, as he always does, hid in the attic until John went away, and when it was nighttime, he came out and had Heather record him acting tough in front of some swing sets.
What's up, John? I'm down here by the community center where LeBron
wow.
Start right there, boy.
She's just, and the thing is, she's fueling this. She's fueling this. He needs a wrangler, brother.
Try to take down music biz Marty in his merch store by claiming that he owns copyright on his work, which is very ironic considering that all the artwork is stolen, of course. A day after publicly defending her honor and saying that Heather is the greatest mother in the world, Heather calls the cops to report people threatening Cyrax online. The modern Romeo and Juliet. A few days later, Cyrax made a fake account on YouTube called Shadow King, and using a voice changer, he starts pretending to be an impartial third party Marty, who happens to defend Cyrax and Heather against the trolls. On another video from February, he reveals that Jessica has apparently charged Cyrax with civil assault, though it's unsure what for.
Okay.
He uses this, along with the trolls, as an excuse as to why he's unemployed, blaming the trolls for your personal failures, another great lolcow classic. In order to exact justice for what had been done to him, he challenges Marty and his other trolls to step up to the mic and rap battle him. However, upon failing time and time again to defeat the trolls, he decides to step away from social media to focus on his artwork, and he claims it's somehow related to a book his great-grandmother released, making him realize he needs to focus more on being an artist. But, given what he had just said, following this video, he actually managed to spend exactly 1 month away from his social media. But it's more likely that Sally grounded him for a month with no access. On the 15th of March, he comes back guns blazing, accusing Jessica of being a kidnapper for not letting Heather and Cyrax raise her 2 kids. After this, there's another long break from archive videos, probably due to another punitive measure from Sally, who is beginning to realize Cyrax could get in some serious trouble for constantly making allegations like that online. After this, he only resurges in May to give his final farewell to YouTube due to the cyberbullying he's undergoing. He's now under the name of Scarface with an X in the middle, and is visibly inhabiting the basement. He also announces a new label, and the first thing he makes sure to establish is how he'll be taking 30% of his artist's income, despite not being interested in establishing anything contractually with them. However, soon after, he basically admits that his entire family is telling him to stop being online, and he reiterates this 2 days later. But just 3 days later, he comes back, declaring he's now officially an e-racer because a retired professional motorcycle racer said he's really good at Forza Horizon. Another 3 days later, he comes back to tell everyone that his relationship with Heather was officially over. While he explains it in a way that's favorable to him, it's clear even through his retelling that he was threatening to hurt himself in a manipulative way. And when she didn't budge because she knew he was incapable of such a thing, he posted a video online crying about the incident, claiming that she's heartless. I should make a note here that he's just making a crying voice and turn the lights off so it would be less noticeable that he's not crying. Just a day later, he's back doing his usual gimmick.
Heather, Heather, Heather. When are you gonna learn, little girl, that calling you out on your bullshit like I did last night, that's not a threat. I did not threaten you in any way, shape, or form.
Again, Cyrax is the master of inadvertently telling on himself, and from the video, we can gather that Heather is alleging he's been threatening her. Maybe he noticed that trying to intimidate Heather with his WWE persona made him look bad, so the very same day he goes back to pretending to cry in the dark about the incident. Right after, he makes another video wherein he admits to having gotten physical with her at least once, meaning he is officially back to his domestic violence arc. In the immediate follow-up, we discover that Cyrax is an MO. He tries to choke people out, and then when he gets in trouble for it, he claims he blacked out and did it while unconscious, which is apparently what he did to his grandmother in 2012.
I blacked out and hurt you.
Shut up, man. This needs to be stopped,
dog. I didn't even fucking hurt you. I had my hand like this around you. It wasn't tight enough to choke you out either.
Yeah, it wasn't tight enough.
It appears to me that some of you think I lost my edge. Some of you think that I became weak.
Is he going beast mode?
I did lose my edge.
Stop that.
Guess what?
Not like this, dog. Not like this.
That
Stop it.
Dark,
stop. I don't like this. This is scary. It's actually scary. I don't like this.
Guess who my first victim's gonna be? Yam Ranch.
Stop that,
Records.
dog.
On the same day, an assault is reported,
let me see if I can
Cyrax
add
goes quiet for a little over a month. The details of the report show that Cyrax assaulted Heather's brother Michael by punching him 3 times as he helped her move out of his house. During the latter half of June, he's back to live streaming, and in a moment in which his mom is briefly seen on camera, Cyrax covers the cam and attempts to complain about it, to which she responds with a magnanimous
window.
On the 1st of July, he comes back again in a video titled New Look, New Attitude, New Knee, which I think was supposed to be me, probably, in which he says he's excited for the new year, despite being halfway into 2020. He's also wearing his grandmother's glasses to look more sophisticated. Then he drops a video to prove he doesn't actually steal beats, and in it, he plays the world's most horrid beat.
Take a listen to this shit.
What happened? Oh, hold up. There we go. I want it on top of everything.
You hear that?
Actually, I want it between everything. I want it on top of the video under the
multi-million-dollar contract with very serious record labels. On July 24th, he confirms what everyone already suspected. The GoFundMe they did, asking for $3,000 for court fees to get Heather's kids back, was being embezzled. While he neglects to mention what he might have used the money for, he shows that Heather bought $500 worth of wigs. 2 days later, he plays with a stick. Apparently, this is one of a long series of videos Cyrax makes to prove that he can fight in order to intimidate Marty, with whom he's planning to have a fight.
So bring your
Stop that. Hold up. I almost got it. I almost got it. I just need to make it just a tad bit bigger.
Bring your ass up here.
Just
I'm maybe small, but believe me, I'm the last motherfucker motherfucker that you want to box with.
A few weeks later, he goes back to fake
Oh, yeah,
crying
we're
about
good.
people saying he steals
We're
music.
good. We're gonna
and
lock
acts as
it
if
in.
him
We're
throwing
okay.
a
We're
fit is
good.
fine because in his eyes,
just
he's
doing
been
my
very
game
successful
dailies,
at keeping
dog.
his emotions
Leave
in.
me alone.
What is completely beyond my comprehension is that, judging from a video from this period, not only does he seemingly have a decent microphone, he also has yet another girlfriend. Somehow.
No!
To add to the insanity, he starts complaining that the trolls are the reason.
Tom's laughing. He has yet another. Him laughing at the girlfriend. Another one. Another one. Another one. Unbelievable.
He gave up all the gifts he would have gotten on his birthday so that his family could pay for the hospital bills that Sally had to pay due to a surgery she'd recently underwent. To bring back a leafy classic, a 30-year-old man complaining that the trolls are the reason why and not the fact he's unemployed and won't look for a job. A 30-year-old man! On the 18th of September, he attempts to call a truce with the trolls. On the exact same day, he makes a video declaring war on all trolls for supposedly saying bad things about his military family. Mind you, at this point, he's already denounced his previous stepfather, who was in the military, for not being good enough to Sally. This is one of the clearest examples of Cyrax going out of his way to keep his feud with the trolls going, because ultimately, he simply likes the attention he gets from it. Without them, he wouldn't be talking to anyone. It'd be the void like it was back in the day. A day later, he makes another upload titled, "We're All where he attacks Joe Biden. After being put on his heels once again by the relentless troll campaigns against him, he goes back to pretending to cry and claiming that the trolls are responsible for Sally's blood pressure being high in a video titled, "Seriously Considering Leaving YouTube." Throughout all of this, he could simply heed his mom's request and stop being online, but that's too much to ask of him. After this, there's a period of relative inactivity until late October, when he reveals his stepfather, Ed, has overdosed. Besides also pretending to cry here, many have speculated that he just made this up, either to garner pity or to get out of a rap battle he has scheduled around the same time. Later on in November, he makes a phone call to Marty where he pretends to be possessed by a demon and threatens him.
Brother.
Marty, why don't you go take that fucking gun, put it to your head and pull the
Sorry for my clicking.
He tries to sound like he's a demon and succeeds in sounding like he's drunk. A couple of weeks
Dude,
before another catfish attempt on Cyrax is successful, and he sends videos of himself cranking it to a fake girl named Jasmine, to the disappointment of his real-life then-girlfriend, Caitlin. Marty took this information to her, and apparently Cyrax had agreed to take his account down and stop being online, so it was a surprise to her that he'd simply made another account and was uploading on there. After their 2-week-long relationship dissolved due to his cheating, and Cyrax attempting and failing to hire a hitman on Music Biz Marty, Caitlin gave an interview to Marty, and Cyrax dedicated a love song to Heather, trying to woo her into coming back to his arms. Having failed to take his life, Cyrax takes aim at Marty once again, giving him a final warning that if
they're
he
not
doesn't
fake.
delete
He has
his channel
pictures
and
with
stop
these
this
women. He has
harassment,
pictures.
Cyrax will not
He has
hesitate to
pictures.
give
There's
the police
proof of them
evidence that
being
would put
together.
Marty in jail for copyright infringement. After Caitlin and her family talk to Marty and form a consensus that Cyrax is insane, Cyrax makes a video claiming that it was Caitlin's idea to try and hire a hitman to kill him. On the same day, he makes a video declaring that he's finally lost his will to fight and is officially turned into a soulless demon while he whispers menacingly from the darkness. Still not over Heather a whole half a year after her departure, he does a video fake crying while saying she has his baby and is planning to put the child under custody of the state so that Cyrax won't have access to him. In a follow-up, his way of addressing this very serious mental and emotional situation is to call Heather a dumb bitch for an hour and 15 minutes while he plays a racing game, which, by the way, is the only thing that can even be seen. He says that he called Heather about their supposed child and she denied it, but according to him, that's because she's a pathological liar and not because he got tricked into believing this by trolls. Also, just as a side note to this situation, but it's very doubtful if they ever even came close to conceiving a child, considering Heather's reaction to the trench mouth. He mentions that Heather supposedly had Sally and Ed banned from her workplace, meaning Cyrax had his parents go and confront her instead of going himself. In a particularly creepy development, on the same day, he records a video where he dedicates a freestyle to his unborn kid. After Marty says he knows where Heather is, Cyrax threatens to beat his ass and says he could do it whenever he wants to. On the very last day of 2020, he flips out after getting a bundle of rope in the mail. 2021 begins with Cyrax doing what sounds to be an Irish accent for no comprehensible reason.
It's your boy, I'm back to do a little bit of practice.
How can you tell he's doing an Irish accent? Like, I can't even tell.
Despite a hyperactive start to 2021, the rest of January is relatively uneventful,
tell. It just sounds like
February
his voice,
bearing some concerning news. Not only are rats sighted in Cyrax's humble abode, but apparently his basement bed is suffering from a bed bug infestation, and it's severely affecting his health. This may be karma for the fact that, in his never-ending struggle against Music Biz Marty, Cyrax turned to the dark side and decided to invoke the power of a very malignant political party in order to defeat him.
Gonna do some Ramstein?
Oh no! No, 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 no. No, don't do that.
After being catfished by a troll and confessing to his fantasy of eating
He's just
Snickers out of
wildin' out
somebody's
here. Brother's
defecation
just
station,
wildin' out
he enters
here.
into a relationship with someone
Unbelievable.
by the handle of Tangerine Cat, a long-term covert troll of Marty's. In the middle of February, he threatens to shoot Marty and another infamous troll of his, Schmeckle Cat, with his stepfather Ed's rifle, who definitely
got
did
a
not
gun.
give permission for Cyrax to use his to carry out a hit. Seeing that Cyrax was approaching the 1,000 subs mark on his YouTube channel, he started a campaign for people to subscribe en masse with their troll alts. Then, when Cyrax started celebrating, the next move was to unsubscribe en masse to see how he'd react. This was the result.
I did have 100. I did have 1K. But that little bitch ass nigga Marty.
Oh no!
It up.
No,
Not
not
gets
the
Sally to
N-word.
call the cops
Again.
to tell them he's being cyberbullied online, as if the cops could do anything. They can't. It's at this point that even the police, being familiar with the situation from the plethora of times they've already gone to their house for no good reason.
This is the second time. Why does this happen? This was what happened with the last dude, right? It was a lolcow. Okay, the guy was like, yeah, I've got autism, and everybody kicked him out because it was like, brother, you don't have autism, brother. Why me calling the cops? Because of cyberbullying? Again? No. Again.
Reason start to show signs of being sick of dealing with Cyrax. The report reads as follows: cyberbullying on internet by Marty. Today they received a package with rope in it, and he has been telling callers' 30-year-old son to take his own life. There were no threats and nothing to report. He was advised that if he does not want comments on his internet live stream, to block or ignore them. Nothing I was told today was a crime, and he had no information about the other guy involved. On the 5th of March, during a live streamed call with Marty, Tangerine Cat, and a fellow troll, Lava, Cyrax is pushed to his breaking point and decides to destroy one of the gifts he received from Lava to upset her.
You're trying to interfere in my life, you fucking hey, Lava, I swear to God, if you don't stop, I swear to God.
How old is he right now?
I will hunt you down and beat your fucking ass within an inch of your life. And that's not a joke. Hey, Lava.
We all know
hey,
that.
Lava, you better be lucky I don't know where you live. Otherwise, you're
Okay,
to be
damn.
6 feet under. And same with you, Marty. I know where you live. I know where you live, Marty. So don't test me. You need to
Don't test him.
And now I've had it. No, I've had it with you two interfering in my life. I'm trying to live a good life with my no. Shut up. I am trying to live a good life with my fucking girlfriend, away from the drama. But you don't want to let that happen, and I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it.
Away from the drama, dude, you have to leave the internet. You just have to leave.
See this?
That's not possible. You just have to leave. You have to leave.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that.
Apparently, during his tirade with the ocarina, he made holes
You
in
have
his
to
walls
go.
that indefinitely continued to be visible whenever he recorded videos. But the bad news simply refused to stop coming. Marty breaks the story that Cyrax has been taken to the hospital, and the doctors discovered he developed a fungal infection on his private parts. The cause of this might be the fact that he not only neglects to wash himself after he does the deed, but also does it multiple times a day, which results in chafing due to excess friction. I'm glad I can explain this to like however many people are watching this right now. Later on the same day, Cyrax gets on Marty's stream to berate everyone for spreading the news about his sickly genitalia.
Hey, guys, what the fuck is your deal?
Whoa!
No, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. Hey, Marty, let me tell you right now, you ass little bitch ass nigga. You had no right doing what you did.
Stop!
None.
During the
But the
conversation about
N-word,
his medical
stop
issue,
it.
it's revealed that Cyrax is unable to put the cream on and requires Sally to do it for him. This period is marked by some interesting police reports. After a welfare check, which informed the police that Cyrax was threatening people online, he was advised to stay out of chat rooms. Then, the police were told about Cyrax confessing to what he did to Billy, but no one answered when they showed up to his door. After a mostly redacted
That's
welfare
upsetting.
check, Sally herself calls the police as
This
Cyrax
is
and Ed are
awake.
fighting due to Cyrax being uncooperative. After this call is made, Cyrax randomly shows up during another Marty stream, this time with his mouth visibly bleeding as he screams at everybody.
Let me tell all three of you motherfuckers right now, because of you three, I almost took my fucking life a few minutes ago because of your bullshit bullying.
As it turns out, he'd recently gotten into a fight with his stepfather Ed, and unlike when he's online, being aggressive and acting tough had very dire consequences. Soon after, Ed leaves due to Cyrax's antics, which he blames on the trolls. After Tangerine Cat breaks up with him over him sending pictures of his wiener to multiple different fake girls, a new faux girlfriend comes forth by the name of Strawberry Sunshine, and Strawberry is taking no prisoners. Within a month of her work, she convinces Cyrax to insert a stylus into himself. You'll have to take my word for this, since I obviously can't show it on screen, or you can look for it yourself and be eternally cursed. The decision to leak the stylus incident was made based on the fact that, concomitantly with his relationship with Strawberry, Cyrax had recently sent nudes to a catfish who pretended to be a mentally challenged transgender person by the name of Cindy Lou. In classic Cyrax form, his strategy to get back at his trolls is to start threatening to do something crazy. Hopefully that was clear enough to understand, but evidently Cyrax was too scared to manipulate them with a real knife, so he just held a pen to his neck. And not just any pen, the accursed stylus. Props to whoever the girl is that played Strawberry for not laughing upon discovering it was just a pen. Just a day later, Cyrax tries to do the pen routine yet again. On April 14th, he tries it yet again, culminating in Strawberry breaking up with him. 6 days later, a video comes out of our boy proudly sucking on that same stylus. As the shtick grows increasingly tiresome, the trolls decide to up the ante. One of the troll outlets mentioned a while ago,
Proudly, it should not be proudly, son.
14-year-old
Not
catfish
proudly.
to see if Cyrax would bite. They presented themselves as Crystal and claimed to be suffering from bullying, and Cyrax responded. As they chatted back and forth, Crystal sent a picture of herself, an adult decoy by the way, to which Cyrax responded with compliments. Soon after, he declares his love for her, followed by him claiming that despite being 30, he looks like he's also 14. Immediately after, sends a picture of his disco stick. It seems like the catfish didn't plan to get the picture so soon. I won't get into too much detail beyond this, but despite believing the person he's talking to is 14 years old, he asks for indecent pictures repeatedly over the course of their conversation. After some time, probably after he told Sally what he was up to and she told him how it could get him into trouble, he expresses regret and ghosts Crystal. It's likely that Cyrax sussed out that this was going to make its way into Marty's hands, so his tactics became much more frantic and desperate. This was no fluke either, as during her investigation, Kate, the person running this operation, discovered that Cyrax had done the same thing in 2014 when he would have been 24. In another instance, which was eventually revealed, he was briefly together with a 15-year-old named Chloe. In a cameo he made in one of Marty's streams soon after the Crystal incident, knowing that YouTube forbade any kind of nudity, he proceeded to flash the camera in an attempt to get Marty's account shut down. This is a tactic he came to employ multiple times after. After a few police reports about Cyrax's online dealings with fake 14-year-olds, Sally called the cops over a fake picture of someone holding a firearm outside their house. To make everything even more cursed, Cyrax's dad, now free from prison, discovers that his son is a horror cow and appears on one of Marty's streams. It seems going to jail didn't fix him, since by searching his new name, Oangus Ravenwood, a Pinterest shows up with categories like feminized soccer boys are easy to convince and boys in dresses, containing multiple images of young boys in drag. When asked about it by Marty and Schmeckel, he claimed it was for trans kid awareness. Meanwhile, after years of being on the dark side, Cyrax turns to Christianity to fix his situation, while posting a few spoken word poems playing the victim. I suppose, due to loyalty to people of his same proclivities, he goes back to being friends with Chuck Stiegel and defends him from the accusations. Around this time, we can see that Cyrax has begun to frequently scratch his head, which we eventually learn is due to the bed bugs biting him. In exchange for the return of his PayPal account, Marty strikes a deal with Cyrax that the two would meet up in real life in order to square their differences. And upon showing up to Cyrax's house, Cyrax once again hides in the attic. After revealing during a spat with the troll that over the course of his entire career, he's made a total of just under $6 from his music, we get this.
Chance Wilkins. What does that name sound so suspiciously familiar? Maybe because your screen name is Cyrax?
Oh no.
What do you mean by Cyrax? Chance. Chris Hansen here of Hansen versus Predators. To catch a predator and have a seat with Chris Hansen, I'm going to need you to
Like how he says the entire thing, which I couldn't even repeat it if I tried. Like he just keeps going.
You don't want to be the target of one of my investigations, Chance.
He then gets together and engaged, apparently, to a trans woman named Trisha and begins defending her honor against trolls who are misgendering her. Cyrax begins posting videos of himself training to fight
You have
Marty
to know
again,
about what
only
he,
to flake out a second time when Marty showed up, sending Ed and Sally down on his behalf instead.
If you don't know, like at this point, it's like you gotta know.
That took place near his house.
If you don't know, that's on you.
Was injured.
Like I want to be like, how do you not know? Like I want to save these people,
Marty's goons who got the kid
you
by
have
mistake.
to know.
Oh hey,
how do you
because
not
of
know?
you and your little
goons. A 13-year-old little boy died today, bro. I know those bullets were meant for me.
In January 2022, he audibly fights with Sally over his obsession with the internet in the background of one of his streams. It sounds like she's telling him to get a job while he claims that protecting his family is more important, before bringing up some acquaintances of his who are in the hospital as if it was relevant to the situation. In February, he joins the Dark Side Phil Club, forgetting his stream is on while he does the deed. Despite nothing being visible, I'll do you the favor of not playing the footage of it because you get to hear some audio, besides the stream of Heather he's watching to relive the good times while he cranks it. The aftermath is quite ominous.
Thank you, Tom.
Due to another
You
attempt
know
from
it was
Cyrax to stay away
on.
from the
How do you stop and then grab the camera immediately? You know it's on. You know to be like immediately reaches over, grab. Fuck.
internet, Marty successfully
Don't even
draws him
trip,
back
brother.
out by pretending that Cyrax has passed away and has been replaced
Don't
by
even
an
trip,
AI,
brother.
namely AI Rax. Around the same time, another fake girlfriend by the name of Gothy becomes active, telling Cyrax that he's losing money because of Marty and saying PBS would do a documentary on him. During mid to late April, Cyrax's house is raided by police and he greatly embellished it to make it seem like he was in way more danger than he actually was.
But little to our surprise did we know that there would be 10 cops outside with guns pointed at me.
Hey, just go ahead and stand up. Keep your hands up where we can see them.
In actuality, they just pointed a flashlight at him and asked him some questions. It wasn't a real raid. A month later, he audibly poops himself on stream.
What?
Oh shit, oh guys, it's storming out. Gotta go.
Now, a lot of people are gonna pass.
Bathroom issues! Bathroom issues! Every single time, there's always bathroom issues. Bathroom issues.
Pass judgment, but can you blame him? It was storming out. In June, he posted a video fake crying and playing victim, and in the same breath, he threatens to hurt people and potentially police officers as well.
So help me God, if you cops don't do something about this, I will. And trust me when I say, the end result isn't gonna be pretty. People will get hurt.
He neglects to mention that the people going to his house are people he has time and time again invited over so that he could beat their ass.
I feel like I did
In
not
October,
do that right.
Cyrax's infamy grew to a point where Danny Brown, a pretty popular rapper, expresses not only his awareness of Cyrax's story, but active interest in it as a follower.
We just find like certain people on the internet
Insane.
to quit, and now we got this new guy. His name is Cyrax. He's like he's a little touched, little fucked up guy. And he's from Ohio.
To say the least.
With him all the time. Like he does like live streams. We're just all in his chat. He wants to be a rapper. He wants to be a. He always come up with something new. But I would say the funniest thing we did was that it got to the point like we'll with him so much he'd delete his accounts and shit. Be like, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. And you know, he always come back in like a week or something and we'd be geek. But one time he like I'm not doing this shit no more. Y'all ruining my life. I'm not gonna come. I'm not coming back to YouTube. I'm not coming back. So then he left and he was gone for like a month. Then we all bored. We all in a Discord like, how can we get him back?
I need my mans. I need my goat.
So we were just
Where's my legends to keep entertaining? What?
Gone but not forgotten. We miss you so much. We love you so much.
Approaching lolcow critical mass, the one and only Chris-chan, Liquid Chris, decides to chime into Cyrax's story.
The main purpose of this video is to call out a certain troll who's trying to impersonate me. His
Impersonate
name is,
you.
Cyrax.
Impersonate me.
I have gotten good word
Impersonate-
from
impersonate
my
you.
special gal pals that this
My cat's
imposter
hungry. It's
has
time for
been
me to
doing
feed
this
my
for
cat,
quite
brother.
some time now. I even have a screenshot of a video someone made on him.
He's correct in defending his image and reputation because, indeed, Cyrax is copying Chris-chan. Eventually, Chance's Facebook
How
gets
is he
hacked for real this time, and a video is uncovered in which he's seen licking his, I think we know.
No.
In December, Cyrax seems to have gotten physical with Ed once again, and a little while later, claims he's developed stress-related eczema that caused his feet to swell up and eventually become a full-on leg infection. In early 2023, Cyrax gets tricked into breaking his Xbox by inserting a contaminated USB stick into it, and then Marty convinces him to do a little dance in order to get his Xbox working again. Things start to look grim for Cyrax, who is now under threat of lawsuit from Danny Brown after accusing Danny multiple times of being a pedo. Perhaps sensing he has very little to lose at this point, he goads Marty into coming to Akron to fight him, and lo and behold, the fight does take place.
Oh
Despite
doesn't
this,
sound
immediately
good.
after getting beat
That
up,
sounds
he starts
awful.
streaming, bragging about having at least showed up, demonstrating he was still as adamant as ever. Eventually, the two stream again, and Cyrax tries to claim Marty almost murdered him while simultaneously trying to act unfazed. Afterwards, he tries to compete against Marty in a more familiar territory, racing. Him and Marty go for 2 matches, with each winning one. However, it's discovered that Cyrax was using auto race during his victory, but as a 3rd match was being set up to finally settle the score, Cyrax goes missing in action. As 2023 progresses, Cyrax begins dating and breaks up with another girl, Jasmine. Upon their separation, she talks to Marty and reveals that Cyrax likes to pop bed bugs and sniff them, allows mice to live in his room, and lets roaches crawl on his plate as he eats. Months later, Cyrax reveals the Wilkinses are potentially faced with eviction and need money in order to keep their house. Then a troll visits Cyrax and proceeds to get assaulted by him with a bat. He gets arrested for it, but is soon bonded out. And that pretty much brings us to the present. How the tale of Cyrax will unfold next is truly unknowable, but it's hard to believe it'll get better anytime soon. Unless he gets seriously institutionalized, we can expect more of the same for the rest of his days on this earth. As much as Cyrax never wins any exchange against his trolls, there's also no winning against him, and the struggle is in his favor because ultimately he doesn't even care about winning. I don't know if he can comprehend what winning is. Chance himself loves the attention, and he's in it for the long haul, even if it means growling at his computer monitor at people he's never going to see in real life forever until the end of time. He'll do it. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Oh, wow. We did it. We made it through a 2-hour 4 hours. Took me double the amount of time to watch this. Honestly, though, this is basically like what I'd be doing every day. Like, I'll pause and I'll get up and I'll eat and I'll do other things and I'll play my game dailies and stuff like that. It's like, this is what I do. Hi. Bruce is here. He's hungry. You hungry, Muffin? Yeah? My cat's here. He's hungry. Yeah. Say hi. Oh, the top down is not. It's on the cage. I go feed my cat. He's just a hungry little man. He's just a hungry little man. He's just so hungry and little. Oh. There you are, Snookums. Alright, okay, I'm still in my game dailies, but I'm gonna take a moment because I think the stuff I did is dry enough. So we're gonna do another layer. So let me disable the game. What do we got? What do we got? That's the live. That's me. Oh yeah, none. Are we saved? Am I saved? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I did it. That was me viewing the stream. This was me viewing the stream, dude. I literally viewed it. I had to view. Oh! Oh! Vomits, throws up immediately. I love how it just shows the ball. It just looks like a black nothingness. That's hilarious. Okay, Cyrax. Okay, what are we feeling? Many ruined his reputation. Okay.
Red versus blue.
Okay, Rooster Teeth. That's a big one. The horrible deplore. Okay, Leafy. All right. Okay, the podcast thing. That's interesting. Funniest. Okay. All right, I'm feeling the Leafy.
Veil. Before he was known for tearing down channels a fraction of his size as
Yeah, this is kind of an older video. I'm gonna bump it. Bump it, bump it, bump it up. I'm just gonna do a 1.25. 1.25. Let me get the Gimmer Gum. There we go. Alright, and we'll do the next layer on the mushrooms. Well, again, I keep hitting the nail polish. There we go. Set that up there. My phone's buzzing. What happened? Oh no. Oh no. I have an issue. Oh Lord. Excuse me? What's happening? What? Something happened with my eBay. Hold on. Hold on. I'm having issues with the eBay. Somebody's trying to return an item. On eBay is where I get my bag. It's how I get any money that I have, because I do not have a job. Somebody was trying to return an item and I got a bunch of notifications on my phone. From freaking... I've been streaming for so long that I didn't realize that, like, I was worrying my family. It's been so long. My family's looking for me. Ooh. Ooh. All right, let me fix this. Let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. I shall start the video at 1.25 speed.
Leafy is here. He owned a Minecraft server that grossed over $100,000 before he hit his 20s. The stresses of running the server were unexpectedly worse than any stress he incurred through YouTube. This, in a way, primed him for the immense growth his channel received. A channel that, for many, initially served as a window to the stranger and darker parts of YouTube. Leafy acted as a guide that spewed almost nothing but words of denouncement towards subjects. From children to people with disabilities, Leafy attacked them all with little remorse. Growing faster and faster with each one of his controversies, at his peak, Leafy seemed unstoppable. Though it was only poetic that the subjugation of constant ridicule that he brought upon others was also brought upon him through a single video that spread far and wide through YouTube. Ooh. Many think this is what caused his initial downfall, but in actuality, there were hidden powers that brought on a slow and painful decline to his channel that stopped posting in 2017. But to everyone's surprise, he came back.
What up, motherfuckers? Welcome back to a brand new video.
And when he came back strong in 2020 with a less caricaturized version of himself and received wide support. But these hidden powers had had enough of his antics, and overnight banned him without warning. A move that many content creators rallied against. But their outcries were ignored, as the banning of Leafy and similar content creators served as a clear message from YouTube that they can and will strip you from your channel if you give them bad publicity. That is why this story must be told. The story of the rise and fall of Leafy is here.
Oh, damn.
The story begins with the beginnings of Leafy's channel, which was created October 7, 2011 by a 16-year-old Calvin Lee Vale. Beyond the traditional roles a typical American teen takes, like attending high school or going to parties, Leafy, while still partaking in these, was also learning to code using Java, a highly popular programming language that at the time was used for things as big as web browsers or as small as JRATs. As for what a JRAT is, the exact definition changes depending on who you ask. The J stands for Java. Easy enough. The RAT can stand for Remote Access Tool, Remote Admin Tool, or Remote Access Trojan. Different definitions describing a similar virus. A virus that can be used to remotely access the infected computer by doing things such as implementing a keylogger that records keystrokes in order to steal passwords and all forms of personal data, which can see many malicious applications online. It is unknown for what purpose Leafy coded these. Perhaps to sell the code for monetary gain or to use the software for his own online attacks. Regardless of the intent, coding these helped Leafy sharpen his Java coding skills, and something else that ran on Java was the fast to popularize game taking the internet by storm. Minecraft. Like many players that knew how to code using Java, whether teens or full-grown adults, began hosting their own Minecraft servers, spending hundreds of dollars to launch them. A simple idea soured when it was discovered how much money people can make by monetizing their Minecraft servers. Keep in mind that this was far before Mojang started cracking down on servers that relied on a pay-to-win motto. As the motto suggests, it allowed the highest tier donators in any given server to dominate the rest of the players. Whether it was selling ranks that gave access to in-game equipment or commands, as Leafy referred to them, rich Dubai kids paid unbelievable amounts of money for items or even a plot of land in a populated area on the server. So in reality, it was not the average player that lined Leafy's wallet, but the rare, wandering rich Minecraft player that could expend a couple $1,000s like the average person buys a candy bar. But before that became a larger part of Leafy's life, he was still growing his YouTube channel, which mainly consisted of videos of him playing Minecraft. A typical Let's Play series, interchangeable with a sea of channels trying to start their own Minecraft Let's Plays. Leafy, understanding his situation and demotivated at the lack of views on his videos, was learning that getting an initial audience to watch his videos was one of the most difficult parts of growing his channel. So he formulated a plan that started with a 4 or so paragraph message that went along the lines of, "Hey, big Minecraft YouTuber with a large following, I've been watching your videos since day one. Can I please get some advice on how to grow? Please check out my videos."
Damn.
That, of course, is a more dramatized example of his message that was sent out, possibly using a bot, to any Minecraft channel that Leafy could somehow get into contact with. He eventually saw the fruits of his labor when around late 2011, a Minecraft channel that goes by Static777 left a like on one of Leafy's videos. This small gesture had a big impact on Leafy's channel, as this in a way promoted his channel by allowing users of Static777 to look at his recent activity and also see that he liked Leafy's video, which led a small stream of curious viewers to Leafy's channel. This got Leafy his first 50 subscribers, which was enough to get him the initial growth he sought. After this, Leafy used his channel to heavily promote his Minecraft server by almost exclusively only making Let's Plays on it, which also, as his channel grew, meant that his server had around 20 active players at any given point. More viewers means more people on the server spending money. With some consistency, Leafy in 2012, with a slowly growing subscriber base, was invited to the YouTube Partner Program when he reached around 700 subscribers, meaning that he was now able to earn revenue from his videos. Though it was still a very small amount considering his channel size, and that he uploaded 1 to 3 Minecraft videos a week, gaining a little under 1,000 subscribers a month. He'd also try his hand at live streaming, but with little success. Still, he started making a bit of a name for himself and his Minecraft username, Leafy is Sleepy, as it was becoming somewhat recognizable within the player versus player or PvP servers he'd visit, sometimes making threats to disrupt someone's internet through a DDoS attack. This is where we get into the dark side of the cube. Back then, Minecraft on the surface was an innocent game targeted at children and a way to express your creativity. Though behind the scenes, people were still creative, but in much more malicious manners like the aforementioned DDoS attack, a practice common within the Minecraft server owner community. As servers started to become more successful and those running them could earn a livable wage, those left running these servers went through a trial of fire set by other server owners, where the new server owners found that they could survive by using the same malicious tactics that were applied against them. These tactics include, but are not limited to, doxing, where your identifying information was released to harass you beyond a computer.
Because of a server
Extreme cases
dog,
of
it's just
doxing include anonymous
Minecraft.
calls
It's not
where
that
the
deep.
harassers lied to the police,
Well,
stating that
apparently
you were
it
putting
is
others
that
in
deep.
danger in order
It's
to get a
just
SWAT team
Minecraft.
to raid your
It's
place
just
of residence
Minecraft.
and
It's not
possibly
that
kill
deep.
you.
It's just Minecraft, brother.
I'm with you.
DDoS attacks or denial of service attacks that temporarily shut down servers or the host internet connection. Hit squads. Server owners would pay several attackers to hunt down active players on a server and continually kill them until they quit out of frustration, effectively scamming a server's population. It should be noted that banning the raiding players was largely ineffective, as these people often had over 100 Minecraft accounts each. That means they'd switch between accounts as their account in action was banned from a server. Another vicious tactic was domain nabbing. Whenever a server owner's domain was back on auction after their paid time with the said URL had expired, a competing server owner would immediately purchase it and have it redirect to their own website. You owned previously was now instead promoting your competition that just nabbed your domain. And finally, in the most extreme cases, lawsuits, which will be later mentioned in the video. While the largest
People are trying to
servers were
steal
usually
each
not
other's
messed with,
bag.
it is
It's
unknown
just
how much or
Minecraft.
often Leafy engaged in these tactics.
Doesn't
But what is known is that all
You
these
engage
tactics help scare away the smaller starting server owners, leaving those average-sized server owners to partake in these tactics in a constant competition where they'd attempt to one-up each other's hostilities. Sometimes they'd formulate
Brother,
alliances
no.
where a group of server owners
Don't
were
do
pit
that.
against
It
another
doesn't have
group
to
and
be
fling
like
various
that.
insults at each other through TeamSpeak servers,
you know what
which was also something
What did
Leafy
I
took
click?
part
I
in,
hit
starting at
spacebar
around
on
17 years old.
What did I hit spacebar? 17 years old. It reminds me of what was it? That dream thing with Quackity. What was it? World SMP, I think it was called. I don't know. I think that might have been the name. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Either way, where it was like I didn't know, and then it was kind of weird. Like it was so awkward in like the public space of Twitter. Was it Twitter at the time, or was it X at the time? Who knows? Either way, it was super weird to be like, I was doing this. But some people, when it gets, but at this point, it doesn't seem like it was that big. Like if there's 20 people on your server, like I'll be on, which server was I on? On Hypixel, and we're talking hundreds of people are constantly on that server all the time. So what, like, I mean, I get wanting to have the biggest server in like a content space, but like you just have a Minecraft server. Like, why are you coming for people's bags? This is intense. You don't gotta come for the bag like this. Not like this. You don't gotta come for the bag like that.
How much money I fucking make, bro?
0. Damn,
you are.
I got motherfuckers like this hiring me to take care of motherfuckers like you.
Making this one of the most stressful periods in his life, even more stressful than any future drama on YouTube. But it paid decently, with the server bringing in thousands of dollars a month in 2013. A fair portion of that money went to things like having his server promoted by other YouTubers. Many times he got free publicity by collaborating with another channel. After all, he now had a sizable Minecraft channel of his own, sitting at around 18,000 subscribers, though not all were keen to work with him, as Leafy still had many enemies, which is most likely how his channel got suspended for a short period of time, most likely due to people reporting the videos promoting his Minecraft server as a scam and having YouTube take them down. But Leafy eventually got his channel back up and had this to say.
I got suspended. It was just kind of like a mess up. I didn't break any rules, and I got my channel back. The day I found out that my channel was suspended, I was seriously like, you guys have no idea how nervous I was.
While Leafy hardly had control of people flagging his channel, those pestering him asking to be paid to stop their DDoS attacks is where a large portion of Leafy's earnings most likely went to, along with paying an additional fee to have these online mercenaries backstab the person that contracted them originally. Leafy estimated that mid-sized server owners paid attackers on average $4,000 a month to avoid being targeted. Before Leafy invested in services like Voxility, he was a large target for these attacks. The stress of it all was notable in Leafy's vlogs that he started uploading around 2014, showing something as simple as a room tour and talking about what's going on in his life. The reason that hole in the wall exists is because of Drake. Not the Drake, but rather an anonymous lone wolf that formed no alliances that was also hated throughout the Minecraft server owner community.
Drake.
As for Drake's interactions with him, Drake began DDoSing Leafy's server, then requested $500 to stop the attack. When Leafy paid that, Drake responded with, "Thanks for the money," and continued his attack, which is when Leafy punched a hole in the wall and began a crusade to find Drake's true identity. But in the end, it was an unsuccessful venture, which Leafy spent around $10,000 on. Though Drake was eventually unmasked by a highly influential server owner that even Leafy feared, who sued Drake and possibly landed him in jail. Interestingly enough, Leafy's anger towards Drake helped him more than he could ever imagine, as it inspired Kids Who DDoS, a comedic video where Leafy discusses DDoSing and the effects of it in various games, with mostly unrelated gameplay footage in the background.
Hey, what's up guys? Today we're going to be talking about DDoSing.
This video highlights Leafy's new transitioning content. Instead of focusing purely on Minecraft content, which was at a downward trend at this time, Leafy was branching out to various different games like League of Legends, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and various other games he showcased for a video or two. With few videos, the footage did coincide with the topic of the video, like when discussing his history with the game or the way he'd peruse unofficial gambling sites. Going forward, the footage of his gameplay usually added nothing but a colorful placeholder while he discussed what he needed to in his video. The most memorable and most used type of footage was from the online competitive game, Counter-Strike Global Offensive. However, it was not traditional gameplay. He was instead playing on community-made surfing maps where the objective was to glide down or through a map, using the momentum gained from gliding on rails of angled surfaces while avoiding the hazards throughout the map. While telling a story with unrelated attached gameplay footage dates back to even the earliest days of YouTube, CSGO surfing was simple and easy to follow gameplay that Leafy had laid domain over.
That's what the game is, CSGO surfing? I've always wondered what
Sometimes
that game
you talk
was.
about a personal story, which is something that Leafy excelled in, because you can direct an extremely well-made video with fancy graphics and invest a good chunk of money into using copyrighted music. But if the writing is terrible or the delivery is poor, then it usually flops, which in reality, he only needed decent writing and good delivery to make his stories interesting. When Leafy told a story, he'd always blow them up and make them feel larger than they truly were, while still correcting himself and trying to keep things in the realm of reality. The same could be said about his content discussing popular internet videos or stereotypes of players that he derogatorily deemed as kids, not because they were kids, but because he called them that to insult their maturity. Referring back to Leafy's timeline on YouTube, while he was still experimenting with other forms of content, now entering 2015, Minecraft videos still took priority. His experimentation into different styles of videos brought interesting results. Take note of his ZOMG series. While the Wayback Machine did not save the thumbnails, the titles themselves clue us in enough as to what the videos are about, as it highlights his ascension towards clickbait-style videos using keywords such as best, unbelievable, rage, most epic. If you look at these sets of videos and compare them to his traditional Minecraft content that was posted around the same time, it is obvious there is a clear winner. It also helped that his new style of videos were self-contained, meaning that they did not follow an obvious episodic format and they were easier to consume. People stopping by his channel when all he made were Minecraft videos were less likely to consume his content because of the sheer exhaustion it would take to catch up to episode 86. So these self-contained videos allowed viewers to get an easy taste of Leafy and grow individually through different parts of YouTube being suggested next to whatever popular or relatively unknown thing he was talking about. A big part of his new content was the personification of it, which was exemplified in his vlogs.
It feels so weird not having
It's easy
cool
enough
emotes.
to make a YouTube channel and add a text-to-speech bot in place of a real voice discussing whatever topic you'd like. But you never see these channels gain an actual following.
Emotes.
A voice provides a unique aspect to a person that can...
This again, and it got me over here. Don't do that. I hit spacebar and I touched this last. Yeah, YouTube has custom emotes. Well, I mean, like, not custom, like, you can have custom emotes, but I'm pretty sure you need to be, you know, paid to do that. Right? Like, you have to actually, like, become part of their partner program or whatever. How long ago was that message? How long ago was that message? Like an hour ago, and I just now noticed it from my secret person. I like using the cat one. I like this one. The cat, and I also like the little hearts. I like that one too. I like that one. Those are the ones that I like. Those are my favorites. There's also a little dab. Oh, so little. Well, you know, you used one of them. Never mind, you already used one of them. Look at that little kitty. It's a whittle in the box. Yeah, I think you have to actually like be be important. I'm gonna be honest, dog. Be important. You have to be important. 'Twas many moons ago. 'Twas many moon ago. Sorry. I'm sorry. Had no clue. Unbothered. Didn't even notice. Just like in my own lane. In my own lane. Are you enjoying what's happening?
Hardly be replicated. So a vlog
How are you doing? Are you enjoying
this? Getting you to 23,000 subscribers makes you less anonymous and more of a person, and makes you more memorable, and does that much to set you apart from the channels with no tangible human touch. To sum it up, the more unique and tangible you make yourself online, the faster of a following you'll get, which was being reflected through Leafy's sub count. As for his Minecraft server, he was still developing
I do want to say that's hella difficult now. Like that was the thing where it's like you need to do something unique. And I see that with other people, like, recommending other people, like, YouTube advice, where it's like, you have to do something unique to stand out. Brother, everybody's doing something unique. Everybody's doing something crazy and unique. Like, it's all over the place. It's all over the place. Everybody's doing unique stuff all the time, every single day, while you're sleeping. While you're sleeping, people are trying to get that bag. And they're beating you to the bag. Constantly. Like before, if you were doing something unique, like it would stand out because there wasn't that much like stake in the game. There wasn't that much like oversaturation, I think is the word I'm looking for. Oversaturation of what's going on. Now it's like so many videos are posted every single day.
And adding new aspects and servers that serve different purposes. Trailers and other people interacting with him and his server still exist on YouTube today, but this era of Leafy is mostly forgotten, as the waves of influence that began striking YouTube overpowered much of his history, starting with videos like Kids at DDoS, along with rants like I Hate Google+, which was the popular opinion at the time. But Kids at DDoS' sudden jump from thousands of views to nearly 1 million set a clear path to Leafy's success. So if there was any point in time that pinpointed Leafy's rise, it was during April of 2015. Due to his nearly daily uploads and new style content in that month alone, he doubled in views.
Damn.
In May, another jump of 80,000 plus views.
Get that bag.
Then in June, he went from getting around 200,000 views a month to 800,000 views, which doubled again in July, quadrupled in August, and so on. It should be noted that Leafy's content at this time was focused on stereotypes in gaming, discussing the various annoying types of people he met through his time online. Though these followed an episodic theme, they were largely detached from one another. There was really no one target in these videos, just a broad range of personalities that he and his growing viewer base found annoying, often accompanied with commentary from his friend that went by Quirky. An interesting side note is that these videos were uploaded through the Wi-Fi of a local coffee shop because his internet back home was so poor. As for his channel, naturally with the large amount of views he was getting, he was also receiving a big jump in subscribers.
I used to struggle with that with long form videos. So the time that I wasn't streaming on Twitch, right? If I wanted to upload a long video onto YouTube, because I would do like, when I talk long video, I mean like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, like that was a long, long video. Like these freaking video essays are like 2 hours, 3 hours, and I'm over here trying to upload a 45-minute long video, to my channel. And I could not do it. Like some days, I would literally have to start it over because for some reason, just with the way that the Wi-Fi was, it would either like catch it or it wouldn't. As weird as that is, like sometimes it just would not land in the YouTube system, and I would have to start over the entire upload process to be able to upload the video. there were times where the video would take so long to upload that I would, and even then, like, upload, we're talking like so long to upload and export from Premiere Pro, that I used to, because I was afraid that this isn't a thing now, as far as I can tell, because I do stuff while this is happening. I would literally leave my laptop open, because I only had a laptop at the time. I did not have a PC. I would leave my laptop open at night, and I would go to bed, and I would, like, leave it running, and I would make sure that the screen, like, wouldn't turn off. That way the laptop was running. That way when I woke up, I could literally, like, upload the video, because hopefully it was done. I could upload the thumbnail and then finally post the video the next day. And then I would literally, like, turn off my laptop because I didn't want it to, because it had been it had been on all night. Sometimes waking up and the laptop's turned off, and it's like, all right, well, here we go. Am I gonna turn on the laptop and is the video gonna be uploaded, or is it not? Like, sometimes it would be, and that was a freaking godsend that it landed and it did it. Other times, obviously not. Sometimes it didn't, and then I would spend like the rest of my time on the PS4 watching YouTube that way. It's how most of the time I was watching YouTube was over the PS4. It's me watching my Turkey Tom videos on the PS4 while I waited for my laptop to get its second life, and then I basically would just, like, draw or edit most of the day on my laptop. Or I would sew. I used to bring all of my sewing supplies into the living room. That way I could watch videos, YouTube, while I was, like, doing crafting stuff. So I used to do stuff like this, literally.
2000 in August of 2015, and rewarded his fans with a face reveal.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Leafy is beefy with his face cam on.
While his face did apply more personality to Leafy's brand, there was something more influential developing in August of 2015. The origins of this development can be traced back to a small joke made in Leafy's video, Kids at YouTube 2. From this video, the Reptilian Brotherhood was birthed, with fans making art of Leafy as a reptilian, which Leafy responded to about a week and a half later with a video titled Reptilians. In the description, he uttered their most famous phrase,
the fan art.
Going forward, many of Leafy's videos were spanned with this phrase. As for Leafy himself, following his increasing success on YouTube, he started traveling. First to PAX Prime in 2015, which he received free tickets for, then to Amsterdam, London, and various other places across Europe in September of 2015.
The fan art went hard,
his content now delving into stories about his use of various substances, many of which are illegal for consumption inside the United States. And while Leafy was touring Europe, his audience set it upon themselves to spread his likeness around the globe as well, starting when Leafy mentioned a CSGO content creator Anomaly in one of his videos. This mere mention prompted Leafy's growing fanbase to spam his chat with hisses. And when Anomaly turned sub mode on, so only Anomaly subscribers could chat in his livestream, they hissed as well. When asked about the origins of the hissing, viewers pointed out it came from Leafy's channel. This soon spread to other CSGO YouTubers that were having their comment sections spammed with hisses. On October 11th, at the end of the video discussing teachers that take their job too seriously, Leafy discussed the Anomaly hiss raid, saying that he found it funny.
This is so frowned upon now. This is so frowned upon now. The last time that this, like, really happened recently was, I believe, with Nuxtaku, where he used to, like, raid people on Twitch, I believe, with, like, a certain phrase, and it would be like, yeah, go in and do that. But people do that over on Twitch, like, with their raids in general. It was just more like a targeted, like, let's get this person, let's troll this person, you know, let's all go in and do, like, this one thing. I can't even remember what they did. I can't even remember. It used to be such a funny thing, though. But still, like, this was such a big thing of how people used to get attention from bigger streamers and bigger YouTubers by sending the people that they had. And that started as, like, an even more intense movement because people want to be a part of that. You know, I wanted to be a part of that. I thought that was super funny. But it's so frowned upon now. It pisses people off so hard because you'll be doing your thing and it's like a form... It's a form of self-promo now, which is kind of frowned upon. Like, you don't want to be promoing on somebody else's time. Which I guess, like, it really depends on what the person wants. Like, sometimes it's to get attention. Well, sometimes. It's always to get attention. But, like, for the purposes of gaining clout or, like, gaining a following that you're taking away from somebody else, people don't really like self-promo. on somebody else's time. And you could tell that people don't do that, like with some YouTube channels that really don't link in the description to who the person is. I would notice that like some people I would see collabing with other people, I would be like, oh yeah, they have a channel and I know their channel. But then you would go in the description and there wouldn't be like a link to the person's channel. Like they're just there to like hang out. But like that's like an obvious like, well, why are you doing this? Like, oh, it's because of this person. It's because of this person. And it's that purpose. Sometimes I think that's how it seemed like with Nuxtaku, in my opinion, of having that kind of like, or what was it? I believe it was Pokimane, kind of like sending a group of people to do a certain action where everybody has like this parasocial, like if I do this, they're going to give me that attention, the attention that I want from the person that I'm doing this for. Which is, it's very strange. It's very strange that out of the collective, because that's what it feels like. Like, you're like, I wonder if I'll get the attention that I'm seeking from that person by doing what they want. So I wonder if it was, like, as parasocial, or if it was more like a troll back in the day. For this specific case, like, time goes on, things get crazy.
And no doubt encouraged his viewers to replicate this behavior towards other content creators, and so they did. There were few bastions that Leafy's fans did penetrate. The Reptilian Army's copy pastas could be found in the most innocent cooking videos to a random Watch Mojo countdown. The situation was brought to light by Leafy yet again 2 days later, which only intensified the amount of hissing. Shortly after this video was posted, the situation was covered on Drama Alert. Through this massive campaign, many large and small content creators now became aware of Leafy, which opened many paths to friendship, like eventually befriending other commentary channels like H3H3 Productions, Pyrocynical, and even entertainment news channels like Drama Alert. Many of their viewers also became aware of Leafy and joined in on the hissing, feeding his channel more subscribers. It's safe to say that many content creators jumped on the bandwagon, but in large part due to the relentless spamming, Leafy started to make few enemies while also developing the obvious tactic towards anyone he mentioned in his videos. Even those that Leafy slightly alluded towards were not safe from his rampant fans. As at this point in time, Leafy, when talking about YouTubers or mannerisms that annoyed him, kept the YouTubers he was talking about anonymous, describing their actions instead, paint a picture of who he was talking about without of course revealing their identity. Sometimes he was too descriptive and talked about a rather hard-to-watch video of a high school student screaming, "Do the Harlem Shake" in a high school cafeteria. 2 days later, this video was then followed by another video where Leafy discussed how his viewers brigaded the video Leafy mentioned, prompting a response from the person in the video that Leafy mentioned. This was one of, if not the first instance, where Leafy addressed someone else directly instead of only talking about their actions. After all, this person did make a response video towards Leafy. Beyond that, for the month of November, he continued his standard content of storytelling and a few gameplay-based videos. But it was clear that this was not the optimal way to grow his channel, as he was going through a few dips in views. This all changed November 28th, as this day defined what many remember to be Leafy's definitive form of content, and that is discussing and ridiculing other content creators for a single video or their actions spread across several videos. But because who he was targeting at this point in time, he was still getting a lot of support, as the video uploaded on November 28, 2015 was discussing a YouTuber that goes by Lispy Jimmy, a relatively disliked member of the YouTube community. The following day, he talked about Bertgasm, another infamous figure that was specifically known for creating mature or rather extremely inappropriate content for anyone under the theme of Minecraft videos made for children.
These are his top videos. Fucking this, dude. Who does this? Reaper Escape? What the fuck?
The next day, he did a video on Sam Pepper and so on. In December, he mixed in a few of these videos along with his usual stories, but the success of these videos was clear. 4 out of 5 of these videos are directly discussing another content creator, and they're growing faster than any other form of his content. This video that he uploaded in December is already nearly doing better than one of his most popular videos that has been on his channel since late 2014. The clear path of success is to make more of these, which is exactly what he started to do in January of 2016. A bit of analysis as to why these videos were so popular is that they usually hit controversial figures that were currently being discussed around YouTube, meaning that YouTube recommended to more people discussing the same topic. And building on top of that is that Leafy, with his comments and opinions, sometimes made his own drama that was regularly featured on other channels like Drama Alert, giving him more publicity and growing his channel faster than he'd ever seen. As just 4 months ago, he was at 100,000 subscribers. Now, he was almost at 1 million. But not everyone he talked about had a massive following, as he was branching out to all sorts of strange or controversial figures that inhabited YouTube. Some of these figures had less than 100 subscribers that, whether satirical or not, actions were being showcased to nearly 1 million of Leafy's followers. From furries to children in Minecraft, Leafy covered it all. And on the topic of Minecraft, it seems that he detached himself from the server that he was running, possibly because of the stress, him making significantly more money on YouTube, or the fact that Mojang was cracking down on pay-to-win servers like Leafy's. This all meant that he had no intention of owning a server. As for what happened to Para PvP, it seems to have closed down late 2016 due to lack of donations. But back to the topic at hand, Leafy was on a roll making videos about the strange people of YouTube. Videos meaning not only just describing the variety of people he'd cover, but also the amount of times he'd cover any one figure. Take for example Mr. Black Darkness 666, a unconventional content creator that made a video describing and showing how he lives in a small town and how children at his local park are bullying him. Leafy, alongside making comedic remarks about the fact that literal children are bullying him and that Mr. Black Darkness told the children to go fuck themselves, gave a few words of advice, knowing that there was an off chance that Mr. Black Darkness was going to watch this video. And oh, he did. In reaction to Leafy's video on him, Mr. Black Darkness, in response, almost immediately made a video on Leafy titled, "Leafy is here, go fuck yourself."
Oh.
Leafy fuckwad. I'm gonna make sure you burn. You little asshole.
Showing an unhinged Mr. Black Darkness with running mascara, consuming alcohol, responding to Leafy's video, saying he'll get what's coming to him. This led to a short series of response videos where Mr. Black Darkness performs a curse on Leafy, seemingly in a Speedo because, according to him, you have to be as naked as possible to allow the dark spirits to flow through you. Leafy then responded to the curse placed on him and placed one on Mr. Black Darkness through Microsoft Paint.
Oh God, Lucifer, hear my plea.
Brother is seething this badly.
Oh God, Lucifer, hear my plea. Holy shit, he's fucking bleeding from this, dude. This is like actually a proper fucking satanic ritual.
Oh, wow.
It just fucking ate me, dude. What the fuck?
While there were a few follow-up videos made on both sides, the situation eventually came to a close on Drama Alert on January 30th, 2016, where a discussion was done with Keemstar as the mediator.
Let's get roll.
Why can't you just make another video telling them to fucking calm down? And
that's exactly what I was talking about with me and Pyro. We were thinking about making a video talking about satire content and how we make videos about people, but again, it's just parody.
It seems that Mr. Black Darkness did eventually lift the curse. Remaining on topic of the discussion, it was later revealed by Leafy himself that he lied about making follow-up videos with his fellow content creator friend Pyrocynical, telling his audience not to harass the topics of his videos. The most visible thing Leafy had done to deter harassment, that was not even implemented until a couple months later, is add this section to his video description discouraging his fans to not go on witch hunts. But even then, it was hardly a deterrence. In fact, the lack of a deterrence is what caused his first large-scale controversy and potentially started his downfall. You see, Leafy used to get much of his content from the r/cringe subreddit, where he'd find all sorts of difficult-to-watch but easy-to-dissect videos. That's when he came across this video about a man in a fedora who noticed that a woman had left her container of freshly purchased eggs on top of her car and was about to drive out of the grocery store parking lot.
She was pulling out and I handed her eggs. Isn't that right, ma'am?
It is. Thank you. I didn't realize I put eggs on top of the car.
Okay. Who's recording that?
2010.
Oh!
This guy flagged her down and prevented the eggs from falling off. It was a good
Why
deed
would you
that made him want to start
record this
recording and encourage others to do the same thing. So he asked the woman if he could make a video with her, and she agreed, which is how this video was made.
She's in the car.
There
She
is an
looks so
obvious
uncomfortable
tension
and
of
scared.
awkwardness in the video between Tommy and the people he helped, because his speech of doing good things is so drawn out. But that may have not been apparent to Tommy, because as we know now, he is autistic, and social situations may be different for him.
Bathroom
As
issues?
it stands, his motives were good,
Bathroom
and he
issues?
did help someone. Regardless, he gained a bit of notoriety through this video, appearing on television through Tosh.0, where the host also made comedic remarks at Tommy's video while inviting him to be on the show to take part in some skits. Leafy, most likely knowing a good amount of this information, set out to make a video ridiculing Tommy a bit worse than Tosh did. The major difference is Tosh's audience mostly consume television and are largely uninteractive. But Leafy's audience is on the same platform as Tommy's and are well known for brigading videos that Leafy discusses. At this point, it was already established that Leafy had a way more active audience, for better or for worse, than the average YouTuber. So after Leafy made this video, Tommy's video was bombarded with dislikes, and comment section was littered with the typical comments of hiss and KYS, meaning kill yourself, leading Tommy to almost immediately post this video as a
Stop it. Okay. Alright, I've got to, I have had a lot of very extremely ungraceful and disturbing interactions with people. Sometimes you just, it's, okay. I mean, he did bring it up, having autism. It's almost like you can't get the context within what's going on. You can't get the deeper meaning. You know? You can't vibes. Like, you can't check the vibes of somebody. You know, like, if you see somebody, you can kind of gauge their facial expressions, the tone in their voice. Like, when it comes to, you can't. You can't tell. You really just can't tell. And that's so upsetting because, like, yeah, you can, okay. So yeah, I can look at her and be like, yeah, she's definitely uncomfortable and stuff. Like, I've gotten better over the years, but there are some times where I'm in person. I'm I'm talking to somebody and I'm like, frick, I'm not getting it. I have to bail. I've literally had some people be like, oh yeah, we could have hung out or we could have talked more. And I'm like, I thought you were uncomfortable. I have to leave. And they weren't. Like, some people, like, for me, it's more like I'm always thinking that somebody is uncomfortable, or I think that every slight inflection isn't because I'm, like, hypersensitive to that. This is, like, the opposite, where it's like, you can't tell. It's, there's so many different scales of, or, different scales when it comes to, like, having autism. It's just, I feel for him so badly. Recording her.
Response.
I'm having a difficult time right now.
No!
Because some people are threatening my life, threatening my family. No! And all I wanted to do was inspire people.
This enraged many people, enough so that it blew up on r/videos and started what was known as Memegate. One of the people annoyed at Leafy was H3H3, a friend, or now ex-friend of Leafy, when he uploaded his soon-to-be-deleted video titled The Leafy Rant.
Leafy made a video about a guy like he usually does, calling him a fucking asshole, cringy, weirdo, you know, whatever. It turns out that this guy is actually autistic.
While there is some truth to H3H3's claims, like how Leafy aggressively clickbaits his videos, and how his content slowly transitioned from going after those deserving of criticism to those more vulnerable to criticism like children.
Here's making fun of a kid. Here's making fun of a kid. Here's making fun of a kid.
Damn.
Kid.
As H3H3 states himself, there is some hypocrisy in him calling out Leafy, as in the past, H3H3 has made similar videos, which is something Leafy discussed further in his H3H3 rant.
Okay. I get that, like, this is so, because I can't even form words right now. I can't even form words to form an opinion about this. It's so crazy. So there's always this understanding, like, if you're gonna post stuff online, you're fair game. You're always fair game. And I think it's kind of hard. I think somebody, it's not like somebody's unworthy of criticism. You know, like, if you're gonna be like, what, I'm just making fun of people, like, you're deserving of criticism just as much as the people that you're criticizing, you know? And that's like the scale for me. Like, if you're gonna go out and criticize people, like, you're deserving of just as much criticism back. So if you're going out criticize person after person after person, like, I feel like you're deserve of that much criticism back, you know? And sometimes, like, yeah, the criticism can be unjustified. It could be crazy, but dude, I mean, in certain situations, like, damn, come on. Poor dude. That was a lot of undeserving hate. That was probably a moment, though, where it was like, yeah, some people are out of pocket. They're gonna go out and they're gonna do stuff based off of my opinion, when you realize the power that you have as a creator.
Posted after an apology video about Tommy NC.
So first off, before I say anything, I just want to say, guys, I fucked up. But regardless, I'd like to say sorry to everybody I offended, all my fans I disappointed, and of course, Tommy.
Leafy's H3H3 rant show the more toxic and hypocritical side of H3H3.
That's nice.
All he does is make fun of kids?
Okay. Ethan, you sure you want to make this point?
Clean cut?
That's nice. At least he said he effed up. See? That's when you know somebody's, like, you know.
This butting of heads.
See, like, that's the thing, is that, like, sometimes you just want to, like, be a little troll and stuff like that. And, you know, it's cool to be a little troll, but be, like, a horrible human being is just kind of, that's, like, different from being a troll. Like, being a troll and getting people to get angry. That's why I'm, like, okay. Like, again, that's why I'm, like, when people try to incite lolcows to do certain things or reveal certain information, what do you gain by getting a picture of their genital? What do you gain from that? That says more about you than it does about them. Why do you need those photos? And why are you like, yeah, I'm gonna release these photos of them doing that? Like, okay, it's one thing when they're like, yeah, I posed as like a kid and they were just sending me pictures of the. Okay, that's one thing. That's one thing. This is an isolated. But for you to message them and to be like, yeah, I'm a dude and I was flirting with him and pretending to be a female, and then I got a picture of his junk. What? What? You're weird. You're a weirdo. That makes you weird. You're weird.
In a way, split a portion of the audience that they shared because through and through, they were both in the commentary community talking about strange figures or videos on the internet. As for how Leafy's channel was affected, it wasn't. He still kept making the same videos that the YouTube algorithm shot out and viewers scooped up. This was helped when H3H3 later admitted that he messed up when he called out Leafy and said that he regretted making that video altogether, which helped mend their friendship. But before that happened, another of Leafy's targets, namely Wet Movie 1, called out Leafy for cyberbullying.
This guy looks like he just went through 5 different strokes in the past fucking hour.
As Wet Movie 1 claims, he was placed in special education classes in high school and was considered overweight, leading to much bullying. And now, even after he lost all that weight, he was now getting cyberbullied by Leafy.
This making fun of me and shit for the way I look and things.
This video, along with foreshadowing Leafy's future, gained much sympathy from those that detested Leafy, as he pointed out how Leafy focuses largely on criticizing someone's physical attributes rather than their actions, which is overall, for anyone, considered extremely lowbrow, which brings up an interesting aspect of Leafy's success on YouTube. Initially, when he started criticizing channels, he went after their actions and focused almost purely in the controversies that surrounded them. But as time went on, and he started to nail this format by uploading nearly every day, he was potentially running out of targets and had to find easy targets without any controversy initially surrounding them. Sometimes Leafy created this controversy.
Nah, you should be like that. Who's that dude? Who's that dude that I was just watching Nick and Tom talk about this. Pegasus, where it's like content after content. It's shocking how much content you can make about one person. Like, just go for it. Just like continue talking about the same person, dude. People will watch it. People would watch it. I think it's that feeling of like wanting to come up with new stuff, like new material to be like funnier and funnier. But brother, people, you could just do the same person over and over again. And people would watch it. Dude, I feel like I need to do another layer. Like another layer of the pink. I feel like it's still not opaque enough. I feel like I'm gonna have to do a third layer, brother. Come on. Alright. A third layer of the pink.
Relatively unknown figures that did not have a large following, Leafy chose the easiest route, which was personal attacks. This is also when his channel saw the most growth, with each upload getting millions of views, along with getting 500,000 subscribers monthly. But there was still a bit of a rocky path to walk when Leafy had to deal with complications like getting his channel hacked by Poodle Corp, which almost seems that its entire purpose was to promote a Twitter account that is now largely inactive. Though Leafy got his channel back from the hackers, every one of Leafy's videos was still changed to the same title, directing viewers to go follow the hackers on Twitter. So he had to manually change every single one of his titles back to their original state. But the problem was that Leafy's titles were so ambiguous and clickbait that he couldn't remember the names for many of his videos. So after the hack, many of his videos went under different titles. Even a hack couldn't stop Leafy's toxicity in his content, which he was very open about. His acceptance of this allowed him to carry knives of incorrigible opinions that, though other channels wielded them, Leafy did it more openly and obviously to the most vulnerable. It was a growing black hole of drama that reached far across YouTube and worked in his favor. And sometimes, well, most of the time, Leafy's attacks against controversial figures were supported, few receiving as much support as his rant towards his ex-friend, Keemstar, who was now under a lot of fire due to iDubbbz releasing a content cop video on him, where iDubbbz dissects the many deplorable things Keemstar has done.
What I'm gonna do is, because I've been streaming for like 5 hours, I'm gonna do another layer of the pink on the glass one, and then I'm gonna spray paint the glass. I'm gonna finish off this one. Alright? And we did finish off the other one. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, and I'm also gonna do the white on top of this one and also spray paint it to kind of seal in that first layer of white that you see me going over on that one. That's the game plan. I don't know why I poured out these two colors when I didn't even like need them very much, but that's the plan.
This situation for Keemstar was not unlike the controversies Leafy had experienced, except in one regard, it was much worse. The thing about iDubbbz's videos is they gained almost universal support, and there was no splitting of a commentary community like what happened with Leafy and H3H3. It was the people against Keemstar in a massive campaign trying to get Keemstar's competition, Scares, to grow in size. Leafy claims that he was frustrated at Keemstar because he allegedly insulted him behind his back and treated him poorly as a friend. But what many people believe is it was a business decision to distance himself from Keemstar and make himself look better in the process. So Leafy released the first of 5 videos ranting on about Keemstar, with Leafy progressively getting angrier through his rants. Like iDubbbz's videos and the many other videos attacking Keemstar, Leafy's videos still received massive support. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Sometimes you can just take the middleman out and have your friend as your enemy, which is the case with Leafy and YouTube. The platform that gave him his success was now tearing him down in his prime, with many people supporting him. As seen on Social Blade, he was losing massive amounts of views during August of 2016,
it's insane how,
which was a month after he made the first Keemstar rant, and almost a month after YouTube updated the terms of service, where they pledged to crack down on bullying and harassment. These new policies allow them to take a more firm stance on content like Leafy's. But to be clear, let me explain my earlier statement. Leafy was losing views. No, it was not that Leafy was losing the potential of gaining more views by being recommended less. He was, in a literal sense, losing his total accumulated views because YouTube was striking and removing his videos, putting him, in countless times, close to getting banned. Because on YouTube, after you get your first community guideline strike, 3 more means channel termination. So in reality, Leafy was still getting the same amount of views. It was just that YouTube was removing his videos at such a high rate that it gave him negative views, making it seem like he was losing popularity. That was until a month later that iDubbbz, the same content creator that made the content cop on Keemstar, released a content cop on Leafy.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Content Cop. As you can probably tell, I can hardly contain myself right now because
that video is
the day we get to bully Leafy.
This was his video is so going amazing in a very detailed fashion. Who the F how Leafy many was. Of Leafy's arguments in his videos are flawed, and how often he uses the word literally and always seems to pronounce it like this.
Literally.
Beyond that, there were 2 crucial parts of this video that made Leafy's fall from grace nearly unrecoverable. First was the large section devoted to trying to find Leafy's chin. Because just as Leafy makes fun of others' inherent attributes, iDubbbz was doing the same thing to show Leafy that he's just as vulnerable as the people he criticizes.
Seemed like a lot of people were eager to hide that disgusting chin.
Second was because of these 5 seconds of footage. If you didn't catch that, for those few seconds in iDubbbz's video, that was a cameo from H3H3 Productions, the same content creator that uploaded the first big Leafy rant, but made up with him and was supposed to be on friendly terms with Leafy. His sudden collaboration with iDubbbz, even if it was for mere seconds, fueled Leafy's rage. And one of the worst things you can do when making a response video is not keeping a level head. So 3 days later, Leafy released the iDubbbz Content Cop response, a nearly 22-minute long video addressing few of iDubbbz's points well.
Today I got exposed. I have 2 friends, and if either
but what
of my friends did that,
his points were these skits
sad.
that were akin to the videos of people he'd make fun of.
Oh, sorry, I have 3 friends.
He stole it.
Leafy's
I have 2 on
response
Discord
showed that he
and
played
Tom.
right into iDubbbz's hand
Tom,
by
don't
even
put me on
mentioning
blast
that
like
iDubbbz
this
talked about his chin,
with my
leaving
non-chin.
Leafy to play into an emotional, rather than logical, response. iDubbbz then made another video responding to Leafy, making fun of his chin yet again.
And it seems like you're still quite a bit bent out of shape about the whole no chin thing. New chin. This look right here I'm calling Goats Winter.
Where's the cyberbullying?
Where's the cyberbullying? Don't pretend like you didn't watch. There was 20 minutes of it.
Just as Leafy had done to as many subjects, iDubbbz was doing to him. As some would say, Leafy's response towards iDubbbz was weak, like his chin.
Oh!
And just as many did to Keemstar, when Content Cop was made on him, including Leafy, there were an extreme amount of videos discussing or exposing Leafy for things as small as not crediting one of his editors to having channels within the millions of subscriber range tear Leafy apart. At this point in time, it was cool to hate Leafy, so now many people were doing it. Even Keemstar was in on the action. But no matter how much hate Leafy got, he kept throwing out the exact same videos for a simple reason. They worked, and they still got views. Even if the dislikes outnumbered the likes and all that was visible were negative comments, the truth is, Leafy was still making a hefty profit. That was until February 2017, the beginning of the adpocalypse and this horrid symbol. Essentially, if you had this attached to your video, it meant that you couldn't make money from it. And Leafy, like any YouTuber, likes money. But with his style of videos, even the ones he was trying to experiment ever so slightly with were massively getting this symbol, or to be properly descriptive, getting demonetized. A few other downers of 2017 were that his nudes were leaked because someone hacked his Snapchat, and now he was finally seeing a sizable decline in views. no longer reaching over a million.
Okay, I remember watching this video, but I forgot that his nudes were leaked. That's no. A moment of silence for the nudes being leaked. Alright, that's enough silence.
With each upload, but now hitting the hundreds of thousands per video instead, which is still quite decent considering the quality and the repetitiveness of Leafy's content. As for his upload schedule, Leafy now uploaded only a few times per week, if at all. Following this downward trend, he made it all the way to December of 2017, over a year after the content cop on him was released. And then, nothing. All there was radio silence. Leafy did show up a few times in places like Drama Alert as he mended his friendship with Keemstar.
All this stuff is not real. You put that in your video to make me look as bad as possible. You fucking lied about me.
I didn't fucking lie about
it. Yes,
no, I did not fucking
lie. That artwork goes hard, though.
Check-ins, it was largely accepted that Leafy left the internet after being exhausted with YouTube constantly adding new rules that affected either their monetization or his ability to upload. This seemed to be the end of Leafy, with many remembering his presence online as a relic of the older Wild West of YouTube, where many forms of controversial content existed and was seemingly promoted by YouTube.
Dude, when the Pokemon stuff came back though, I was lit with it. I was like, yes!
Especially in such an unwelcoming landscape. That was until...
Yes! Yes!
Hello, everyone.
Brother
My
came out of the
girlfriend started an
freaking
OnlyFans
woodwork.
account. I think all of it is cool. Yeah. I know, iDubbbz is a simp. I suggest you go idolize someone else. Someone who isn't a simp or a cuck.
Over 2 years later, in March of 2020, the internet called upon him once more. Leafy answering the call by making a statement of his return with this 30-second long video simply titled iDubbbz.
Summoned him from the depths of
unaware
the
of
void.
the drama I recently brought upon myself, I'll fill you in. My girlfriend started an OnlyFans account. Yeah, I know,
Dude, you're a fucking cuck.
Those few words, in a way, undid the pressure iDubbbz's content cop left on his channel. It
So
took a little over 2 years.
Undo all of that. That undoes everything? Apparently?
But Leafy made a short and effective response against iDubbbz that his and a portion of iDubbbz's audience overwhelmingly supported enough to blow this video past 1 million views in a matter of days and get him trending on Twitter.
That's all it
This
took.
video was followed by another, longer video that included more interactions between iDubbbz.
That's all it took to own him. That's all it took to own him. Like, that video was insane. That the iDubbbz was insane. And then just to say that the internet's crazy. That was like the moment.
It also had Twitter posts that showed his girlfriend flirting with other content creators, presumably before she met iDubbbz. This situation all happening because iDubbbz's girlfriend decided to start an OnlyFans, which had split reactions. Many shunned iDubbbz and called him a cuck. But there were still content creators on iDubbbz's side of the ring. The most important of them all, or at least the one that Leafy hated the most, was still H3H3, the first large content creator who called him out. That was Leafy's next target, as he uploaded a video of H3H3 discussing him.
People saying, oh, Leafy, come back. I would love to see Leafy come back and try to exist in the landscape today. You can't even curse, bro.
You're a fat, fucking disgusting piece of shit.
This is the biggest takeaway from that video, as it propelled Leafy to continue making more videos. Every day that Leafy remained and grew on the platform was a victory for Leafy and a loss for H3H3. With each upload of Leafy's new content, he was spitting in Ethan's face. As for his new content, it consisted a lot more of the footage of the video he was discussing with few comments. He was also more tonally calm and rational as he was playing less of a character. Along with this, he was not uploading daily, but instead whenever he felt like it. Which means he wouldn't go back into the cycle of running out of things to talk about and target smaller drama or creators because his well of topics would run dry. It seemingly reverted to a late 2015 version of his channel where he talked about the many popular current events on YouTube and mostly discussed channels that were of similar or larger size than his. Things were looking pretty good for Leafy, as month after month he uploaded 1 to 5 videos a week and saw decent growth to his platform.
Some of those videos, there was one with just like what thumbnail that had nothing to do with what was going on.
With people loving his sometimes unpopular but unique takes on popular subjects. It's safe to say that Leafy was back, and he came back strong, exploring beyond his traditional targets and finding new ones. But none were as frequently discussed on his channel as Pokimane, a popular female Twitch streamer that, like many content creators, had a few controversial aspects of her background. Some of those few controversies included her takedown of videos that many say she took down in an unfair fashion. though some videos that she took down were not in fair use, as people were uploading her popular stream clips of the month without adding anything transformative to them.
People made videos about her and she's copyright strike them, the list goes on and on. If you make a video that is negative about her, she's gonna try to gun you.
And I had spoken to my MCN and I was like, is this something that I can take down? Because like...
But the biggest part that Leafy harped on is her rumored secret boyfriend.
You tier 3 subs, she has a boyfriend. Yeah. Let me say that one more time. Dude, she has a boyfriend and you're fucking pathetic.
The reason this mattered so much in his and many others' eyes is that Pokimane has a large male following. And a smaller section of those people have skewed worldviews where they believe that donating large sums of money or becoming a higher tier subscriber, which costs a fair amount of money a month, that they will eventually have a pathway to contact her and may end up dating her in the process. Not that many people sympathize with this part of her audience, as their views are extremely unrealistic and difficult to support. But on the other hand, if Pokimane did have a secret boyfriend, she was knowingly profiting off her perceived availability, which is the exact same reason many K-pop stars can date or at least don't date publicly.
Yeah.
There is a very profitable business in selling the idea that you might one day date a superstar.
Subin,
so just as IDub,
TXT, my goat, the other dude that I'm in love with, TXT Subin, if I found out he was dating somebody, I would literally be crushed. I would literally fall to the floor, Disney princess style, super dramatic, and be like, ah! Super dramatic about it. I would be devastated. Not Subin. Not Subin. Did you know he's like 6 feet tall? He's as tall as me, dude. Please don't. Subin,
once
no.
did to Leafy.
Not
Leafy
like
made a
this.
series of content nuke videos criticizing Pokimane for the aforementioned reasons. The content nuke spanning around 4 videos. The first video, according to Leafy's recollection, made it to number 8 on YouTube trending under the category of gaming. That was before it was age restricted, then taken off trending, which he appealed for, then it was brought back up on trending again, then it was age restricted again, which means it was taken off of trending once more.
Crazy.
The reason for this back and forth was a large amount of pushback, mostly from the Twitch community that knew and defended Pokimane, making decent points of their own, in which Leafy included in his later content nukes on Pokimane.
Then, yeah, like Leafy literally already got bullied off the internet once.
This drama brought back a taste of 2016 Leafy, as the more drama he caused brought more people back to his channel, causing enough drama for his line of merchandise to almost immediately sell out.
Man, everything is just going so good right now. This is what being lucky is, dude.
And as the series progressed,
Thriving
each
in his
edition
own
was
lane,
considerably
living and
less
breathing.
serious. Not only because Leafy was trending on Twitter again under the guise of being Pokimane's secret boyfriend,
Pokimane boyfriend started trending worldwide, which is pretty sick.
but also because people were speedrunning getting banned on Pokimane's Discord server for being affiliated with Leafy in any way.
So
Leafy endorsing this by launching a $500 contest to see who could get banned the fastest. The peak of the situation, and no doubt, was Pokimane announcing her month-long break from streaming starting early August of 2020, which many people perceived it to be influenced by Leafy, though Pokimane claims that it was because the pandemic was affecting her mental health. Then 13 days later, she apologized for many things mentioned in Leafy's videos, and while she did address Leafy in her video, it was largely covering all of her controversies and it was not meant to purely address Leafy.
Look at that.
But the
That's
most
cute.
important part of
I
this
nailed
video that Leafy later discussed was Pokimane states that she is not transparent about her relationship status because it's something that belongs in her private life. So even something as small as the potential of her having a boyfriend strengthened Leafy's claims about her. It should be mentioned that Leafy made 10 plus Pokimane videos almost one after another. Well, at least that's how it seems on the surface.
No,
but in reality, the non-content nuke Pokimane videos had almost nothing to do with her at all. They were just clickbait used to talk about other things, including the stock market, gambling, the reason he hates politics, how to bargain with an editor, and which content creators he was interacting with. But with him causing Pokimane to constantly trend on Twitter in what seemed to be a relentless campaign that caused the Twitch streamer to quit momentarily meant bad public relations for his worst enemy that has been gunning to take his channel down for a very long time. In the morning of August 20th, 2020, those wanting to revisit Leafy's videos could only watch them through re-uploads, as his channel was banned from YouTube. Pokimane immediately stated that she had nothing to do with it, and some content creators rejoicing that action was taken on Leafy's channel. But this unveiled a unfun president of YouTube, and that is how YouTube, overnight, deleted Leafy's channel without warning for potentially breaking the rules against harassment and bullying. Typically, when you are making content that you shouldn't,
okay, but
YouTube will take down a video and
going
give
in
you
on
a
her.
community
He
guidelines
was
strike
doing
so
what
you
he-
understand not
what
to
he
make that
was
content
doing.
again.
Everybody
If you get
just
3
still wanted to
strikes
get
like in
banned
baseball,
for it.
then you're out. But in Leafy's case, all 3 balls were thrown to the pitcher's plate while he was sleeping and gave him no chance to redeem himself, which is something many content creators saw wrong in. Not to mention that many of Leafy's Pokemon videos had very little to do with her. Following this ban, he was also banned on Twitch and Twitter. His strongest presence on social media is Instagram. As any attempt to come back to YouTube, even his covert accounts that he only uses to keep track of his subscriptions get banned almost immediately.
Damn.
The story of Leafy's downfall was a strange one because it was not due to lack of interest and viewers slowly dropping off. It was due to too much interest. He was just too good at his job. And while the narrative remains that he did much harm to the YouTube channels he covered in the past, many benefited from his videos and milked their attachment to Leafy. There's still a strange irony about how the sensationalism that brought him up was the thing that inspired his downfall. Leafy is now a fossil that has no hope of returning through YouTube. There is no hope for a comeback, a return, or another rise. Just the terrifying reminder that YouTube can strike down any channel and leave nothing but archive videos hinting at something larger. A fate that through Leafy can now happen to anyone. Leafy, like a leaf in autumn, has fallen and gone with the wind.
Oh, bless you. I can't sneeze. Bless you. Damn. Alright. I knew before I even saw the title, bro. It was about Daniel freaking Larson. Okay. My cat is here to lure me out because I've obviously been streaming for too long. I know, Vivi. I know, Vivi. I won't be streaming tomorrow, cause I gotta go do stuff outside in the real world. In the real world. What do I want to watch next? Exposing a podcast. This is okay. What? Okay. Exposing podcast. Okay, yeah. I think we'll watch the Exposing podcast one, and then I'll end it for the night.
Was stolen from these podcasters, and I decided to investigate. I found the man responsible, but before we confront him, let's go back to where it all started, when Theo Von, a comedian, released this.
Our podcast was defrauded. We were stolen from. The company that did it is Cast Media, and the man that did it is Colin Thompson. In total, I've just between talking with folks, there's up to $4 million that I know of. We're in the 6 figures. I know of podcasts that are in the 7 figures.
Now, when I saw this, I had the same 2 questions on my mind as you do. One, who is Colin
I
Thompson?
didn't even give my opinion about the other one. Like, should I be giving my opinion at the end of watching these? Because it would be sick if Leafy made a return. I wonder if he did. It just, like, went under the radar. I know people were upset because, like, you don't want them on your stuff. Because I guess you can get banned for that. Kind of like Twitch. Kind of like Twitch where you have somebody who's, like, banned on the thing. Did he make a Twitch? I don't even remember. Either way.
And 2, y'all are making 6 to 7 figures doing podcasts? I'm in the wrong line of work. I make like 4 figures here in the $10 million studio. Barely keep the lights on, okay? So I went to do some research, figure out, how these people are making all this money and also how they got robbed. And what I found out was that this company that stole the $4 million was a podcast network called Cast Media. Podcast network being a fancy name for saying they represent podcasts to find sponsors. You know, all that stuff you violently skip with the fast forward 15-second button.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Those guys. And Cast Media would basically work with them as a middleman. They would take some money, give the podcasters the read, and then give the money. Of course, taking a cut for themselves. Now, that is simplifying it a bit, and we'll go into the details more later. But what you need to know is that Cast Media hadn't been paying their talent on time. And what started as being late for maybe a month had turned into 7, 8, 9 months late on paying, until one day Cast Media and their CEO, Colin Thompson, says, hey, we're probably going to go into bankruptcy, which means you get nothing unless you take a special deal with another podcast network called Podcast One. Now, who's Podcast One? Well, it's an even bigger network, and they basically say, hey, we'll acquire you, pay off what you're owed if you sign a new deal with new terms with us. If you do, you'll get back some of the money you're owed now, some of the money you're owed over 2 years, and you'll also get stock in our company. But what stock?
I gotta buy groceries.
Podcast Network stock, a company that wasn't public yet, but as of this video now is, and is down almost 50%. Now, if you took that stock in 2 years, you could sell it. How much it's worth at that point is dubious. Now, Podcast One would say they were just trying to help. It wasn't their debt, so it's a great deal. Now, the more cynical view of this is that it's kind of strong-arming creators. You either take the deal or you'll never get what you're paid. I mean, podcasters like Jim Cornette were literally told, in the event that Cast is unable to close the Podcast One asset sale, it will likely declare bankruptcy. So take the deal or lose everything you're owed. And to make things stranger, Podcast One was paying Cast Media in stock for every podcaster that took the deal. So if you agreed and wanted the money you were owed, you're kind of bailing out the company that got you into this mess. So obviously some people didn't like that deal. Although understandably, others did and took the deal. And look, I'm not here to litigate whether those Podcast One deals are good or bad. Frankly, it's not the point of this video. All cleanups are gonna be messy. What I did want to know though is how did that $4 million go missing in the first place? And to try to find out, I began to reach out to everyone,
where did it go?
starting with Colin Thompson to ask for his side of the story.
You just didn't pay people the money that they were given? Who spent the money, brother?
$4 million, your clients say you defrauded them. What's your side of the story?
Yeah, I appreciate you reaching out. You know, I wanted to talk with you because I appreciate the work that you do. I appreciate your journalistic integrity, and I know that you're going to tell a fair story.
Blazing.
Cast is sort of the dream of the vision of independence, you know, free speech, not bound by sort of corporate norms, the ability and the backbone to support visionary, talented, unique, independent voices, people like Theo Vaughn. You know, Cast's perspective was independence is the product. There were plenty of times where, you know, we believed in a show, it ran into trouble, maybe it was canceled in one way or another, and canceled, quote unquote, and we stood by our creators, right? Continued to support them through that time, you know, when maybe a more corporate organization wouldn't. We weathered the storm together. We believe truly that that's what, you know, was unique and special about Cast, and my heart and soul is still in that vision. I'm a musician originally, and I got into this because I wanted to support shows that were bucking the trend, going against the grain, but unique and important to the broader dialogue.
But where's the 4 million? I mean, yeah.
Where's the money?
I hear you. Everybody's got a grand vision, but
where's
the grand
money,
vision,
though?
when it, you know, when we get to this point,
that doesn't.
Everyone
Where's the
wants
money?
to know where the money is, not what the vision
Where's
is.
the money?
Sure. You know, we built an infrastructure at Cast that I wasn't tremendously proud of. I believe that over the years we generated better revenue for creators, paid them out.
What do you say? Where's the money? What are you saying? What are you saying? Where's the money? Where's the money? Yeah, so over the year. Ma'am.
Podcasts wouldn't necessarily be able to
show me the
because we
receipts.
invested heavily
Show
in
me the info,
infrastructure,
ma'am.
took an individualized approach, anecdotally.
Show me the info. Where are the receipts?
But you're saying you pay out more, but I mean, clearly that's, you know, kind of not true, right?
Wait, but you asked for my story. Yeah, no, I just tell the story. You know, we're getting to the financial difficulties.
I just want to tell the whole story. Sure. Okay, sorry.
You know,
sorry, brother. It's
our
okay.
vision, it really worked. Creators benefited,
no one's gonna hurt you.
More money than they
You're
would
good.
have. And many creators
not gonna hurt you.
Are, you know, do have more money in their pocket now because of that. However, during the period from February 2022 until February 2023, our unit economics changed drastically.
His face.
Our revenue per download, which is an important metric for analyzing sales performance, you know, free from content performance considerations, dropped by 58%. In other words, over the course of those 12 months, the revenue that we could generate on one download moved down by 58%, you know?
Okay. That took 3 minutes to get to a real answer.
Okay.
And I gotta be honest, this whole conversation was about that painful.
Jesus.
Talking to somebody who owes creators millions and he's telling you how he got them paid so much money is a little frustrating, but setting that aside, the central claim of Colin is that all of this happened because revenues dropped in 2022 and he just couldn't pay people on time. But as I spoke to people about Colin, I realized late payments weren't a new thing at all. People told me that was always the case. Okay, you joined them in 2018.
2018.
Yeah. So when did you start getting late payments? Basically, like they didn't come when they said they were going to come. And when did you stop getting full payments?
I can answer that right away. That was
right from the first check we were supposed to get, it didn't arrive when he said.
It was never on time. So it wasn't unusual. If it
Oh,
was like a month
he
late,
got the dudes.
a month and a half late. And then when it goes from, all right, a month late to 2 months late to 3 months late. And then I would say, hey, where's the deposit at? I go, yep, they're trying to figure out, man. He says he has this whatever investment coming. You're gonna get this huge lump sum of money. So then that's didn't come. Then you're looking at, now you're looking at 4 months, like, it was the money. Then you're looking at 6 months, like, okay, man, where the hell is our money?
Ooh. Yes, that's a huge problem. Of course, up till 2023, money had slowly started coming in, so people were letting it slide. But as these balances built up over time, eventually Brendan and Brian realized they were owed 400 grand on The Fighter and the Kid, and upwards of 1.6 million across all their shows.
Now remember, Brian is just informed about Fighter and the Kid. I have to manage Thick Boy, Golden Hour, the other shows that are owed money. So Brian's like, can you believe this? I'm like, yeah, that 400 grand is terrible. Try 1.6 mil, bro. Right.
Wow, 1.6 million. What are we doing here? Now, I should be clear, Colin denies that there were these payment issues before 2022.
Your Talent says they stopped getting paid as early as 2021, and they had issues and delays well before 2022.
No, I'm not aware of any difficulties before, the end of 2022, the beginning of 2023.
You're not aware.
Then I talked to his business partner, and everything changed. He told me accounting was always a nightmare.
My name is Dustin Knaus. I was Colin's business partner, as he would introduce me, and VP of Production and Creative Development with Cast Media.
One of the things Colin said is he was not aware of any accounting issues, early on. Is that true? Did you guys hear from Talent about, because every talent I talked to said they were constantly complaining about accounting.
Yeah, I mean, like everyone from the beginning had complained about how long it took to get paid. The managers would constantly step in. I think all of his accounting was done through Google Sheets, basically. It was just him, but he would never let me see everything.
Tracking my Etsy stuff, literally using Google Sheets. Bro, you're
what's
running a
going out.
podcast business.
And I was like, well, I kind of need to get a whole picture, and he just wouldn't share it.
Oh, that is a red flag. And it also lines up exactly with what I heard from a lot of the creators.
It's in the info,
the accounting was always weird. People had to chase it down, and the numbers were a little screwy. It led them to distrust what they were getting from Colin.
I can tell you, us personally, what we estimate we are owed is what they told us they owed us, plus whatever we think they still kept billing for after that date. Plus, we don't know truly what the accounting is, because they stopped supplying accounting, and at one point earlier in the year, their accountant sent me 2 different sets of numbers.
Shady.
Of what
That's
money I
so
was supposed to get.
shady.
So I don't trust their accounting.
I can't emphasize enough. I heard this complaint over and over, not just from Brian last. Everyone was worried about the accounting. But a lot of people who spoke up were just anonymous because they were afraid of Colin suing them, which isn't surprising because Colin warned Brian, who started talking, quote, the ensuing damages if you were to cause this deal to unravel are within the region of $10 million to $20 million. Consider this a serious caution. It would lead to decisive legal action. So basically, he was threatening people, and people are scared. But I realized that these payment issues, accounting issues, they were all clues, sure, but not the whole story. To really understand how it could be that Cast fell apart, we need another piece of the puzzle, which is minimum guarantees. Remember, I told you earlier that I was simplifying podcast networks. So let's go into the deeper waters.
Sorry, I already mixed
the truth
that
is,
color
these
for
deals
the
vary
bottom, so I thought I would
and some of the
use
bigger
it, since I already
podcasters
mixed
demand
it.
something called a minimum guarantee.
I already
where
mixed
they
this
aren't
color,
just
dude.
paid
I don't want
a
to waste
split
all this
of
paint
ads,
again.
they're paid a guaranteed minimum every month. And podcasters love this because it means they don't have to wait so long to get paid. According to Colin, though, this is how he fell behind.
We had months in there where our gross profit margins were, literally negative prior to any operating expenses, because the minimum guarantees that made economic sense when we made the deal were just completely underwater.
Basically, he overpaid. Cast made deals to bring people on in the first place, overpromised, and then couldn't pay. Even Colin's former business partner agreed with this, although he thinks some of the money went to Colin personally as well.
Okay.
We've got Colin's narrative
what?
as his business partner.
For
You
what
look at the
exactly?
situation. 4 million missing. The big question on everyone's mind, where did the money go?
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple places that the money has gone. One is he built a custom house. He was known for going on big, crazy vacations.
Dude.
He went to Hawaii multiple times in 2022 and was posting about it on his social media. There's not.
Where's the money? And he's posting himself in Hawaii on social media. Yeah, that's where the money is, girl.
To be able to
he's showing you where the money is.
Where a lot of celebrities go to escape. But aside from that, the other thing that he has done is essentially make constant minimum guarantees to new talent to try to entice them to join cast media. So saying, I'll give you a 1-year guaranteed $250,000, $500,000, whatever his minimum guarantee is. Now, I've heard that even as soon as February of this year, he was offering multi-million-dollar minimum guarantees.
Of this year, it's over, brother.
At the same time, where he claims his revenues are way down.
Brother, it's over, though.
He's offering multi-million-dollar minimum guarantees for talent.
For new people? For who?
Yeah. So,
just to
his
fuel
priority
his
is trying to keep the new talent happy for a while, with essentially his whole goal of selling cast to make big money in the end. But yeah, I would say that honestly, most of the money probably went to the minimum guarantees of other talent.
Jesus.
Instead of to the people that it was supposed to go to.
Wow. That might be the closest thing we have to a coherent answer on what happened to cast media. Although our story doesn't stop there, because obviously that's a pretty big accusation that some of the money may have gone to a house. So
kinda crazy.
I decided to look into that and found that Colin Thompson indeed bought a $1.7 million house the same year as his financial troubles. And I also found out that right about the time he was talking about
why not put your own
bankruptcy,
money into
he
it?
moved that house into a trust where the trustee was a Wyoming LLC he set up, which from where I stood looked a lot like hiding assets from a bankruptcy right before a bankruptcy.
Yeah.
But when I confronted Colin about this, he said, I had things completely backwards. The truth is, he was hiding his property for a totally different reason, a very sympathetic reason.
We anonymized our address because we were getting threats in the last 30 days.
That's about what?
There's
not paying the money?
Sure.
There's been nothing untoward.
I think you can see though how other people might see it another way, where it looks like you're trying to shield it by hiding it from a personal name into a trust owned by an LLC. I mean, in a very favorable state.
I assume you listen to the Jim Cornette episodes where they specify where I live, right? I assume you listen to the Jim Cornette episodes where they specifically call out where I live. We were really, really concerned. We were getting threats.
When I heard this, I was pretty alarmed, and I totally understood his fears. So I went to go ahead and look for the episode where Jim Cornette apparently specifically called out where he lived.
What's going on?
But it wasn't there. Actually, Jim Cornette never mentions a specific address, but a general area. But way more damning for Colin's story is the fact that that episode came out in July, but Colin formed his LLC for moving the house in June. Before these threats ever happened, he's creating this shell company. So I found it very hard to believe. I pointed this out to Colin, and he said this. Quote, they revealed general details, and I anticipated the possibility of this happening. Brian threatened it very specifically in my original email exchange with him back in May.
Improvise,
so I got a hold of those emails. There was no threat in them. Instead, Brian said things like, consider this a serious caution. We're going to make sure to endlessly let all listeners know with great detail that Colin Thompson of Podcast One stole our money because he doesn't know how to run a business, which is sort of true. This guy doesn't know how to run a business. So I became increasingly convinced.
I want to do something different with
just
the other
maybe.
one. Can you look up kawaii mushroom art? I want to do something a little different with the circles on the top. Like these are all like circles. They're all circles is the thing. Oh, I have a pin of this. I have a pin of that. Such sweet arms. All right, so there's like, okay, so multiple circles is the thing. Dots, speckles. I want dots and speckles, but what am I looking for exactly? Just looking for like a, oh, see, that's cute with the darkerness on the side. That would have been cute. That would have been cute. Oh, what's this? Ooh, little wobbles. Little wobbles. Could do that. That would be cute. That would be cute. What's going on here? Oh, wait, go back. I want to see that other one. I want to see this one. Ooh. Ooh. So cute. Oh! Oh, that's so cute! Oh my... Oh, this is everything to me! Oh my god, that's so cute! I need to leave this up. This is so adorable! No! No! See, that's the little, like, flicky flicks that I wanted underneath. That's why I did that. That's why I did that. That's why I did that. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go for, like, a, ooh, maybe like a that. I like that. Like a flat bottom with the rounded kind of top. Okay, I can do this. I can do this.
Colin might be lying to me about why he hid his house in a trust with a Wyoming LLC trustee.
What's
okay,
happening?
I know this is a bit inside baseball right now, but it's important because I think it reveals intentions. Because I then looked up the website he used to create the LLC. And the website tagline for Colin's LLC is, quote, asset protection is our only focus. So, you know, want to hide your house? Wrong company, not their focus. Asset protection? That's your guy. I mean, I'm not surprised, but I'm surprised that he tried to say this wasn't the case. So I sent a screenshot of that to Colin saying, hey, you're obviously hiding assets in this company that specializes in asset protection planning. Where the other tagline, by the way, is creditors will be forced into a better settlement or to dismiss the case altogether. And when I sent that to Colin, he responded, quote, I can't speak to what's written as marketing material on a website. I didn't write it. Come on, bro. We got you, okay? I can't go show up at an asset protection only store and say, hey, I was just looking for a little anonymity. You know, that's not being honest. And look, I don't know how dumb this guy thinks we are, but in my opinion, what happened is pretty simple. I think Colin bought a $1.7 million house the same year as he had trouble paying people. I think his accounting was always sketchy. I think he overpromised people money to attract new talent. And I think in the end, he tried to sell it all to a bigger company and force these podcasters into raw deals. And worst of all, this is not a new story. Colin is not unique. Actually, the main reason I took this case is because we've all seen this story play out before. Sleazy business guy screws over artist or musician or podcaster. Look, to be honest, I wanted to find out how it happened, but I also wanted to find out how we can learn to prevent it in the future. Because to be honest, I'm as much in this media landscape as these guys. And I think the answer starts with how you get involved. How did Colin find and sign all these celebs? Well, the truth is, some people were introduced. Theo Von was introduced by Brendan Schaub. But I asked Brian and Brendan how they got involved. And their answer struck me as part of the problem. Was he just offering better deals than everyone else?
No. It's word of mouth. It's because what happens is they go, who is your agency? We don't know. Nobody, like, we're not interacting with these people all the time. What happens is it's like, if there's an agency that this person is with and this person is with, you know, we go, do you make money? Yeah. All right. Can you hook me up? And then,
especially when comics are talking like, man, this guy's killing it for us, man.
Yeah.
I made 1.6 million this year. And like, damn, that's more than I made. Who you think you'd take me on? Then it becomes this like snowball effect, and you know, and then everybody's there.
Yeah.
This is the issue.
Sussy,
look, it's not to
very
absolve
sussy,
Colin.
all word
it's
of
not
mouth.
to put any blame on anyone who got screwed over here. But the truth is, people are always led around with these dollar amounts. Oh, you made this much. You know, that's how they get you in these bad contracts. And then they don't pay you and you're left chasing a Wyoming LLC to nowhere. So this isn't just about these podcasters. It's everywhere. It's about 360 deals in music, MCNs with YouTubers, and just honestly business people begging you to let them control your money and then you getting scraps. It's as disgusting as it is common. And I really hope that any aspiring people in media learn from these mistakes and scams and realize you don't need these middleman people most of the time. But more than that, do not trust people with your business who promise you the world. In fact, usually that's the worst red flag. Oh, you're going to make all the money. Just sign here. It's a trap. And you never know what's in the fine print until you read it. Just ask Dylan Dennis.
Oh. Ooh. Beautiful. Although that guy, like, could not just, like, say what happened. That was funny. Aw, that's cute. They're all just looking up at it. Aw. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Alrighty. I am going to end stream now. I painted the bottom of the other one, so that one will be all prepped for tomorrow. It's mostly because I mixed that color. Dog, I mixed that color. And the other... Oh, gee. It's fine. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Look at that. This one took one coat. One beautiful, glorious coat, and it was done. Incredible. So that one's ready and prepped for the next one, and so is this one for the pink. So I painted the bottom of that. This one's gonna be a real slow burn. I'm gonna have to see, now I figured out one take. I'm gonna go around, and it's gonna be like this weird little like cloud thing where it's almost like circles connecting, but I did like a little wobbly line. And I'm also going to add some stars to this one, some stars to that one, speckles to the other one. So there, this is good. This needs to be hit with I actually don't think it needs to be hit with a layer of spray paint, honestly. I don't want it to get sticky again, but I think we're good. I don't think anything needs to be hit with a layer of spray paint, honestly. What we will do is we will add the speckles to this one and wrap this baby up in a beautiful bow. Let's add some speckles to you in random locations. Look at that. That's cute. Next to the bean. I love that. I want a big speckle down here with multiple little speckles next to it. That's cute. Okay. Big speckle with a little one and a little one. Very cute. See if I can do speckle with a little one there. All right, cute. Little speckle there. Okay. It's like a little bit of a gap right here. I do want big speckle. All right, and then up here, singular speckle here, and then one. Actually, I do want two right there. Like another one next to the bean. Another one right next to the bean. One right here. Right. With little speckles. And then right up here, just like a big speckle with a little speckle. Another little speckle. One right here. And right there. Okay. Let me look at it from a distance. So the way that I'm going to personally be setting it is with the bean. So I'm going to be viewing it from this angle, That looks like enough speckles to me. I think I nailed it. I think it's good. This side is kind of a lot. This one, I do want, there's not enough on this particular side. I'm going to make this speckle bigger, and I'm going to add another one and another one. Okay. Yeah, okay, that puts it in. This one needs to be bigger with its own little speckle right there. Okay, sick. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, from every angle, she is killing it. Yes, she's done. She's absolutely done. Everything. Oh my god. All right. Okay. So today we have officially finished this one, so cute, and this one. So far we have 1, 2, 3 mushrooms done, but this one is supposed to be the sister of this one. Look at that, so cute. There's not as many speckles. This one has more, so the other one's it's gonna get more and more. So the other one is gonna have the most speckles on it. But these two are sisters, right? And then that darker, that's the color of this. And then on the other one is an even lighter pink, which is gonna go on the other one, which is gonna have the most speckles and the most little hearts. That one's gonna look, I want it to look like powdered sugar, is what I'm hoping it'll look like. So, no spray paint. These are officially done. Cat hair. There we go. And I can set these on top of each other now. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Yeah, baby. That's what I've been waiting for. And while the other one dries, I can actually set it on top of the other two so I can go bam on top of all of them because it's drying. So, you know, I think I nailed it today. I nailed it today. All right. Thank you for watching today, Chosen Gaming, and thank you for chatting in the chat. I appreciate it. That's my mystery friend, my little friend of mystery, and I still have my pom-pom-puddin. What, focus? My pom-pom-puddin. Yeah, in focus for a second. My pom-pom-puddin. All right, I won't be streaming tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be streaming next, but obviously the next time we'll be streaming, we're gonna cook up. We're gonna watch 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We've got 3 videos cooked up right here that we're gonna be watching. So we already got our lineup. That's what I'll do. I'll just like keep the lineup going. Okay. Bye for now. Bye.